Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in the room and everybody who's joining us virtually around the world. On behalf of CropLife South Africa, as well as CropLife Africa Middle East, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all here today for our seminar that we're going to jointly explore the potential impacts that the European Union Green Deal could have on South African agriculture and particularly our export farmers. For those of you who are in the room, please, a little bit of housekeeping. If you can turn your phones off, please. If you have urgent need to remain connected and want your phone on, at least put it onto mute, please. You've all entered through the doors this morning, so if there is any emergency and we need to evacuate this room, calmly and slowly out the two back doors, out the glass doors, and we'll accumulate in the car park at the back, please. So thank you for that. It's fantastic the turnout we've got today. We have over 120 people who registered to be here face-to-face, and more than 250 people have registered and are listening to us virtually. So it's obviously a subject that's attracted quite a bit of interest. So thank you for your presence and your time. We do have CropLife Africa Middle East colleagues with us today, as well as the entire CropLife South Africa team. And we also have some of the CropLife South Africa EXCO members with us. So if you need to chat to us, there's quite a team here ready to handle your questions. I'm going to be the facilitator for the first session this morning, and we have a speaker who's still on the way from the airport, so when she joins us, she will come up and join me on the stage. Also, the facilitator of each session will give you information just before the end of said session in terms of tea breaks and the luncheon. So if you can keep your ears open for that, please. So I think that's enough of an introduction, but again, thank you for joining. We are going to kick off today's session with the welcoming introduction from Dr. Samira Amelal. Samira is our Director General for CropLife Africa Middle East. There's a big program being launched up in Morocco this week, so Samira can unfortunately not be with us, but she's pre-recorded our opening welcome for you. So we can move across to Samira's presentation, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Samira Amelal, and I am the Director General of CropLife Africa Middle East. I am only sorry that I am unable to join you in person today. Also, I would like to thank CropLife South Africa for the opportunity to address you today. Personally, and on behalf of CropLife Africa Middle East, who I represent, I welcome the opportunity to share our views and engage in what I am sure will be a dynamic day of discussions. CropLife Africa Middle East are committed to sustainable agriculture practices and to the responsible use of plant science technologies in the region. Our mission is to promote understanding of the vital innovation, improvements, and benefits delivered by modern plant science products. We are convinced that these products and solutions developed and distributed by our members' companies are indispensable for farmers and society in the face of the increasingly complex and challenging global environment. And there is no shortage of challenge. The challenges that our agriculture faces in Africa, including here in South Africa, range from climate change, food security, water scarcity, inflation of fuel prices, trade-in and export uncertainty and restriction, and increasing impact of Europe regulation over how we practice agriculture in our countries and how we export our agricultural goods. Today, African farmers are on the front line when it comes to coping with and mitigating the effects of these multifaceted challenges, whether it's struggling to cope with increasingly unpredictable weather patterns, floods or drought, or the different pests or diseases increased by climate change. African farmers have the right to access all the innovation and technology, empowering them to face these challenges. Our industry also needs a supportive environment to innovate the potential solution modern science-driven farming offering in the fight against climate change and food insecurity. Moreover, our farmers also need both clear information, time, and resources necessary to manage the regulatory challenge that Europe is implementing to its markets. The Europe also need to better understand the impact both intended and unintended on its policy are having on African farmers. It is to these last 2 points that I now wish to turn my attention. In fact, the use of mirror clauses is hotly debated and divisive issue in the Europe politics. Mirror clauses describe when an imported product should be produced under the same sanitary, phytosanitary, and environmental standards as product produced within the Europe. CropLife Africa Middle East calls for mirror clauses to be compatible with WTO rules and based on solid internationally recognized science. Moreover, change to European minimum residue levels and import tolerances policies risk negatively impacting the African green transition. We share here a serious concerns for the potential revocation of import tolerance for any active ingredient not registered in Europe. There is also concern for the risk that the future emeralds to be set with the new data point such environmental factors. Therefore, our call as CropLife Africa Middle East is advocating that emerald and the import tolerances policies be science-based and communicate as earlier as possible. These two prime examples of Europe policies impacting Africa farmers underline the crucial need for the European Union policymaker to not only focus on their own farmers and consumers, but also to better understand the specific challenges and the needs of African farmers, both from an environmental and trade perspective. Africa farmers not only require adequate transition period, but also significant technical and financial assistance to adapt their farming practice to evolving Europe standards. Also, the development of an access to viable alternative products and solutions must be ensured in good time. Very important to note that removing pesticides without providing alternative will threaten food security and the resilience of farmers and consumers in Africa and also worldwide. In my opinion, policymakers and stakeholders from outside Africa overlook or misunderstand the necessity for specific technology and innovation required to address the unique pressure faced by African farmers from pest pressure, agricultural yields, or food insecurity. So major policy approvals such as those resulting from the Europe Farm to Fork strategy inevitably generate uncertainty, especially in sectors as complex as agri-food chain. Understanding the exact requirements and associated costs takes time and put farmers and businesses at risk. CropLife Africa Middle East has long been asking for additional investment and special emphasis on communicating in a timely manner, and the new requirements as soon they are known. Africa farmers must benefit from adequate and realistic transition period if we are to adapt and maintain access to the Europe market. However, African farmers need to do more, and we need to do it together. Is really now a time for all stakeholders involved in Africa agriculture to take our responsibility and make our voices heard, both at home and in Europe. If we do not do so now, then we will feel the impact in the next 5 years and have to live with the consequences for many years to come. And let me here be very clear. We are not talking about stopping the Europe Green Deal and farm to fork strategy. These trains have left the station. We are talking about raising awareness for our specific needs and the huge potential in intended impact on African agriculture. What we need really is are extended implementation periods, exception, support for transitional period and measures. This is where we need to focus our attention. And for that, we need to collaborate together as an industry and as also value chain to engage our national governments, ensure that our concerns have been heard. I know, Alain, you will be here from later today, and we will discuss this is in more detail. For the African continent to stand ready and to be heard, there is a key role for South Africa. You have key role to play as agriculture powerhouse and important global voice in your own right. And with the success story of GMO maize, my role also as in CropLife Africa Middle East will be to support CropLife South Africa to amplify its messages and voice and share this across the African region. One area also where South Africa can lead the way is in delivering research to help both South Africa and European policymakers to understand the potential impact of Europe policies on the South Africa agriculture sector. We urgently need to cooperate with our national researchers on data collection to quantify the impact of Europe policies on African productions, export, and food sovereignty. This data will help us to engage in more convincing fact-based talks with Europe policymakers and hopefully help us secure the specific support and exemption that we need. Definitely, we need also to ensure that we have an African green transition that supports local and regional community as well as trade. Technology can help farmers across Africa deliver more with less and embedded sustainable business development. In turn, that can drive more intra-regional agriculture trade and decrease dependence on import while simultaneously reducing carbon emissions. Unfortunately, this opportunity will be missed if we do not raise our voices and influence the policies that will shape our future. If I can make one request for today's conference, if we are to make our voice heard in Europe, then we need to strengthen our cooperation to amplify our voices. At CropLife Africa Middle East, we stand ready to contribute time and resources to help make this happen. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing about the discussion you will have today. Thank you very much.
So thank you to Samira, and just to repeat a few of the key points that Samira shared with us in the introduction. We are in no means attacking the European Union Green Deal. It is more a case of how are we going to mitigate the potential negative impacts on our market in South Africa, whether it's for local food production or for export. And you will see from the following presentations, that's exactly what we're aiming to do. Raise awareness about the potential risks and walking together down the road in the next year or so as to how we can mitigate those impacts that are potentially going to be quite significant for us. So I thank Samira for giving us that introduction and setting the scene as to our expectations of what we're all doing today. We're wanting to raise awareness, and we're wanting to hold hands going forward with this potential impact on our country. We're then going to move on next again to another pre-recorded message. Prof. Alan Matthews is the Professor Emeritus of the European Agricultural Policy at the University of Dublin Trinity College. And Prof. Matthews is going to give us a presentation on the EU Green Deal and what the expected impact on South African agriculture is going to be. If we can move on to...
Good morning, and thank you to the organizers for this invitation to address this conference and to speak with you today. I'm an academic, so I'm not here to represent the European Union or the European Commission. But what I'd like to do is to give you an overview of some of the developments in European agricultural policy in the recent period, particularly the greater emphasis now being put on sustainability and how this is likely to affect exporting countries such as South Africa, for whom the European Union is an important agricultural export market. Let me just emphasize, first of all, that the sustainability agenda in EU agriculture covers all three pillars of sustainability, so environmental, economic, and social. The environmental agenda is partly to reduce the environmental footprint of farming and also the food system more generally, for example, by reducing net greenhouse gas emissions, improving air quality through reducing ammonia emissions, reducing water use abstraction and improving the quality of water, reversing the decline in biodiversity, improving soil health, and in general, reducing the use of external inputs through a more circular bioeconomy. But also to promote the production of public goods. So, for example, paying farmers to create habitats for biodiversity, to store carbon in their soils and in vegetation, and to improve landscape and amenity more generally. Those are the environmental aspects of sustainability, but there are, as I say, also economic aspects, including income for farmers, helping farmers to manage risk, particularly important given the climate extremes that we're now observing, improving productivity, and improving the bargaining power of farmers in the food chain. And then a range of social issues. So, for example, concern over the number of farms, the size and ownership of farms, the issue of generational renewal, encouraging more younger farmers to enter the industry, improving animal welfare, the One Health agenda, and more generally improving and strengthening the vitality of rural areas. Specifically, with respect to agriculture, the Green Deal is reflected in what we call the farm to fork strategy. So, this was a strategy set out by the Commission, which contained a number of quantitative targets. And I've set these out here just to set the context. With respect to climate, the objective is that the agriculture and land use sector, so the AFLU, agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector, would achieve net carbon neutrality by 2035, and thereafter would actually ensure negative emissions, carbon removals, which would offset some of the unavoidable emissions from other sectors of the economy. In terms of chemical use, the farm to fork objective is to reduce nutrient losses by 50% and to the use of chemical fertilizers by at least 20% by 2030, and also to reduce the use of pesticides by 50%. Although I have to admit these percentage reductions are against a baseline which is somewhat unclear. Another objective is to increase the area under organic farming from around 8% at the current time to around 25% by 2030. In terms of health, the objective is to reduce the use of antimicrobials, particularly in animal husbandry, by 50% by 2030. In terms of biodiversity, the objective is to ensure that 10% of agricultural land will be devoted to non-productive features by 2030. So these would be landscape features like small areas of woodland, hedgerows, areas of scrub land, marginal land, which are not particularly valuable for agricultural production, but which can be really important as habitat for biodiversity. And finally, there are objectives around animal welfare, a commitment to introduce improved labeling, to encourage consumers to look for better animal welfare products, the transport of animals, increased space, and importantly, a prohibition on the use of cages for certain species, which the Commission has committed to introducing legislation for in the very near future. So now let's look at some of the potential impacts of these Green Deal measures for European agriculture, because this is where the linked market opportunities for exporting countries such as South Africa comes in. And there have been a number of empirical studies which have attempted to model what will be the impact on EU production if indeed these ambitious targets set out in the Farm to Fork strategy were to be achieved. And this table here summarizes some of the findings of these empirical studies. They're, of course, based on models and assumptions that lie behind these models. But I think the basic message is plausible and clear. Essentially, if we achieve the reduction in chemical nitrogen use, in pesticide use, if we set aside further land for nature, if we extensify production by increasing the area under organic farming, all of this is expected to lead to reduced production within the European Union. And you can see the specific numbers differ across the studies, but in general, the arrows all point in the same direction. So we expect overall reduced production in the European Union. Of course, as I've mentioned, it's not only on the production side. The farm to fork strategy also seeks to bring about a change in consumer behavior. And I've just a couple of slides here taken from a recent study which looks at the potential impact on the demand side if European consumers were to move in the direction of the well-known Eat Lancet diet. Now, I want to emphasize that this is in itself not a specific objective of the farm to fork strategy. It's not the objective that we should follow the Eat Lancet diet in detail. As many of you will know, this is quite a controversial diet, but it's illustrates the direction in which Europe would like to go. So reduced consumption of animal products and increased consumption, particularly of fruits, vegetables, and nuts. So what you see here are results from two different models, basically looking at three scenarios. So a reference scenario to 2030 and to 2050. And then a scenario called Scenario 10, which would lead to a 10% movement from, if you like, the baseline or the reference scenario towards a diet which is the same as the Eat Lancet diet. So a 10% movement, that's the first scenario, a 30% movement, and then on the final column on the right-hand side, what would happen if we were actually to achieve the full Eat Lancet diet in the European Union. And you can see the numbers are really quite striking, particularly the reductions observed for meat products, and particularly red meat, beef, but also the expected increase in consumption of fruits and vegetables. So basically, that's the pattern that we would expect to see, even if, as I say, the end result is not necessarily to bring about the Eat Lancet diet in totality. Looking then at the implications if we were to achieve those kind of dietary changes in Europe, what would be the implications for trade? So this is ignoring any of the production changes that we've already highlighted. And you can see that, again, the three scenarios are emphasized across the top. You can see both imports and export trends for each scenario. And if you just focus on the imports, you can see again, depending on the scenario, that we would expect to see a drop in the import of meat products, particularly beef, into the European Union, given the dietary changes that are simulated here. But we would expect to see a significant increase in imports, particularly of fruits and vegetables. Indeed, if we were to bring about the full Eat Lancet diet, which of course has very limited animal products, it would imply, according to this study, around an 11 times increase in imports of fruits and vegetables. So let me just try to summarize the story so far. So when we look at the implementation of the Green Deal targets in European agriculture, the first round effects will be to increase demand for exports from third countries, including South Africa, partly because compliance with higher EU sustainability standards will lower EU production and increase imports, but also because the proposed dietary shifts towards greater fruit, vegetable, and nut consumption will also contribute to this increase in imports. Of course, there will be more general effects other than the direct impacts for exporting countries, in that lower EU production will contribute to higher global food prices, with potential negative impacts, of course, on food importing developing countries, while food exporting countries would expect to benefit. Of course, increased EU imports may lead to environmental degradation or the shift of pollution to countries where that increase in production is going to take place. It may also exacerbate social concerns in exporting countries. So there may well be a second round set of impacts arising from accompanying trade policy measures, which will then act as a form of non-tariff barrier, which would offset some of those first round effects that we have discussed. So let me now turn to look at what the European Union is proposing in terms of the trade policy measures that would accompany the Green Deal. Let's look first at the objectives of these trade policy measures. So partly to safeguard EU production capacity by ensuring that EU producers compete with imports on a level playing field. And of course, linked to that, to limit opposition to raising domestic sustainability standards and to head off calls for lower standards from an important producer group. So that's the, if you like, the protectionist motive, but there is also a sustainability motive. So to avoid the offshoring of the negative environmental consequences of EU consumption through existing or increased imports. So for example, if in the European Union, farmers are required to undertake measures that would reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, and if that raises their costs and results in lower production, if that production is simply replaced by imports from third countries, then of course those emissions will simply be transferred abroad. And from the point of view of the global climate, there is not necessarily any gain to be achieved. And thirdly, an objective of these trade policy measures is to raise global sustainability standards by leveraging access to the EU market to give a stimulus to exporting countries to also raise their standards in turn. If we look at the initiatives that the European Union has proposed in this area of the external dimension of the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, there's a wide range of measures. And these were signaled first in an important trade policy strategy document published by the European Commission in February of last year. This review called for a more assertive, yet open, but sustainable trade policy. So an important pillar of the policy is the emphasis on safe, secure, and sustainable supply chains. And as part of that, the Commission flagged that it would be looking to require imports to meet similar sustainability standards as those required of EU producers. This emphasis was reflected also in the CAP political agreement that I've mentioned already in July of last year. There was indeed an amendment from the European Parliament in those negotiations, which would have inserted into the basic legislation that imports should meet the same sustainability standards as European producers. In the end, that amendment was not accepted, but it was agreed that the Commission would bring forward a report, which is now available, was published in June of this year, looking at both the legal but also the operational feasibility of introducing such reciprocity standards on imports. as part of the declarations attached to that political agreement, the Commission accepted or committed to undertake a review of pesticide import tolerances, and that's an issue I'm going to come back to in just a moment. But first, let me just indicate some of the other initiatives that the Commission has proposed. For example, the proposed regulation on deforestation-free supply chains, published in November of last year. Again, I'll come back to talk about that in just a moment. For industrial products, there is a proposal to introduce a so-called carbon border adjustment mechanism. So this would reflect the fact that industrial products within the European Union face a carbon tax through the emissions trading scheme that is operated. And the intention is that imports of initially a limited number of industrial products would also be required to pay a similar charge to European producers. Already there has been introduced in what's called the veterinary medicines regulation an antibiotics mirror clause. So this basically extends or requires imports of meat products to meet with a number of the standards that European Union producers must obey. The two issues here are, first of all, a ban on the import of meat products that have been produced using antibiotics as growth promoters. So if a country is accepting the use of antibiotics, as I say, as a method of promoting growth in animals, that meat will no longer be acceptable on the European market. Furthermore, the European Union is proposing that a limited set of antibiotics, which are deemed to be really important for human use, should be reserved for human use. And again, if those are used in animal husbandry in an exporting country, the European Union will not allow such meat to be introduced into the European market. That mirror clause is currently in force in the legislation, but hasn't actually been implemented yet because it's still depending on a set of delegated acts to actually bring it into force. There's a proposal for a sustainable corporate due diligence directive, which would oblige particularly larger companies to assess the risk of environmental and social harm in their supply chains and to take steps to mitigate those risks. There's a review of trade and sustainable development chapters in the European Union's free trade agreements. I've already talked about the review of animal welfare legislation and the proposal for this regulation on sustainable food systems at the end of next year. I want to just take up two of these legislative initiatives in more detail. And the first is with respect to so-called mirror clauses. Let me talk a little bit in more detail about one of those important initiatives, which is the introduction of mirror clauses. An early example is the ban on imports of hormone-treated beef. I've just talked about the ban on meat treated with certain types of antibiotics. But let me refer to what the Commission is proposing with regard to changes in maximum residue limits for pesticides, and linked to that import tolerances. And there are three issues that are under discussion. The first is the Commission has committed to a review of maximum residue limits for active substances that are banned in the EU because of the hazard-based criteria in the pesticides regulation. So basically, this refers to active substances that are deemed to be carcinogenic, mutagenic, or toxic, basically for reproductive purposes, and which are simply not allowed in the European Union. And regardless of whether there's a risk assessment or not, the European Union is proposing to set the maximum residue limits for these products to zero. Also significant is it is committing to assess the environmental impacts when setting maximum residue limits for active substances that are banned in the EU. So currently, if a substance is banned for health reasons, then it's already the case that the MRL is set to 0. But until now, environmental impacts, which could be a basis for banning the use of the substance in the European Union, these environmental aspects have not been addressed when setting the MRLs. The Commission is proposing to change that, and indeed is already proposed a draft regulation with respect to 2 neonicotinoids, which are banned for outdoor use in the European Union because of the damage to bees and to pollinators more generally. And these would now the current MRLs follow in a number of cases the Codex standards, so they are not set to 0. And the Commission is proposing to do that. So basically, there would be a 0 tolerance for pesticide, for residues of these 2 neonicotinoids on imported products. Now, the Commission is saying that import tolerances could still be set on a case-by-case basis if the applicant provides scientific evidence that the use of these neonicotinoids does not adversely impact pollinators in the exporting country. But this would be something that would have to be established. It would not be automatic. Note that there is some demand within the European Union that even this case-by-case opt-out would not be allowed. That if indeed a substance is banned in the European Union, products that have been produced with the aid of that substance in the exporting country would also be prohibited. But that's not what the Commission is proposing at the present time. It is allowing for this let out in terms of import tolerances. Another important initiative, although I suspect less applicable to South Africa, is the mandatory due diligence proposal for forest risk commodities. This will require operators to ensure that products such as soy, beef, palm oil, cocoa, coffee, and so on, that are placed on the EU market have not been produced on recently deforested land. As I say, I suspect this is not particularly relevant to South Africa, so I'll leave that to any questions that may come later. So to summarize the key messages of my talk, we know that planet Earth is suffering, that food systems must meet the triple challenge of ensuring food security, providing livelihoods, while protecting health and the natural resource base on which future food production depends. As I've argued, the first round impacts of Green Deal policies will be to increase market opportunities for exporters, particularly for fruits, vegetables, and nuts, and where I think South Africa has real possibilities in the future. But there will be these indirect impacts through the requirements to meet higher import standards. And these are clearly a non-tariff measure that will raise trade costs, reduce trade, but potentially, of course, improve environmental outcomes both in Europe and abroad. Ideally, one would like to see multilateral agreements around these issues. They are the gold standard, but often we observe that they reflect the lowest common denominator and often lack effective enforcement provisions. And hence the move by the European Union to introduce these more autonomous or unilateral measures. Import standards, of course, suffer from the fact that they are one size fits all. They don't account for differences between exporting countries. But it's clear the EU can be pressed over, for example, the length of transition periods that it allows and the extent of financial assistance that it is willing to provide to low-income producers. Let me stop at this point, and I look forward to any questions that may come subsequently in the discussion. Thank you for your attention.
So thanks to Prof. Matthews for that really interesting overview. I think the key messages you need to take out of that is the amount of legislation that is following on after the EU Green Deal. It's not just the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy. There's a whole bunch of EU legislation that is going to impact anybody who wants to export produce into the European Union. And I think you made it very clear that the risk of the mirror clauses to exporting countries, what we're going to face with that. Particularly with the revocation, potential revocation of MRLs and import tolerances, which we'll be exploring as we go along. For those of you who have joined us virtually, please remember you can ask your questions in the chat function. Type in your question on the chat, and when we get into the discussion session shortly, we'll be able to see your questions and answer as many as you can. I'd like to welcome Dr. Tracy Davids up to the stage. Tracy is Director and Manager of the Commodity and Marketing and Foresight Division of BFAP, which is the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy. And Tracy is going to chat to us about the EU Green Deal and how it will impact on South African agricultural exports. So please join me in welcoming Tracy up onto the stage. Hi, Tracy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy I could at least attend in person. It did involve an early morning flight, but luckily they managed to get us here in time. So I've been asked to talk about the trade implications specifically for South African exports. It's a presentation that I've prepared together with a previous colleague, Dr. Tinashe Kapuya, who's now with AGRA. I think like any true economist, we'll give you a whole lot of information, many alternatives, without necessarily giving you a straight answer as to what exactly we think the impact would be. But I think it's important to note that it's early days for that. So I think there's a lot of uncertainty around many of these mirror clauses, how exactly they will be imposed, the levels at which, the timeframes over which, and all of that, of course, influences impact. So not having that information, we opted for a bit more of a sensitivity type analysis. But I think to start, just to contextualize what impact might be, I guess it's worth just having a look at the trade data. What do we export? Where does it go? So what you can see on screen currently is South Africa's agricultural exports over time. It's plotted here from 2002 through to 2021. You'll note the line there in 2010, the big jump in exports. It's not too much to get excited about. It's more of a change in how data was reported. So this is when South Africa started reporting SACU exports as well. So that's the reason for the distinction. And also the reason why I did the growth rates post-2010, just to account for that. So if you just look, total agriculture and food exports growing by about 2% per year since 2010. Asia, the fastest one at 5%, and EU coming in second at 3%. So I think that's an important distinction to make. It is obviously an important market for us. It has also been a growing market. Of course, other ones are also still positive. If you look at North America, 2%. Africa's fairly flat, and then the rest of the world grouped together also just under 3%. If we take a different view of that, South Africa's agriculture and food exports, if you just take an average over the last 3 years, what does it comprise? This is what we're showing now. So there you have the top 15 products. And I think from that, it's quite clear that we'll talk a lot about fruit today. So if you look at the big contributors, citrus, wine, grapes, palm fruit, the top 4. And then just a little bit down, nuts as well. So there's a lot of fruit products in that. Of course, these are also perishable products. And these are markets that are also highly dependent on trade. Just in terms of where it's going, there you can see that around 30% currently, 32% is going into the European Union, another 13% into the UK. The one that's been growing is the 22% in Asia. But I think from that, it's quite clear that Europe is still a very solid market for us. And I think maybe not where we're directing most of our growth strategies, but certainly a market that we need to protect and look after. So the question then is the Green Deal and the associated legislation and clauses that are still coming, is that an opportunity for us or is it a risk? Speaking specifically now to fruit exporters. And I don't aim to ignore the rest of agriculture, but I think from a trade perspective, this is where our important industries lie. So maybe just looking firstly at the opportunity, I think if you look at the early analysis, the empirical work that Prof. Matthews also showed earlier, there is scope for additional imports into the EU. It is likely that they will import more products, and if you look at the product mix, it's also likely that a significant share of that will be fruit and vegetables. If you contrast that to South Africa's product mix that we export to the EU, so a very similar graph to the one before, but now only looking at products going into the EU, it's clear that there's quite a good match between what they'll be importing and what South Africa can provide. So if you look at our top 10 products, for instance, we've got 7 of those are fruit products. And then if you consider the graph on the right, that focuses on citrus. Obviously, it's the biggest one, so it's a bit of a case study in many of the slides that I'll show today. It also tends to be a higher value market for us. So obviously this differs per product. It depends on the product mix, for instance, within citrus that goes into the various markets. But I think more broadly, if one wants to generalize, the EU market is a solid one. It's normally quite a high-priced market compared to many of the other alternatives. So this is all good news. This suggests that there is opportunity, but of course then one needs to be able to comply with the legislation that we know is coming. So there's always a catch. From a risk perspective, these industries, I'm sure I don't need to tell anyone here, are very export-driven. So if you just look at the chart on the left, that shows the market distribution by volume for our various fruit products. The lines I've drawn in there is just for some context, so it's 50% and 70%, and there you can see that a significant share of them export in excess of 70% of the products. Others around half, and if you were to replicate this in value, those shares would be even higher because of your export market is typically your higher value share output. So these industries are very dependent on exports. If we need to divert volumes from exports back into the local market, typically comes at a reduced price, and it's a much smaller market, so if you flood it with volumes that typically would be exported, you depress those prices very quickly. On the right-hand side, this is a different perspective to that, so it's just looking at the various industries and how concentrated they are in the EU. This obviously is a key indicator of risk, so you've got things like subtropical fruit that's predominantly avos, grapes, stone fruit, all 70% and higher going into the EU market. So this obviously is products that would be, I would argue, maybe more at risk from the impact if you lose market share. And then you've got something like citrus is only 40%, so that's a bit more diversified, but still significant volumes going into the EU. So this is just another perspective to look at it in terms of where the risks would be and what they might entail. So some broad considerations, without repeating what Prof. Matthews said, I was very happy that he summarized all the legislation that goes with the Green Deal. To us, there's 2 broad aspects that you need to consider. So the one is the move to carbon neutrality, which is less of a focus today. So of course, if you think carbon neutral supply, you think shorter supply chains, local sourcing would make that easier. But then when you get to products that are perishable, like fruit and veg, you've also got seasonality to consider. So if you want consistent supply, then you'd be bringing those products from further in the off-season. The contrast to that, where it's possible, is cold storage, which in itself has a carbon implication, right? So one needs to offset those against each other. And then also the question is, how neutral can international trade be? So there's obviously many links in the supply chain, from farm through pack house, transport to the port, in cold storage, shipping to the new market, cold storage on the other side. So there's many aspects to that, but one, I guess, that always comes to mind is shipping, right? So this obviously does emit a fair amount. But if you just look, I pulled this from the Maersk website, which is obviously one of our big shipping companies. So they're aiming to have the first carbon neutral liner in operation next year, which is well ahead of the targets that they'd initially set themselves, with 60% by 2030 and complete coverage by 2050. So of course this, when one starts accounting for carbon through the value chain, helps you to mitigate some of those effects. The question is, how do you equalize on that front? Is probably through something like a carbon tax, and then the question becomes, can producers and exporters afford to add that on top of an already rising cost structure? The other side, which is more the focus of today, is this reduction in chemicals, pesticides, fertilizer use. Of course, this affects competitiveness, volumes produced, volumes traded. This creates, in theory, an opportunity for South Africa, but as I said, then we would need to comply. So the question becomes, can we comply, and at what cost can we comply? The last one is, of course, that there may be opportunities for organic production, but this in itself has time periods associated. You need to produce for 3 years, for instance, before you can be certified. So there's also aspects related to that and cold treatment and how it affects that, etc., to consider. So I think the most of today's focus will be on the middle one, and the bottom line with that is we will face additional technical restrictions. We don't know exactly what they will look like, at what levels they will be imposed, to what extent they'll consider the heterogeneity between production systems, different countries, different products. But if we want to keep that market and expand it, we'll need to comply with that. So then the question we asked ourselves was, what can we learn from the past? Because we have had some changes in the past. If you just think of things like in the citrus industry, the citrus black spot protocols, the false codling moth protocols, and historically we've been able to deal with them quite well. If you look at our trade into Europe, there we're just showing the line plot is the value of exports into Europe over time, and then the share in total mix. So if you look at that picture, and at aggregate level, that share, it declined a bit earlier and then has sort of stabilized. We've seen good growth in value, even in US dollars terms over the years. And we've seen some products, if you look to the right, that just depicts individual product shares of the EU in total exports. We have seen some of them decline a bit. We've seen others increase. So this is where we get the net effect. But many of those products are still growing into that European market, despite very stringent SPS regulations. So I guess that says something for our producers in how adaptable they are, resilient they are, and in being able to comply with this changing environment. If we just focus for a minute on citrus by itself, this is an industry, as I said, that has significantly navigated changes in the past. I mentioned the citrus black spot regulations, the protocol associated with that. It was 2012 or 13 when the EU informed South Africa that they would stop exports if we had more than 5 CBS interceptions in a year. So we took this sort of as a case study and said, you know, if one looks at that and the effect on trade shares, again, of Europe in total product mix of the various citrus products there, it's only grapefruit that has declined a little bit, and others have grown significantly. So again, saying that our producers have been quite good at adapting and adjusting. Also, if you look at the trade growth in the table on the right, there we're showing growth, average annual rates in exports to the EU and also to the rest of the world. So sort of a comparative growth rate prior to that period, so from 2002 to 2013, and then after that period from 2014 to 2022. And most products are doing better. So of course we have also had significant increase in volumes, in citrus production volumes. So one would expect growth. But if you look at the relative sizes, we have done well in that market. The reality is that it comes at a cost. So last year we did a study for the Citrus Growers Association looking at the cost of complying with the CBS and FCM control measures, and that was in excess of 3 billion to the industry in a given year. So it does come at a significant cost for our producers to meet that. The risk that we see, and what I would like to highlight, is that the industry now is not quite in the same position as what it was 10 years ago. So when one thinks about absorbing additional costs and making additional investments, it is sitting in a different environment, many of our fruit industries, than what they were a decade ago. So on screen, we're just showing area and volume increases over the past decade, stacked on top of each other for the various fruit types. I think it's quite a clear picture. There you can see 40% increase in area under these commodities, very rapid growth. Volumes at 29%. There was some initial impact from the drought, of course, which skews this a little bit. But the other side of it is that there's a lag for products to reach full production. And we know that in a lot of these products, we've got a big share of the national orchard still young and not yet at a full bearing age. So what this would suggest is, as we go forward, there's additional volumes still coming into the market. And we've started to see the impact of that if one looks at price movements in the last year or two. On top of that, if one thinks horticulture, 2022 was probably one of the most difficult years to date. That's partly because we've seen this volume growth, which is depressing prices, but it's also because we've seen a lot of external factors that have influenced the industry. So the industry is about 30% of South African agriculture, but if you look at the gross revenue charts plotted there, we've got agriculture as a whole and horticulture. It was for a long time by far the fastest growing subsector in agriculture and a big contributor to growth that we saw in the sector. But then it's clear also in the last few years that that's flattened off. Last few years being post sort of 2017, of course there was the drought in there. And the last 2 years that has actually turned around and declined. So going forward there is some increase as these additional volumes come. It's volume driven more than price. But this doesn't account for costs here. This is just revenue. So I guess that's the concern. Many of the factors that influence it, we know COVID, the response to COVID initiated significant shipping logistics challenges in terms of costs, in terms of reliability. We've had the war in Ukraine, which of course is pressing down on economic growth prospects. It's also resulted in high energy costs, very rapid inflation. All of which is influencing the spending power of our consumer. And when we've got significant additional volumes coming into the market, that is having a price effect and is expected to have a price effect for a few years to come yet. This is indicated on the left. So there we've just plotted, it's just in index form, so all expressed relative to 2019. How prices in the various fruit products have moved over time and are expected to move under our baseline assumptions. So our baseline outlook was launched in August this year. So it accounts at least to some extent for some of these external influences that we've seen. There it's quite clear that prices, those are nominal prices. So they're flat for some years and then they start increasing a little bit again over the outlook. If you contrast that on the right to some cost indices, there you can see that the big spike is fertilizer, but also labor costs increasing over time. Then it's clear that your producer's increasingly becoming squeezed. And this is important when one considers impacts of a trade legislation that would come on top of the situation that we find ourselves in currently. So, in South Africa, we haven't seen large-scale empirical studies with respect to estimating influence. We have a simulation modeling framework at BFAP, so we've played around with some numbers, but as I said, it's more of a sensitivity analysis. I think one requires a much broader, fuller study to really inform what the assumptions are and what you introduce into the model. This is just in citrus, oranges in particular, which is our big citrus market. If one were to increase EU exports by 10%, the price impact that we simulated. So we start with a positive one. It's always a good place to start, right? So over time, looking at a roughly 5% increase. So this is just an average export price. It's an aggregate level. So within that, you'll have increases in some markets, decreases in some markets to give you this aggregate effect. As I said earlier, there are restrictions coming. So firstly, the question is, are we able to comply? Are we able to comply also with existing regulations, things like CBS and FCM? We need to control that, so we've got measures that we have to comply with. Can we still do that if we have to reduce pesticide and fungicide use significantly? And then the other side, if compliance is possible, at what cost does it come and can that cost be absorbed? So then we played around with some numbers on the negative side. So if we sit with some product that doesn't make it into the EU, that doesn't comply, what is your price impact if you start removing that from the EU market? Of course, that's going to push EU prices up because you're limiting supply, but then you're needing to push that product into alternative markets. So at an aggregate average level, you're getting a negative price impact in terms of export prices. So if you remove 10%, you're looking at 5-6% reduction over the outlook period. If you remove 25%, that comes 12-13, and if you remove 40%, that becomes around 20% in terms of price impact. So this is a full market model. We introduced this very abruptly. We did put it in 2023 and leave it. So you do get some response from producers over time. You get area coming out and volumes reducing as a result. It's also the reality that things that do get imposed would likely be phased in over time. We felt we'll show the impact like this, which is the most extreme, right? But if this gets phased in over a few years, the picture would also look a little bit different. Of course, citrus only exports 40% into the EU. So then the question was, what if we look at something else? So we picked table grapes as the next biggest one for the next guinea pig. There goes 70% into the EU, and there you can see how much more drastic the price effect is. So if you just remove 10%, you're looking at an excess of 20% reduction in price, because if you remove some of that volume from the EU, it's a very significant additional amount that you're pushing into other markets, which then has a price effect in those markets. At the bottom there's just the pie chart that shows where the market space is for grapes. That's table grapes and dried grapes, but the table grapes, of course, is the biggest share of that. So the other side is to look at producer level. This becomes even more hypothetical in nature because what we've got here is a simulation based on an industry average. Again, citrus, and we don't have anything against the citrus industry, it's just the biggest one, so it's where we're showing impact broadly today. Across regions, across enterprises, you'd see a lot of heterogeneity. So this average farm doesn't really exist. It's just an indicative measure. So I think I wouldn't read too much into the absolute values of volumes of or values of decline, rather to look relative to each other, how they are. So we played with two scenarios here. Both reduce the cost of chemicals by 50%. Because we're going to use less. So if we say that we cut by 50%, we remove that cost. But then, of course, it has implications. So either you're going to export a lot less because you're going to have a lot less product complying with export standards. So that's scenario one. And that product then ultimately ends up in the processing market at a much reduced price. And there you can see how severe the negative impact is on margins per hectare. Scenario two then says, okay, well, is there additional things that we can do to mitigate this effect? So here we went for quite a significant additional labor component to increase monitoring and sanitation, etc., to try and safeguard some of that product, so to still be able to get more product of expected quality to be able to access that export market. Of course, again, there's a cost associated with that, and there's also a yield loss associated with that. So that's the green bar. So it's clear from that if you can protect the market to some extent, you're better off, but in both of these, you're worse off than in the baseline where you never had these regulations to begin with. So just before I wrap up, just a last thought. Obviously, when you start thinking, if not the EU, then what? So if we need to look for alternative markets, this shows GDP, so middle class population in various regions on the left. So I think it's no secret that the industry has long looked to Asia in terms of growth. The reality is that we still have work to do there in terms of broadening our market access, but also of making it competitive. So the table on the right just shows preferential trade agreements in those Asian markets that South Africa has relative to its competitors. So if it's green, there's some preferential tariff rate. If it's red, there's not. And I think that's quite clear that many of our competitors are better off than ourselves in those markets. This is not to say that we're not doing it. I think there's a lot being done in the industries to improve that situation. But the reality is that we need to look after the EU market. It is a strong and reliable market for us. And if we lose it, we would in most industries be in quite significant trouble. So just to conclude, I think it's been said many times, there are trade regulations coming. So there may be an opportunity for additional trade. But if we can't comply with standards, then there's also a significant risk to our export volumes and then the sustainability of many of the investments we've made in the horticulture sector over the past decade. The magnitude, the time frame, how exactly things get imposed is still a bit unclear to us. That's why we never took a definitive view. We rather showed you a range of options. I hope that at least gives you some food for thought and informs some discussions. It must be said the EU has a history of very stringent SPS protocols. We have always managed to comply and to adapt, and I think that says something for the resilience of our sector. But as I noted, we are in a bit of a different position now than what we were 10 years ago, and that will likely also influence our adaptability. Just as a last thought, I think it was highlighted in the previous presentation, it's not all about horticulture, it is a lot about horticulture, but there's also some indirect effects. You know, there's industries like wheat, like canola, where the EU is a big player, and if those production volumes get reduced, there'll be world price implications there as well, which will affect obviously our imports and also our exports of some of those products. So I'll just leave you with this thought from Darwin to say it's not the strongest nor the most intelligent that survives, but the one that's the most adaptable.
Thank you, Tracy. Will you stay with me for the Q&A, please? Thank you. I think for the South Africans, Charles's quote there could also be a boer maak 'n plan, so I think we're going to get things right. Thanks, Tracy. So Tracy will stay on the stage with me for the Q&A that's coming shortly. Next, we're having a pre-recorded message for us from Dr. Wibke Meyer. Wibke is the Director of our Regulatory Affairs for CropLife International, and Wibke's expertise is on MRLs. So she's going to be talking to us now about the future outlook for MRLs and the impact that the EU Green Deal on MRLs might have for our South African exporters. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wibke Meyer. I'm Director of Regulatory Affairs at CropLife International, and I have the pleasure to speak today about the future outlook for MRLs and the impact of European Union policy on maximum residue limits in South Africa. I'm joining you virtually. I hope that in the future there will be the possibility that I can join you in person again, but I hope we have a good interaction today. To quickly introduce CropLife International, we are the global federation representing the plant protection and the plant science industry. We are made up of 6 member companies that research, manufacture, and sell crop protection and plant biotechnology products. The organization also serves as a global network of regional and national associations, and we span more than 90 countries. We are the global network and the voice of leading advocates of the plant protection industry. We champion the roles of agricultural innovations in crop protection and plant biotechnology to support and advance sustainable agriculture. But today I will talk about European Union policy, especially about the Green Deal and the MRL policy. So the European Green Deal is a set of policy initiatives by the European Commission with the overarching aim to transforming the European Union's economy for a sustainable future. There are a number of key initiatives that you can see here illustrated, and there are some that are more important for agriculture, such as the Farm to Fork strategy, the biodiversity strategy, and the chemical strategy for sustainability. Today, I will focus on specific elements of the Farm to Fork strategy, namely the MRL setting procedures. But in general, the objectives of the Farm to Fork strategy are to reduce the environmental and climate footprint of the European Union's food system, to strengthen its resilience, and to ensure food security. The European Commission also wants to lead a global transition towards competitive, sustainable farm to fork, and they want to tap on new opportunities. The European Union stated that they will pursue the development of green alliances on sustainable food systems. They will include sustainability chapters in all European Union bilateral trade agreements, and they want to promote their farm to fork objectives in international standards and in the relevant international bodies. So therefore, the European Farm to Fork initiative clearly has implications for trading partners and for every country actually that trades with Europe or is participating in international bodies. We all agree that food systems need to be more sustainable, but how to get there, I think that requires a lot of discussion. The European Union has put with its Farm to Fork policy its proposal forward, but in our view, there is not one size that fits all. Different regions have different needs, And we need a debate on how we become more sustainable in our food systems internationally and not only in the European Union. Therefore, we need a holistic view of potential negative and unintended trade-offs globally. And we also need to make sure that food security is a global policy priority, which is non-negotiable. Therefore, we are trying to foster dialogue between the European Union and its trading partners and trying to help the European Union moving away from unilaterally imposing trade barriers. We want to illustrate this at one of the key initiatives that the European Union has launched. When they announced their farm-to-fork policies, they clearly stated in their communication that going forward, they want to take into account environmental aspects when setting import tolerances for pesticides that are no longer approved in the European Union. It was not clear for almost 2 years how they would implement that, because they also stated that they want to be compliant with World Trade Organization legislation and procedures. But before I explain what the European Union has now is in process of implementing, I first would like to put us all on the same page of what is an MRL. What are the purpose of MRLs? Maximum residue limits are the concentration of pesticides residues that are legally permitted in or on food commodities and animal feed. The MRLs are based on good agricultural practice data. That means they are based on the registered uses in the countries, and that is what is mentioned on the pesticide labels. MRLs are therefore for checking whether the crop protection product has been used according to the label instructions in the respective countries. Because pesticides are used differently in different countries, because there are different crops, there's different pest pressure, different farming practices, MRLs can vary between different countries. And therefore, because they are used to check whether a pesticide has been applied correctly, if you want to trade your food, then you need to make sure that you register your MRL level also in the country with which you want to trade. And that is then called an import tolerance. So an import tolerance is the maximum residue level that is set on the uses registered in a foreign country in order to allow the import of treated commodities from abroad and to facilitate international trade. So MRLs have several functions. In international trade, they ensure that the food is safe for consumption and therefore can be imported into a country. And it's also an easy tool to check if the pesticide was used correctly. And therefore if the product can be placed on the market. Primarily, the MRL are trading standards. And now, but with the European Union now stating that they want to also consider environmental factors when setting MRLs, that is moving away from internationally agreed principles. As I mentioned before, MRLs are set to facilitate trade and to protect the consumer health. Environmental aspects are considered in the registration of the pesticide when they are registered for use in the country where they are used. They are analyzed by the competent authority that knows the farming practices in the country, that knows the needs, the pest pressure, and that knows also the environmental conditions where the pesticide is used. Moreover, MRLs are not an appropriate tool to address global environmental concerns because the level of residues on a harvested crop does not correlate to the safety for non-target species or the local environment. Now the European Union, they have they are testing now their new procedure, and they have setting the precedent. Over the summer, they have announced to their trading partners via the World Trade Organization, the Technical Barriers to Trade Committee, that they want to lower the MRLs for 2 neonicotinoid substances to the limit of quantification. They have cited concerns on global pollination or population of pollinators, and they hope that with the lowering of MRLs that they will protect global population of pollinators. The process started in June 2020, and the consultation with World Trade Organization members ended in early September 2022. If the regulation is implemented, what we are expecting, then the entry into force is probably in the first quarter of 2023, and the lowered MRLs would apply from 3 years after the entry into force in early 2026. The European Commission has already said that they are now doing this for these two substances, but they have already communicated other substances that will follow a similar approach. So in the Farm to Fork strategy, they announced that they want to lower MRLs and consider environmental factors for substances that are no longer approved in the European Union. Trading partners have responded in the WTO process, and 19 countries raised concerns. On top, this topic is discussed heavily in the relevant committees in the World Trade Organization, namely the Technical Barriers to Trade Committee, and in the SPS, the Sanitary and Phytosanitary Committee, and also in other agricultural committees. So many countries have raised concerns, particularly also South Africa, who has alluded to unique sustainability objectives and challenges, and that South Africa has high pest and disease pressure due to a combination of heat, humidity, and moisture from different weeds, pests, and fungi, and that they need to address those by using the tools that they have available and use diverse methods, tools, and technologies in order to farm sustainably and to meet a growing demand for food and feed in a world of climate change. They also raised that the measure may restrict trade to the European Union for their agricultural products and will disrupt production and negatively impact livelihoods in South Africa, particularly for small and rural producers. They also ask for science and risk-based decision-making driven by the available data to enhance sustainability in agriculture. Many other countries responded similarly and also alluded to that this way forward, the unilateral approach from the European Union to lower MRLs is not in line with WTO procedures. So this discussion is ongoing, but we still believe that the European Union will move ahead. So what do we as industry say about that? So we advocate and strongly stress every time we have the chance to speak that maximum residue limits for pesticides are a trading standard that ensure that are driven by good agricultural practice and that ensure that the food that is traded is safe for consumption. It allows for a level playing field for all farmers, not only in the European Union, but globally. MRLs are not an appropriate tool to tackle environmental challenges globally, because as I mentioned before, MRLs are not, the level of residue on harvested crops does not correlate with the exposure to or the risk to non-target organisms or the environment. It is important that trade is enabled between the European Union and its global trading partners in order to meet sustainability and food security needs globally. We also want to challenge that the European Union is moving away from international agreed trade principles and rules and is implementing de facto non-tariff trade barriers. We also encourage the European Union and all its trading partners to address and discuss global environmental concerns at multilateral fora. So that is what we are proposing and what we are advocating for. I want to highlight again, with the notification of these two substances, it is just setting the precedents. So even if farmers or countries are not impacted too much with the lowering of the MRLs for these two substances, other substances will follow. So this means that de facto, on the long run, farmers in South Africa may lose tools in their toolbox based on policy that is developed outside of South Africa, namely in the European Union. And that there is a risk that the European Union on the long run will drive what is globally registerable for pesticides and uses in other countries. Also, the European Union approach makes everything less predictable because they go on a case-by-case basis. And we need predictability for the farmers and for the traders in order to allow trade of agricultural commodities. With that, I hope that I haven't bothered you with too much details and that you enjoyed this. But I want to come back to one of my previous slides. As I mentioned before, there's no one size that fits all. We all want to have more sustainable food systems, but different regions have different needs and need different tools in their toolbox to farm sustainable. We also need predictability, and we have the competent authorities around the world that can evaluate the tools that are needed to farm sustainably in their jurisdictions. So I would like to encourage you, if you have the opportunity to speak to stakeholders in the European Union and elsewhere, please explain how farming in South Africa works and how farming is sustainable in South Africa, how the tools are registered, that pollinator risk has been assessed, and that pollinator risk can be managed in South Africa, and that those substances can be safely used in South Africa. But if you want to learn more about MRLs, there is a training module released soon that we have developed within CropLife International with all food safety and MRL and trade experts. It consists of 7 modules, 7 quizzes, and frequently asked questions document. If you do those modules online, it's an online training, it's free of charge. And if you complete it, you can also download a certificate of completion. So if you want to dive into the topic of MRLs deeper, please stay tuned and we can send you the link soon. I thank you for your attention and I'm ready to take your questions.
So Wipke will be joining us during the Q&A, so if you have your questions, keep them handy. For those of you who are joining us virtually, and if you cannot see your chat function, please can you refresh your browser. Refreshing your browser should bring up the chat function, and that'll enable you to get your questions across to us. So the final bit of the introductory session for today is going to be by myself. And we really just want to wrap up the EU Green Deal part and bring in a little bit of a South African perspective before we take the tea break. I think the first important point that we want to make is that as the industry association, we are convinced that having a regulatory process is non-negotiable. We cannot allow our products to be entering markets without some form of regulation. However, we do need a regulatory process that takes into account the impact of our products that would ensure the health of the consumer, ensure the health of persons who are handling our products, and of course ensuring the health of the environment. These components are absolutely critical to any regulatory process. As we said in the beginning as well, the European Union is well within its rights to set new laws and new standards for its own citizens, but certainly they need to take into account other role players and trading partners and what is required in other countries around the world in terms of food production. So we've already heard from the speakers today that it's inevitable that there is going to be an impact on our local farmers and our local food production from the introduction of the EU Green Deal, its farm to fork strategy, and various other bits of legislation that are going to be supporting their strategy. It also seems very likely that import tolerances and straight-out MRLs for certain products are going to go down to level of quantification or to be revoked altogether if that product is not currently registered and used in the European Union. It's not all doom and gloom. We heard from Tracy that there could very well be opportunities for increased trade as long as we can meet the new entry requirements. And the industry and CropLife has already fairly well advanced down the route. So we're using the example here of integrated pest management. You've all heard it from various training modules, from responsible use, from stewardship in general, that IPM is a very important part of the association and the industry's drive already to make our industry more sustainable. So as far as we're concerned, yes, there are risks coming. There can also be opportunities, but we're already fairly well down the route on coming up with mitigating circumstances. And just to remind you all, I'm not going to give you an IPM lecture, but just remember the CropLife position on IPM is only use the amount of product that you use when it's absolutely necessary, and you need to use as many different tools out of your toolbox as possible. In a nutshell, that is our position. There are local regulatory challenges, however. Let's not steer clear of that. And we believe this is going to exacerbate the problems of either losing products or having import tolerances and MRLs revoked on our local farmers. To bring a new plant protection solution to the South African market, some of you are going to beat me up at the tea break and said I can add another 3 years on this, but I've been fairly generous in saying we have to have multiple years of field trials in different geographic locations of our country to get the data that we can submit to the registrar. And then when it hits the registrar's office, as I said, optimistically, you've got to wait another 3 years before that new product is registered and you can start marketing and selling it. So we've got a double whammy here. We are potentially facing the loss of products from the market, and we are not getting the concurrent rapid introduction of new technologies and new tools for our farmers coming in. I also believe we need to be fair to our local regulators. They are trying to regulate an industry on one hand, and on the other hand, there is more and more pressure from outside the country, but also internal pressure from different groups. We have many groups out there who believe that we can still feed the world without pesticides. I don't think many of you in this room would share that impression, but we need to be fair to our registrar that the pressure that is coming from that side is immense. However, you've also heard from some other presenters this morning. We recognize that, but what we really request is that any regulator, not just our regulator, uses recognized and peer-reviewed data before they make decisions on which products need to be withdrawn from our local market and taken away from our farmers. We also hope that regulators are considering the socio-economic impact on our farmers, on our people, and on our food security before they decide to take tools away from our farmers. The EU Green Deal and also the aims and aspirations of our regulators to only have safe products on the market is very noble, but we certainly need local conditions to be taken into account. We have some unique crop pest combinations here that need unique molecules that might not be used elsewhere in the world. And we are also very much on the borderline in terms of food security. The Food Security Index gets published every year, and South Africa doesn't rank too highly at the moment. We are often victims of the vagaries of our climate. So we really need to be talking to our regulators and just reminding them that our unique crop pest combinations in this country need to be looked at in a different light. We cannot just bow to international or local pressure to remove certain molecules. Another concern that we have, and we have some of our members in the room today, is that the owners of new plant protection solutions are running a business. They have to decide where they're going to take their meager resources, where they're going to do trials, and where they're going to register products. And if we end up being a country that is not attractive in terms of the regulatory environment, we're not going to have new technologies being brought to this country. Now you add that on to the risk of losing molecules, losing MRLs, losing import tolerances. If we then don't have a source of new solutions coming in, again, just piling up against our farmers. So after the session's break, we're going to be taking a deeper dive into the local regulatory environment and other concerns that we have for our primary producers of food in our country. But I just want to leave you with the thoughts as the industry association and our members, we don't just sit in the corner and complain that there's all these new regulations coming from Europe, everything's piling up against us. And one of the key areas I just want to talk to you briefly on is the activities of the Strategic Agricultural Inputs Forum. Those of you who know the local regulation, Act 36 of 1947, there are a number of other industry associations whose members are impacted by Act 36, such as the animal health, the animal feeds, the fertilizer producers, of course ourselves. Now the common thread with all of us, as I said, is we have to operate under Act 36. Getting a registration under Act 36 is our right to operate. No registration, no sales. So we collectively came together in a loose forum, and I'm very pleased to say that through multiple efforts over the last few months, 6 weeks ago, we signed with the DG of Dalrad, DG Ramasodi. We signed the so-called gap analysis. This was a lot of work that was done to sit with the registrar's office, understand where bottlenecks are, understand where resources are required, because you need a baseline. If you want to improve something, you've got to have that baseline. So that work has been accepted, signed off by the DG, and this opens the doors for us now to talk with the registrar and Dalrad on how we're going to improve the regulatory process, particularly in our interest for plant protection solutions in South Africa. We've still got a long way to go, but we do thank and we recognize Dalrad's willingness to work with us so that we can improve the regulatory process. I must be honest, this is not going to be an overnight solution, whereas the EU Green Deal and potential negative impact is looming. So we do need to consider that as a potential risk. So we're now going to open up the floor to any questions. And also a reminder, please, if you're joining us virtually, if you can refresh your browser if you're not seeing the chat box and type your questions in, please. Thank you. There is a roving mic that will be shared with you if you have a question. Thank you. No questions so far. Do I have to do like a Gerard and start asking some questions? Yes, we have a hand up. And sorry, there's no ways I'm going to remember everybody's name, so if you could give your name at the start of your question, that'll be great for the minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Rod. It's Lindy Bennick from Hortgrow. I'm going to make a few comments more than a question, since no one else has come up, and I know that Paul will be talking later, and Cobus, so some of those things will come out in it. We've heard a lot, and thanks to CropLife for organizing this conference, from the opening speaker up until the last speaker, about the impact that the EU Green Deal is going to have on South Africa. I just want to make a few comments. I mean, we all know, we've been watching the space. The EU Green Deal started around 2019, where they started talking EU Green Deal and the farm to fork issue. The issue of mirror clauses is something that's becoming more recently, and if you really look into it, there's nothing out there that's been taken forward by the EU on an engagement with its trading partners. There's still a lot of engagement within the EU on whether it should go forward or not. Yes, on the antibiotic issue, it's gone forward, and yes, they're now talking about the impact on future on import tolerances. Just to say a few things, we know the EU Green Deal is there, but we've already had the impact of loss of chemicals since way back then, when the EU took the approach of doing from 396 to 1107 of taking hazard-based approach. And we've had an ongoing loss of chemicals in that time, with most of those chemicals dropping to LOD levels. Yes, in some cases there are import tolerances, but not all. However, we still, in many cases, can use those products and export at below LOD levels. So that's still very valuable for us. The other thing that I seem to feel at the moment is everyone talks about the impact of the EU Green Deal. I just want to put another thing on the table. It's already a very unfair playing field, because imports coming into South Africa, EU imports, can meet EU Codex or SAMRLs. And exports from South Africa must meet already the stringent reduced EU MRLs. So there's a lot if one is talking mirror clauses and the whole issue of reciprocity, then we should be formulating an SA position and saying, we need to look at this definitely closer and say, if this is going to be imposed on us, what must we look at to make sure that there's a level playing field? So I'm just making those comments because if you take, for instance, thiamethoxam, we already on apples have an SA MRL of 0.02, which does not allow us to use it at 0.3, which is the EU MRL. If it drops to 0.01, we can meet that requirement. So there are other issues we need to look at and not just focus on what the EU is pushing. We need to be pushing back and saying what position must we have and how do we take those points forward.
Thank you, Lindy, and it's a great opportunity for us to reinforce why we're all sitting here today. Industry, for sure, goes back to regulators and trade partners around the world and highlights where we see there are concerns. However, you'll see that there's a lot of grower associations represented today. That is the voice of the farmer that we need. You heard it in the introduction with Samira, is collectively we need to take our concerns up the ladder, exactly as you say, Lindy. We need to have the African Union aware of our concerns. We need the EU to hear about our concerns. They need to understand that policies that are wonderful for them can have unintended consequences for our local farmers. Yes, 'n boer kan maak 'n plan, and some of our larger farmers can change and bop and weave and be flexible. But we also need to remember our emerging farmers in this country might not have that flexibility to change. So yes, we know that it's been coming. We know there's been flexibility. We also need to remember we're heading towards a bit of a perfect storm. We could lose a lot more molecules coming up. We could lose a lot more import tolerances without replacement products coming in. Let's not forget that. And let's not also forget good agricultural practice and resistance management. It's easy to say, yeah, we've still got a few products for that pest crop combination, but if you've only got 2 of them and they're the same mode of action, where are we going to be in terms of resistance management? So we need to protect the toolbox of our local producers, and we need to raise the awareness and have the collective voice from all of us here today that are going to get our voice heard up the line. I'm very pleased to say that on the RSVPs we got, there is a great contingent of people from DTRC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. So maybe some of them might have some questions raised in the chat for us just now, but we have included all role players so that our voice and the concerns of our farmers can be heard. Thank you, Lindy. We've got a question right in the back, please.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would like to just to make a comment. Yes, organic farming in South Africa is how can you say, a great word in South Africa, but also a challenge in South Africa. If you look at the soil qualities and the soil fertility in South Africa, compared to the rest of the countries, especially if you compare it to African countries, where you're sitting with percentage of carbon above 2 to 3, 4% compared to South Africa. Mostly of the soil quality or fertility is lesser than 1%, even lesser than 0.5%. So if you take that in consideration with the weather circumstances and also the water quality and the water scarcity, then South Africa stands in front of a huge challenge to be part of this Green Deal. And I think, personally, I think we have to take hands and see how we can manage this challenge in South Africa, because we had actually more challenges than other countries to make this dream come true around about this Green Deal. So organic farming in South Africa coming from long ago, but the farmers who want to change their mindset to become more organic is to take in consideration the yield outcome and also the food prices. So from international point of view, I think on the financial side or subsidized according to what the benefits of other countries had, according to South Africa, we don't have that kind of benefits. I think it will be a quite a challenging task for us in South Africa, together with CropLife.
Good. Well, thank you for those comments. And I'll have a similar reply to what I gave to Lindy, is exactly why we're here. Our colleagues at DTRC, our colleagues in CropLife Africa Middle East who engage with the European Union, even direct engagement ourselves with the EU. These are the messages that need to get up there and give examples of where the noble targets are more than likely not going to be attainable by us in South Africa and not going to be applicable to many of our agricultural situations. So thank you for sharing. And of course, the entire team is here. We will be engaging with people after this event, not just with anyone who makes comments, but anybody who would like to give insight afterwards. Please don't be shy. We can include comments, we can take good suggestions as to how we engage with trading partners and other regulators. Do we have anybody else? I've got nothing coming in on the live chat. No questions that side, great. Tracy, I'm going to come to you. I very much liked your slide saying that there are opportunities if we can comply down the line with the new regulations. Do you have any suggestions for us as to how we can collectively, as all the role players, make sure that we do comply so that we do take advantage of those opportunities that this is going to bring us?
Wow. Yeah, I think there's many people in this room that's better placed than myself to answer that. Obviously, it's on the one end there's the ability to comply, and then on the other end there's still being competitive. So, I mean, I think apart from what you're already doing here, I think a combined discussion, a combined effort across all industries, and not even just horticulture, all industries in South African agriculture, to get things like the Registrar's Office operating faster, to get new replacement products. Obviously, our farmers have to manage the pests. They have a challenge there, so whatever we can enable them with to do that within what the regulations will allow is ultimately what one is aiming for.
Great, thank you. Wibke, are you with us?
Yes, hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I have a question for you, Wibke. You've made it very clear that the CropLife position on environmental considerations being used when setting MRLs is, in our opinion, not correct. How has the European Union responded to that position to date? Has it been any positive feedback? Do they understand the position that environmental considerations take place during the evaluation of the active ingredient dossier or the formulated product? Or are they wanting to continue along that avenue?
So the European Union, to our knowledge, will respond to all the member states that have submitted comments in the TBT notification. I don't know whether those comments will be made public or not, probably not, but maybe we hear them through the governments. In public fora, they continue to state that they will move ahead with the implementation of this policy because according to their analysis, it is legal and it is needed. But they have, so this week there was the Codex Alimentarius Commission meeting where the European Union also brought up their approach and want to include also environmental factors in the consideration for Codex. But member states opposed that the environmental factors are part of the Codex mandate. The Codex mandate is clearly on food safety and to facilitate fair trade. And therefore, it was this time they were not successful in introducing this into Codex in the discussion. So they will move ahead. They have a lot of pressure from their farmers in Europe. The farmers are losing tools in Europe. The regulation 1107, as one of the people from the audience have already mentioned, it's very strict, and there have been many active ingredients being lost. So the farmers are losing tools, and other farmers outside the European Union still have access to those tools. So the European Union clearly uses this kind of policy to establish a level playing field for their farmers in Europe. And I think this needs to be kept in mind when engaging in this topic with the European Union. So it's a competitive angle in this policy. It's not only the food environmental safety and food safety discussion that is center here. And therefore, I think it's very important that you raise it with the European Union and explain how you farm, because the Brussels bubble is very special, let's say. They have no idea how farming works. Maybe not a good idea how it works in the European Union, but definitely not a good idea how it works outside in the European Union. So therefore, I can only encourage you to explain the pressure, the work that you do in South Africa, how you farm, what it means to be sustainable, the tools that you use them responsibly, and these to explain and make that case and illustrate that to stakeholders in Brussels.
Thank you, Wibke. I think the message is clear, and one of the key reasons we're here today is to take that message up the ladder. We have a question in the room, please.
Thanks. Henny Groenewald from Biosafety South Africa. We've heard a lot about the chemicals, and you discussed a little bit about Act 36, but I think we should not forget about the genetic-based solutions that are out there as well, both on the side of, the possibility of reducing actually some of these things that we're discussing in terms of chemical use, but then also the actual sustainability things that we discussed that are the aims of the Green Deal. So my question related to that then is if there's any reference in any of those documents to the use of genetics, and specifically something like genome editing, and then related to that, in my experience, there's a lot of agreement and discussion. We agree on the potential solutions of these things. But the one thing that's lacking in South Africa is the urgency of addressing these things, especially at the policy level. So I would love to see a little bit more urgency in getting, and being proactive around these things. Thanks.
Thank you, Henny. I think, Chantal and I would be sharing your sentiment of some urgency around decisions on genome editing. I'm going to ask Prof. Matthews. Are you with us, Prof?
Indeed I am. I've been following the discussion and it's extremely interesting.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us and for your presentation earlier. So I hope you heard that question. It's all about, is there mention or an effort in the EU Green Deal to promote GMO crops or biotech, let's use the correct terminology, more aggressively?
A matter which is very live in the discussion at the present time. I think you'll be aware that there was a decision of the European Court of Justice some years ago which determined that the regulation of so-called new breeding technologies should fall under the extremely strict regulation of genetically modified organisms. The Commission has agreed to take this up, and we are expecting it to come forward with a proposal that would suggest a more lenient regulatory regime for these new breeding technologies. But that hasn't yet come, so it's part of what we are expecting in the legislative program, perhaps over the next 12 months or so.
And while we have you, Prof, you outlined in your presentation quite an extensive list of parallel legislation that is coming along with the EU Green Deal. You've also heard from Wibke encouraging us to go back to Brussels with our argumentation as to why we could have some negative impacts on our farmers locally. Is there still a chance to impact some of that pending parallel legislation, or has that ship sailed?
I would think that the European Union is very open to dialogue. I have to say, of course, that I am an outsider in terms of the policy process, so I'm obviously not here speaking on behalf of the European Commission or policy makers. But I think they are aware of the need to try to bring other trading countries with them to the extent possible. There is, I think Vibeke was quite right to highlight, there is this competitive angle, which is an important driver of the policy debate within the European Union, where European farmers have argued that they are not allowed to use particular active substances which their competitors outside the European Union have access to. So that competitive part is important. But I think there is also a genuine concern that we need to move more urgently and faster to address some of these global environmental problems. And obviously, in the case of the two substances we've been talking about, the decline in pollinators is a worldwide phenomenon. So, to the extent that you in South Africans can say that you are aware and addressing this issue, that you have your own policies in place, my understanding is that there is still that opportunity to present that evidence and to make an argument for exemption, if you like, from the very strict rules. I've said lowering MRLs and import tolerances to zero. That was, of course, a shorthand for the LOQ, but basically there is, I think, still a door open there to make the case that you have policies in place to address these issues. So the MRL is not the appropriate instrument for you. But again, that does require collecting that data and presenting that case. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Prof, which is fully aligned with Vibke's recommendation and why we're all sitting here in this room today is to start preparing ourselves to collect that data. Do we have any other questions in the room? Lindy, let's get the microphone so the virtual people can hear us.
I'm just going to add to my comment, but coming back to the comment you posed to Vibke and her related comment. So at the moment, we're talking mirror clauses, but we need to understand what we mean by that. If we are saying that only products used in the EU, authorized in the EU, can be used, then the EU also needs to consider your comment about we have many products, new chemistries we won't have in South Africa because we haven't got those registered yet. So by implication, we are saying that if it's reciprocity and if you impose the same requirements, they cannot use products that they may have to use when they are exporting. So I think the whole thing needs to be really one gets the feeling the EU is pushing their agenda. They're not really taking into consideration, I think there are players in EU that are cautious and aware of it. But there's other issues that need to, and what it highlights to me, especially in preparing for this conference and some of the panel questions, we really direly need an SA position. And we need to understand what issues have already been raised at government levels by our government colleagues and counterparts that are in such discussions. And we need to have at least an initial attempt for an SA position. And underpinning that, we need to have a consultative advisory forum or platform involving the government parties involved, involving industry, and I don't only mean producers, I mean ag-chem industry, and other relevant stakeholders that need to contribute to that position. Once we have that, we can then start seeing how we can influence our African counterparts or SADC or BRICS counterparts.
Absolutely, Lindy, and again, that's why we're all here today. This is the first step in we don't want to own the process as CropLife, but we see it's important. We've got the experts all together. We can be the facilitator. So we see ourselves as the facilitator to establish that. Sorry for using the word baseline, but we need that basic position, and then we can see the areas that need to be addressed, highlighted to people who are making these policy decisions. Fully aligned. That's why we're all here today. Thank you. Any other questions in the room? Do we have Samira with us? No, Samira is not with us. Okay. I just wanted to ask Samira to highlight something she said in her introduction. this is going to be one of more such interactions and activities with role players throughout the continent. So you heard Samira talking about CropLife Africa Middle East's efforts. So these efforts will be duplicated in other countries who are also exporting into the European Union. So this is just the start of quite a big strategy of CropLife on the African continent to make sure the voices of the African farmers are heard and policies and decisions taken in other parts of the world are not having too much of a negative impact on us. So if you do have interests in other African countries and you want to be part of those future discussions, please get hold of somebody on the CropLife South Africa team, or we have Evelyn and Les from CropLife Africa Middle East with us, so reach out to us during the breaks or afterwards, please. Well, if there are no further questions on the floor, I'm seeing nothing coming in from the live chats. I don't know if you're seeing something different at the back. No live chats. So thank you for your attention. I believe we've set the stage quite nicely as to why we're all here, and then we're going to dive into a few other things which are unique to South Africa perhaps, but also some other unintended consequences that haven't been discussed to date. So I'd like to thank you all. We're going to have the tea break now. We're a little bit over time, so if you can try and get back as soon as you can. And those of you who are joining us virtually, please take the opportunity to stretch your legs and get a break as well. Thank you for your participation.
There is no planet B. We are all completely reliant on the environment we live in for basic life, but also for quality of life. It's our duty and our responsibility to safeguard our environment through careful resource management, but also by developing scientific solutions to maximize those resources.
I'm Professor Marijke Labuschagne. I'm a professor in plant breeding, and we have the SACHI chair in disease resistance and quality of field crops. Myself and my family love hiking, so we love going on hiking tours and seeing nature and experiencing that. We live on a small holding where we also have a vegetable garden, so we love being outdoors and seeing plants and nature.
In protecting the environment, we have incredible tools at our disposal. Scientists are at the forefront of fighting climate change and resource depletion through innovative solutions.
Plant breeding is manipulation of plants, but it's all for the good of humans, but also for the good of the environment. For example, we are breeding by conventional breeding for resistance, for example, to insects and the resistance to diseases. What is the alternative is to spray a lot of organophosphates, which goes into the soil and which goes into the soil water, and that's very unhealthy for the environment. So we can prevent this by improving the crops and making them naturally resistant or tolerant to all kinds of pests and diseases. So we are doing a lot of work on biofortification, that is the genetic improvement of nutritional value of crops. So we are improving the zinc content, the iron content, some essential amino acids, and also things like provitamin A. And at the same time, we are looking at it in the context of global warming. So while we are doing the nutritional improvement, we are also looking at drought tolerance and heat tolerance of these cultivars that we are developing as well.
Continuous innovations in plant breeding contribute to sustainability by creating cultivars that require fewer resources, like water and chemicals, to produce enough food to feed the nation. These innovative solutions will ensure that future generations can enjoy food security while at the same time protecting the environment.
I've been at the university for some decades now, and the technology has changed hugely. All over Africa, you have conventional breeding programs now, but you also have the new technology like gene editing and things coming in all over Africa. We need to produce more food, we need to produce more safe food, nutritious food, food that can grow in very adverse conditions, which we are seeing happening all around us with climate changes. And if we can change those genetically, I think that is what we are all striving for.
Because we all care about the environment, our collective goal is to produce safe, affordable, nutritious food in a responsible, sustainable manner that preserves resources and protects the environment. For more information, visit croplife.co.za. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
Well, CropLife South Africa in 2008 was part of a big program with the government, which was called the African Stockpile Program, in which we recovered quite a large quantity of old pesticides from the Limpopo province. But in the process of talking to farmers and to government institutions, we realized that there were literally thousands upon thousands of empty containers, unrinsed, lying around the farms, that we were sitting with a human catastrophe, an environmental catastrophe, because the burning and the bedding and the unrinsed containers were definitely posing a risk to human health and environment. So I went to the South African Plastics Industry Association, which is called Plastics SA, and they guided me to talk to people that were already in the recycling business of bringing plastics in from refuse dumps and whatever. And we started handpicking a couple of individual operators like, for example, Dealco and like MyPlast.
MyPlast het begin in 2012. Ons het 'n mandaat gehad vir die landbouindustrie. Dit was hoofsaaklik ons teikenindustrie. Ons het landbouafval soos besproeiingspype, die landbouchemiese houers en verpakkingskratte het ons mee begin as roumateriale.
Ek het so 21 jaar terug betrokke geraak. Ek het swart besproeiingspyp in die landbousektor begin verwyder. En die leë chemiese houers het begin 'n probleem raak as gevolg van die proses waar dit moet voorbereid wees voor die ouens by herwinning dit wil aanvaar. En ek het op daai jare het ons met die leehouer vereniging begin en so het ons deur die jare dit opgebou waar ons vandag is. CropLife het gehelp dat ons sertifisering in plek kry waar die mense wat met uitvoer betrokke is, hulle papierwerk kan regkry. En die proses het baie goed gevorder. Die boere val baie mooi in met die proses.
Want dit is vir ons 'n baie groot voorreg om deel te kan wees van die CropLife leehouer bestuursprogram. Met die een rede is, ek meen, dit gaan oor om ons aarde te beskerm en ons natuur te beskerm. Die goed word verwyder van die plaas af. Ek hoef dit nie in 'n grond te begrawe of te brand wat nadelig is vir die natuur en vir ons aarde nie. So dit help my bitter baie om deel van hulle te kan wees sodat die goed kan verwyder word en ek kan my plaas beskerm, ek kan my mense beskerm en ek kan die natuur beskerm.
Our standard is very often much higher than that what the national regulatory framework dictate to us. And our principle was that we want the drums to be totally clean. They must be put into secure, lockable storage spaces and then going off to processes where they're being processed into other commodities
ek maak kontak met die boere vooraf en ons reël 'n spesifieke opteltyd. Die boere besproeiing oor sekere gebiede wissel. Baie van die vrugtebedryf en die koringbedryf is verskillende tye, so ons is die hele jaar besig om chemiese houers te verwyder.
Terwyl hy spuit die dag word die kan as dit leeg is, word hulle 3 keer gespoel voor hulle weer teruggaan in die container in, en dan word dit die aand afgevoer plaas toe weer, en dan word dit in 'n aparte kamertjie vol gate gesteek sodat daar nie weer middels in die kanne kan gevoeg word nie.
Ons kom uit met 'n voertuig na die perseel toe waar hulle in 'n chemiese kamer wat toegesluit is, die kanne wat leeg is en reg voorberei is vir ons het. Die kanne word uitgepak. Ons stel die kanne, 'n papierwerk word uitgemaak vir die hoeveelheid kanne vir daai plaas wat opgelaai word, en dan word die voertuig gelaai en ons neem daai goed dan na herwinningsaanlegte toe wat gesertifiseer is by die Plastiese Federasie, wat dan weer die produk verder verwerk in 'n plastiekformaat in.
So wanneer die materiaal by ons aankom, het ons kwaliteitskontrole om te seker te maak dat die materiaal nie gemeng is nie of dat nie regte standaarde voldoen. Dit gaan na 'n maalproses waar ons dit dan sal maal in vlokkies van 10 tot 14 mm. Van daar af gaan dit in 'n wasaanleg in wat ons net skoon water gebruik, en van daar af sal dit dan in 'n extrusion proses, soos ons dit noem, waar die materiaal gesmelt word, en dit word in 3 mm pilletjies gesny, en van daar af sal ons kwaliteitsbeheer doen, vloeibaarheidstoetse om te sien of dit aan ons kliënt se vereistes voldoen voordat dit uitgestuur word.
Triple rinsing is your guarantee to have a totally clean container. You remove 99.997% of that chemical. There's no more risk. There's no more hazard linked to the container. When you get to the point where you get the little plastic pellets, that pellet is technically 100% clean. There's no pesticide residue in that. And you can make a totally palatable thing out of it for people. It's important for all the role players. To make a new plastic commodity. What CropLife always says, why do we do recycling? Simply because it is the right thing to do. We don't compel anybody. We don't say to anybody it's because the law says you must do it. Just recycle because it is the right thing to do.
I work in the food industry or the plant science industry. Therefore, I know the importance of safe food. I have 3 kids and my family means the world to me. I want to make sure that whatever they eat is safe and whatever they eat is nutritious and it can build them up to be healthy human beings. People think food starts when you sow the seed on the ground, but actually it takes about 5 to 7 years, sometimes even longer, to get that high quality seed onto the farmer's hands. There's a lot of research and development that takes place in the background before one eventually goes to buy a bag of seed.
Good nutrition is essential for healthy living, but it is just as important that while we take care of our own health, we also take care of our environment.
Genome editing is one of the latest techniques that's used today to produce high quality seeds. What genome editing entails? It entails using different kind of techniques like CRISPR-Cas. CRISPR-Cas is a new modern technology that enables scientists to edit genes. One can be able to delete, to add, and get the best plants possible out of that genome editing scenario. Genome editing should not be confused with GMOs. Genome editing does not necessarily lead to transgenic traits, so this is something completely different. In the area where I work, we produce different types of crops that come as a result of research in agricultural biotechnology. Before those products can be commercialized, they have to be tested according to regulations as set out by authorities in different countries. We have to test the impact of those crops on the environment, the impact on human health, the impact on animal health, which we broadly refer to as food and feed safety tests. So we are very much certain that by the time they get to the market, the food is safe.
Regulations governing safe food production are there to protect consumers and are adhered to very strictly to make sure advances in science and technology are applied correctly to produce nutritious food.
Buying groceries can be overwhelming because there's different types of food in the market. You can see sometimes on the label they say this food has been produced using organic farming practices or conventional farming practices or produced using sustainable agricultural practices. But for me, the critical factor is that the ingredients that are in the food, they must be safe for our children and they must be safe for us as adults. The key point for me also is sustainable agricultural practices. Once the food has been produced using sustainable agricultural practices, then it gives me confidence that it was produced using practices that won't have adverse impact on the environment. Those are the major considerations: safety as well as sustainable agricultural practices. I trust the science that goes into food production. I trust the food.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second session of this conference and seminar. Welcome again back to everybody and to our online members this morning, and a special word of welcome to our state and government officials who join us remotely to listen in on this and also participate in discussions. Our second session is about the other regulatory challenges or hurdles that might be impacting on South African growers. And without wasting any time, because we have to make up a few seconds here and there, I'm going to invite our first speaker for this morning, Dr. Sarah Lagransie, who's from Adama, one of our member companies, and also very active in the CropLife SA arena. And Sarah's going to talk to us about the phasing out process of the hazardous substances. So Sarah, I'm going to hand over to you, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Gerard. Okay. Good morning. I think for all my sins, probably, I've been chosen to head this working group, the CMR phase-out working group of CropLife. And I can assure you that the challenges of working through all the many unknowns and pitfalls is quite punishing sometimes. But on a very positive note, I'm fortunate to be part of a very supportive core team of committed working group members, many of whom are in the audience today. And I want to thank you for everything, the discussions, the emails, all the support that you are giving. I believe that with our collective contributions and our insights, we will be able to find workable procedures to these challenges that are ahead of us to create workable solutions for the phase-out of the chemicals. Now, one of the challenges that I just want to highlight before we start is the following, and I'm saying this because a lot of discussion has been around this point already. Ideally, when phasing out substances, the authorities should provide clarity about what the substances are that are being phased out and what is the process. In this case, this information was not provided, and this is why we established the working group. We didn't get the info, so now we have to generate it ourselves. Therefore, also keep in mind that this is a work in progress. I'm merely giving you some background on what we've done today, up to date, but the rest of the details are being figured out as we progress together. I'm going to focus on the following things today: the why, what, and when regarding the CMR 1A and B working group. Now, this means we're going to look at the reasons for establishing the working group, the processes that we are following, and timelines as far as it is within our power to predict anything in terms of time and the future. Before we start, I think it's just very important to understand the bigger picture and just take a few steps back and look at a few concepts. First of all, where do the CMR fit in the bigger picture? Now, agricultural remedies are hazardous by nature. We all know this due to their attributes related to physical health and environmental hazards. And if we look at the health hazards particularly, there are many. We all know about the acute oral dermal inhalation toxicity, skin and eye irritation, all those acute tox tests that we also need to take into account when registering our products. Skin and respiratory sensitization, and then, in bold, carcinogenicity, mutagenicity, and reproductive toxicity. So this is where CMRs fit into the bigger picture. And because it is hazardous, chemicals are hazardous, it's critical for us to provide information on these hazardous properties to protect human health and the environment during the handling, the transport, and the use of chemicals. And this brings me to the GHS. So I think this is also important to say because the GHS will feature again in our discussions as we move along. Now, a few decades ago, the conveying of all this information and the classification systems, each party in the world had their own system running basically. But in 1992, the United Nations said, together with a group of experts, we cannot continue like this. We need a harmonized system. And this is where the globally harmonized system for classification and labeling, the GHS that we're all talking about, has come into being. Now, the aim of the GHS is to establish a single worldwide system to classify and communicate on the hazardous properties of our chemicals. And also the system is based on the physical health and environmental hazards of the chemical. Now, having said all of this, let's come back to CMR. So we've mentioned that there's substances that can be carcinogenic, C, mutagenic, the M, and reproductive toxic, the R. These attributes are of specific concern to us because they could have long-term and serious effects on human health. Other than maybe the acute toxicity test that we've spoken about, these CMRs are a bit different. And under GHS, the CMRs are classified into 3 categories, and this is also important because we keep talking about 1A and B CMRs. So there are 3 categories. Category 1A, these are known human carcinogens, mutagens or reproductive toxicants. And this is largely based on human evidence, this classification. The second category, the 1Bs, are presumed CMRs. And this classification is largely based on animal studies. Then the category 2 products, which we are not talking about much this morning, is suspected CMRs. And this is based on evidence from animal or human studies, and it's not sufficiently convincing yet to place them in category 1A or 1B. So we are going to focus on the category 1A and 1B this morning. Another picture, we can't stand still at this one too long, but the FAO, WHO have a joint meeting on pesticide management, and they identified 8 criteria for classifying a substance as a highly hazardous pesticide. These criteria were also mentioned in the draft regulation that we are all waiting to be published. What will come out in the end, in the final regulation, I don't know. None of us actually know. But it's important just to keep in mind again where the CMRs fit in. In these 8 criteria laid down to classify something as a highly hazardous pesticide, if you look on the left, around about 11 o'clock, there's a 1. And it says classes 1A or 1B of WHO hazard classification. This is based on acute toxicity. This is typically what we call our red band products. Before GHS, we had the red band products. This is not the CMRs that we're talking about today, and it is important because this created a lot of confusion in the beginning when we started this process. So that's 1. 2, 3, and 4 on this slide. In the top, at 12 o'clock, about 1 o'clock, and 3 o'clock, you will see these are the category 1A and B carcinogens, mutagens, and reproductive toxic substances, which we are going to discuss today. And then the rest of the 8 classes is the Stockholm and Rotterdam Conventions that we all know about, Montreal Protocol, and then a very hazy class or criteria number 8, severe or irreversible adverse effects on human health or environment. It gives me nightmares, so I'm not going to talk about class 8 either today. Okay. So, why did we establish this working group? Now, the precipitating event was the publication of this letter, and I will enlarge it on the next slide for you to see better. But on the 14th of April, the registrar of Act 36, the registrar from this point forward, published this letter or circulated this letter to CropLife, and then which was circulated then to the members. I would like to focus on the text in green at the bottom. I've underlined a few things I think we just need to be aware of or consider. First of all, the registrar says the letter is to inform you that he intends to prohibit the use of CMR active ingredients and their formulations. So this, again, I highlight because it has been a point of debate. There is still some processes to follow legally before these actives and the formulations are actually banned. It needs to be government gazetted and so forth. I'm not going to talk about the process today. There are other parties dealing with that. But just note that this is an intention to prohibit. And then the other point that I want to focus on is the 1 June 2024. This is important. 1 June 2024 is just around the corner. We all know how time flies. So when we saw this letter and we realized that we don't even know what the CMR 1As or Bs are in South Africa, what does it mean? We understood that we had to do something ourselves, because if we wait for 1 June 2024 and we do nothing, the date will arrive, but we will be left with nothing in our hand, and maybe then these substances are just banned without us having looked at the consequences ourselves. So on 21 April, CropLife circulated a letter indicating to its members that we need to establish a working group to look at the matter, and there are a few points that the working group need to attend to. First of all, we must indicate the substances and agricultural remedies that are likely to meet these CMR 1A and B criteria. Like I indicate in the italics, We don't know. We are in the process of finding out. We did not know at that point. We had to do something to find out what we're dealing with. And this is why we have to do that. Then we have to identify the specific crop pest combinations that will suffer major impact from the phase out of these CMR substances. And again, if we don't do anything, we will not know what the impact is, so we set this process in motion. And then also needs to be done is assessing the availability of suitable alternatives, and where not available yet, we have to propose mitigating measures so that we can get through this process without just losing these chemicals. Some of the speakers earlier this morning also mentioned the fact that we have to make sure that we have alternatives in place. This is a process that's a phase-out process or a transition process that needs to be managed. It can't just happen one morning when you wake up. The purpose of all of this is, first of all, to inform the registrar of the possible negative effects this phase-out will have on our tools in the toolbox. And also, these risks that we are facing could be short or long-term risks to growers. We don't know yet. We're assessing that. It could be risks to the production and the marketing of our products, and also pesticide resistance. If we take out a lot of tools from the box, what are we left with to manage resistance, for instance? So we must also be able to propose suitable mitigating measures to the registrar to minimize the impact. Where no alternatives are available, what are we going to do if we have nothing else? So we should talk about, at least about a workable phase-out period, a workable transition period, and we can combine this with risk management measures. We don't necessarily say just allow us to continue with what we've got. If there are additional measures to safeguard consumers and operators against the products, then we must know this and we must do that. And then also we want to discuss the fast tracking of new registrations to replace these products that we are phasing out. So quickly, the history. The working group was established on 9 June. It consists of some of the registration holder members, other stakeholders like grower organizations and experts who have come on board, and of course CropLife representatives. To see just more or less what we're dealing with, we did a first draft list of CMR substances from the ECHA database. Now, I've got 2 slides to talk about the sources consulted later. We will get to this, but that is what we've done, just to get a quick feel for what are we dealing with. And then, as the registration holders do their GHS classifications, we update the list anyway with their final classification. So ECHA was just a quick look in the beginning. We are updating with actual GHS classifications. Second meeting was on 23rd of December, where we agreed about a procedure to follow, and I hope that we can have the next meeting in January 2023. This has not been discussed or arranged. I just feel that we should get together again in January to evaluate all the information we've gathered so far and discuss our next steps. And also important to say is CropLife keeps the registrar informed throughout this process of the progress of the working group. So it's really important to understand that there is a communication with the registrar, because that is part of the solution, is if we can foster good relationships and work together on solving this problem. Complicated maybe, but I just wanted to highlight a few things. There are 4 main steps that the group is doing. I've already indicated to you the green one, that we identify the substances of concern. The yellow block below is we identify the crop pest combinations, and I will talk some more about both these aspects. Then once we have identified the essential uses, let's say for instance we see that mancozeb cannot be lost for the use of in certain crops for certain targets, then the suggestion is that we put together a subgroup consisting of the registration holders that actually want to motivate and support this motivation to maintain a certain substance for a longer period, and put together science-based evidence to bring a motivation for the longer phase use of a product. And then the orange at the bottom is very important. We need to discuss with the registrar various things: the motivation for possible extension once we have information, fast-tracking solutions, mitigating measures, and also proposals for co-formulant phase-out. These will be the last the last point I discuss is the co-formulants, but I think it's a very important one because we are focusing a lot on the active ingredients that we are going to lose, but we mustn't forget about the formulated products we are also going to lose if we don't do something about it. So those are the 4 main activities. The timeline I've indicated to show you 2 things. It's going to take a long time. This is not a few weeks process. We must know that. And the processes will be ongoing way into 2023, I believe, for at least the green, the identification of substances of concern, and also the identification of crop pest combinations that are under risk. And then the other actions will also keep flowing for a long period. Also important for me is that you note these things are not happening stepwise. When the one is completed, we start with the next. They overlap and they will be running simultaneously. That is just the way life will be at this stage. Regarding the CMR 1A and B substances, the sources used and how did we identify these substances? I think the second bullet I want to start with, the information sources to be used in South Africa for GHS classification of remedies have not been formally specified by the Registrar of Act 36. We know that. The GHS classification is done according to the guidance of the Purple Book, the manual for GHS classification. And this also, to my knowledge, does not specify or require a specific information source. The Purple Book does not say you have to use ECHA and you can't use anything else. So this is basically what I'm meaning here. So various sources of information can be consulted for GHS classification. And very important, it is the responsibility of your expert that is doing your GHS classification to consult reputable and relevant sources and interpret the information when they do the classifications to say something is a CMR 1A or 1B. That is up to that expert, or if you are the expert yourself. You must make sure that you do it correctly and with the right sources. Having said all of that, I believe that the European Chemical Agency, or ECHA database, is regarded generally as a reputable and trustworthy source of verified scientific data. So it's generally believed to be a good source. So we can't say you have to use only that, but it is a reputable source. And also it is being mentioned in some other regulations and declarations related to other government departments. It's just a point that I want to leave. Some other people are already talking about ECHA. So for this reason, because ECHA is a reputable source, we did the first draft of our list just using the ECHA database to get a quick answer. The list of active ingredients and co-formulants is being refined as we get feedback from registration holders that are participating about their classifications. And I can tell you, most of it is actually still in line with what we saw first round in the ECHA database. The current aim is to have a final list by 24 January 2023, but like I indicated on my timeline, I think this will be updated anyway as we go along. There's a long time before we can say it's a final list. Another important point, this is an ongoing process. The list and the GHS classifications can change over time as new information becomes available. So we must not think because something flagged up as a CMR, well, as not a CMR on one day, in a year's time there might be new evidence coming and then the classification can change. So remember, this is a job that's never 100% done. Next, I want to show you, I'm not going to show you the list today. Everybody wants to know if I'm going to show the list. No. So far, we have been informed by registration holders of 10 fungicides that are CMR 1A or B substances, 4 insecticides. The insecticide adjuvant, I can say this, that's mentioned there is mineral oil, and this might change as people do, as we all do our classifications. The status of this product might change depending on your actual active ingredient and its properties. And then there are 6 herbicides and a plant growth regulator. So in total, we're looking at 22, which could go up or go down in the end. Substances reported so far. Oh, I forgot to say the co-formulants at the bottom of the second table, 14 of them. We will get back to co-formulants, but just know that so far we've already been informed of 14 co-formulants that meet the criteria of CMR 1A and 1B. Now we come to the second, not second step, but the second activity that we are focusing on, and this is identifying the crop pest combinations that could be impacted on. The grower organization, Shana Lee, did a lot of work to supply 29 grower organizations with lists of active ingredients that flagged up as CMR1A and B products for their crops. So she filtered through the AgriIntel database, and for each grower organization made a tailor-made list of those actives that are CMRs, but are also registered on their crops, and showing the pests that these products are registered on. We asked the grower organization to answer three main questions for us. Which of these active ingredients that are flagged up as CMRs and that are registered for use on your crops are essential for the control of specific pests? And this is important. This is not a blanket thing. We went through a long exercise, a very detailed exercise with hort crow, for instance, and we had to stop at every single pest or disease that was registered for a certain active and determine whether something might be relevant to codling moth, but it's not necessarily relevant to bollworm control. So this is the level to which we have to identify the risks so that we can find suitable mitigating measures. Then another question is, are enough suitable alternatives available for a particular use? Take into account resistance management. If you lose this fungicide, you've got 3 others registered, but 2 of them might not always be effective, or they can only be used in flowering. How are you going to manage resistance if you lose this active because you've only got 1 left for the season, and that is not going to be resistance management? Residues, how is it going to impact on residues and MRL compliance? Good agricultural practices. What is the known efficacy of the actives that are left, or the products that you are left with? So many things to take into account when you evaluate suitable alternatives. If not enough suitable alternatives available, we also asked for the organizations to give reasons for possible extending the use of the active products. We don't want a short answer to just say, yes, it's essential. We need you to think a bit more and tell us why it is essential. Because what is going to happen is this information is going to go to a subgroup who will look at, put together a proper motivation to maybe extend the life of a certain active for uses on certain crops and pests. And we need all the information we can get from you to do that bit of the work properly. So we have received feedback so far from 10 organizations, and thank you very much everybody that participated. We really appreciate that. A number of essential uses have been identified for specific active ingredients and crop pest combinations. So I can tell you already that there are quite a few uses that we will have to look at motivating with or putting plans together to keep these uses alive for at least some time until suitable alternatives are found. Now we get to the third point, and this is establishment of subgroups. I mentioned that we now have information on certain actives where grower groups have already indicated we need to give motivations for prolonged use of these actives in certain settings. So now a subgroup, we envisage that a subgroup is put together for every active ingredient that needs to be motivated. And the aim is to complete a science-based comprehensive motivation for the extended use of specific combinations. The participants in the process will be all registration holders that wish to maintain their registrations of a particular active. If we say active X has come out of the evaluations as something that needs to be maintained, but you know that you are not going to support this as a registration holder, you're already replacing this active with something else in your portfolio, you can choose not to participate in the subgroup, but then again, you cannot use the information generated by the subgroup to extend your label or keep your label registered and in use. So everybody who wants to keep their specific labels in use need to participate in these subgroups. That's the takeaway message. And a further point to note is when we motivate for certain uses, it means that most probably the other uses that are not essential on these labels will fall away. We have not discussed this with the registrar, but that is the idea behind this, is what is essential stays and what is not falls away. Again, this point in green is important to mention because a few people have brought this up in the working groups, that we draw on information and experience from other countries. Other countries have gone through similar, not necessarily the same situations as we are facing now, and there's a lot of information to be drawn maybe from their experience. And also we need to consult with experts on relevant aspects. This work group can't just consist of a few registration holders trying to think of everything. We need other people to help us to do this. Last 2 slides is coformulants, and this for me, this scares me actually more than the phase out of some of the actives sometimes. So we need to propose a realistic period for phase out of the CMR1A and B coformulants in our formulations. If a suitable new formulation is available, and the change in formulation is less than 10% or 10% and less, this is regarded as a minor formulation change, and no biological data is required. This is basically a paper exercise, a huge paper exercise most probably, but you don't have to spend time on field data. Of course, I would like to verify anyway that the new formulation works in the field, but I can do that in my own time. I don't have to present that results to the registrar. So this is if you can get a new formulation ready-made from the shelf, and the change is 10% or less, then you'll be okay. If the change is more than 10%, this is regarded as a major formulation change, and biological data needs to be generated. So field trials and most probably also residue studies need to be done, and this takes time. So keep in mind that this is not going to be a 1.5 year phase out necessarily. The other situation is even worse. If you don't have a suitable formulation available, then you will have to develop a new one if this product is very important to you. And I can tell you, we have started to do this investigation, and it will take quite some time to develop a new formulation and test prototypes and manufacture the test product that you need to do your field trial work, if necessary. That could easily take 1.5 to 2.5 years. If something goes wrong with the first prototype that they make for you in the lab, then they have to start over. So don't bargain on the fact, if people tell you it's going to take 6 months, I've got a new formulation for you, be scared, because it's probably not going to work out that way. If there's a major formulation change, you need to do field trials and residue studies. When I did this slide, I said 1 to 2 years, but I think it's actually 2 to 3 years. So this was a very short period. Let's say it's 2.5 years, and 1 to 2, 3 years. We're looking at over 5 years maybe if things don't go very smoothly. And then there's submission of registration, the waiting period. We are hoping that we can negotiate a fast tracking, but I'm just saying this is my hope. I'm not saying this is going to work. So the registrar will be requested to fast track the registration of new formulations as well. In conclusion, I always have to be positive, so I say there is hope if we all stick together and we do our bit, and we will get through this, but it is a challenge, and know that if we don't do our homework, we will most probably suffer big losses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for setting the scene about this big conundrum about the phasing out of so-called hazardous substances. And you heard all the work that's been done, and again from our side, from CropLife, thank you to all the participants in that. But the backup question is, if we have to get rid of something, can we bring something in its place? And that is why we called on Professor Andre Jooste from University of Stellenbosch. He's an agriculture economist, and his previous time when I met him was Potatoes SA, to give us an idea of what is the impact of regulatory environment in our country on getting that new backup technology in behind something which we have to get rid of in the next couple of years. So without any further discussion, I'm going to hand over to Andre. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. I don't think I'm going to give all the answers that you seek. I had a number of discussions with some of the colleagues that's also present here in the room to try and figure out what is in that list that Sarah spoke about, because you need that list so that you can quantify. So I'll rather talk about more broad points and use a broad paintbrush as far as policy pointers are concerned. Because I think what we heard this morning is that the issue of configuring policy is critically important. So I'll try and highlight some of those issues. I think, and Tracy, you will probably agree with me, if you go back a couple of years, it was actually a rare occurrence that agricultural economists share a stage with colleagues of this nature of a very specialized, on a very specialized topic actually. And earlier this year I also had the privilege to share or participate in another forum where it was mainly agricultural economists, but there were soil scientists also present during that conference, and they made a huge contribution to the thinking about the economy of all of these things. So the point that I'm trying to make is we are trying to solve very complex problems, multidimensional problems, and I think from a policy point of view, it then also becomes critically important that we get all the various disciplines that can contribute in one way or another to solving those complicated problems. It's not one-dimensional, it's multidimensional, and hence we also need to approach it in that particular manner. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, but I'm going to cover a whole lot of issues just to create perspective. I think perspective is vitally important, and as an economist I'm going to focus on more on the monetary issues, and that's also the key message that I have today, is that we need to look at some of the monetary issues pertaining to the environment that we're in. So, but let's start with the context. So what this slide, or the first, this graph on the right-hand side shows you, is the production index for various different regions. Africa, there you can see since 1992 an increase in 139%. The EU, only by 10.65%. South Africa, 96% increase in production according to the index. The US 40%, and globally we at 80%. And the reason why I chose 1992 is because that was the McSherry policy directives in the EU, where they started moving away from market support to direct income support. In other words, they changed the way that the subsidies or the support to the European farmers are being applied. And that was also the first time where some environmental obligations were put on the table. And so subsequent years in 2013 and the 2020 proposals for the 2023 to 2027, that is actually where the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy started to feature quite strongly. So I think it's just important to understand the timelines, but also the other important story is the growth and productivity in different regions in the world, and that is obviously due to a number of factors. So if we just look at the EU specifically, they've got a small-scale nature of their farms, much smaller than what we, for example, have in South Africa, where they are all very reliant also on the subsidies, and we will have a look at that just now. There was in the previous session, there was mention of the non-adoption and resistance to GMO crops. Also due to a number of factors, a relatively poor adoption of precision farming technologies, mainly based on the scale of their operations. So one can arguably say that compared to what we see on the graph, a relatively lower productivity in the EU, and yet one can also argue, are the farming practices environmentally friendly or unfriendly, based on their farm structure. So let's have a look at pesticide use globally. So on the slide you can see right there at the bottom is Africa. Second from the bottom is South Africa, followed by the United States and then the European Union, and then right there at the top is China. So it just gives you a relative indication of what is the pesticide use globally, and there's just a map to give you an indication of where pesticide use is most concentrated. Right there at the bottom, you can see about 4 million tons of pesticides used annually globally, of which 400,000 tons is in the EU, and about 27,000 tons, an estimate by the FAO in 2020 in South Africa. So maybe just to have a quick look at the fertilizer industry. So there you can see fertilizer use in sub-Saharan Africa well below 20 kilograms. You can have a look there at the EU, right there at the top, over 140 kilograms per annum. South Africa is below 80 kilograms per annum. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that in Western Europe, fertilizer use have been declining over time. Northern Europe, more or less sideways. And then again, South Africa there at the bottom at 50 kilograms. So just a distinguishing factor between these two graphs. The one on the left-hand side is the fertilizer use per hectare, and the right-hand side is per unit of agricultural land. It's two different measurement units. Okay, so how is all of this funded, or what is the support to the agricultural sectors in the respective countries? So when we measure the support, we use the producer subsidy support equivalent. So this is just basically an annual monetary value of the gross transfers from consumers to producers. So you can see there, although the subsidy, the PSE for the European Union has been coming down quite significantly, it is hovering around about 20% of gross production value in the European Union. The US is around 10%, and then right there at the bottom we see Brazil and South Africa. So the relevance of this slide will become clear once I get to my last slide. So this is just the percentage. So we're comparing 5% versus 20%, but I think what is critically important is that we actually have a look at the monetary value. So the PSE in terms of monetary value, there you can see South Africa right there at the bottom, basically moving sideways, and you can see right at the top is the European Union. So in terms of monetary value, the support to the agricultural sector in the EU as well as in the United States, as an example, is far, far more than what we have in South Africa. If you look at the general support, services support, that is support provided in terms of R&D, infrastructure, training, all of those activities. Again, South Africa is right there at the bottom, whilst our countries that we compete with and to where we export our products are right there at the top. So there's a significant difference in terms of what government support our farmers receive in South Africa versus those farmers in the EU, and for that matter also in the United States. Okay, basically this slide sums up what we have already heard this morning, but I think what is also important is that we need to understand where all of this comes from. So if you look at the citizens in Europe, very much environmentally conscious and where they prioritize the environment, 70% in Germany, 65% in Italy, 59% in France. And so we see an increasing dominance of the green parties in the legislature in Europe. In other words, people that's driving the policy direction within Europe. So this is coming from the citizens of Europe who is electing these people into these positions. And from there we see the European Green Deal and the farm-to-food strategy. We've already discussed the proposed declines in fertilizer and pesticide use. Also the area under organic farming that is proposed. I'm not going to discuss all of these items. And then again, very prominent in all of these plans is how are we going to finance this? And there are various different programs that the EU will use that they could potentially use to finance what they envisage to do through this plan. What we also heard this morning, there is a lot of uncertainty still. So on the one hand, the uncertainties is a problem because it doesn't really guide us to what the EU is exactly planning to do. On the other hand, it presents a huge opportunity for us from a policy point of view, and from an organizational point of view to say, but we have a gap here to form a proper policy statement, similar to what Lindy mentioned this morning, is what is the South African policy directives as far as this is concerned. These figures were also mentioned this morning, and I think it's also just important to understand that there's also internal EU resistance towards the farm-to-fork strategy, which is understandable if you see what the potential impacts of all of this will be. So if we look at the farm-to-fork strategy, I'll come back to that point. What struck me is that word just transition, and I'll make some mention of that again later. And then we have already spoken this morning about the mirror clauses, and also that the EU will enforce all of their different trade and sustainability and provisions into the trade agreements that they are currently negotiating. Okay, so I said I'm going to focus on the money. So if you look at this particular slide, between 2010 and 2014, it basically costed the company $286 million to bring a new product to market. And then if you look at the next, the table at the bottom, you mentioned some timelines earlier. Between 2010 and 2015, the average time to bring a product to market was in the region of 11 years. So what is the monetary interest of all of this? So that if you're investing close to 290 million rands, it takes you about 12 years or 11 years to bring it to market. You need to consider what is your returns on investment going to be after that particular time period. So if you start bringing new products into South Africa, what is the returns on investment going to be within the context of your policy environment? So there's certain implications that we need to consider. What is the protection of business information given these huge investments? If you have a non-optimal regulatory system, that could potentially jeopardize investments in new products in your industry, and it can also be stifling new innovation. So I think these issues was also mentioned this morning, that it is critically important to do this. The other complication is that when you have your large research-based companies, with these huge investments that are required, they will probably will focus on your bigger crops, like your citrus, your grapes, potatoes, and cereals, and where you have a lot of other crops that could potentially be introduced, like your berries, like products like vegetables, they could fall by the wayside in terms of the investment that is required. And if you put all of these issues together. Okay, so if we look at the cost of crop product protection in South Africa, it's a value of around about 12.3 billion rands. The majority of that goes towards citrus. And then your biopesticides industry is about 19% of this total cost being spent on biochemicals. So this slide is just saying, there are certain chemicals that are under risk, and there's certain industries that are most at risk. The issue here is, you spoke about integrated pest management this morning, so it just complicates the whole issue of integrated pest management. And I didn't really understand this situation fully until I started working for Potato South Africa to understand what is the problems as far as chemical use is concerned when it gets to potato production. So it opened up a completely new world to me. The other issue that was briefly mentioned this morning is the whole issue of our emerging commercial producers. To just put it in context, if we look at our statutory levies that's collected by the National Agricultural Marketing Council, about 600 million rands annually is spent on the transformation of the sector. So that money being spent there could potentially put that money in risk if we don't sort out the issues that we need to address. So if you look globally, about over 600 active ingredients that are available. This graph at the bottom gives you an idea of the number of new active ingredients introduced per decade, and the graph just below that is actually per year. So the number of new products or actives coming into the market is actually declining, and you should probably see an increase in the new biological markets. So I think it has an issue that pertains to what choices do you have left if lesser and lesser new actives come into the market and you remove other important actives that are in the market. So this is an issue that needs to be discussed and is further explored. The end result is, if we take a really low road scenario, is we're looking at our farmers losing their competitiveness because they don't have access to new products, and which is one of the causes could be due to long regulatory processes. The unintended consequences, obviously, of this is loss of farm labor. We could see the lack of or slower rate of bringing new technologies into South Africa due to uncertainty. And at the end of the day, we could run into food security problems, and we know that food security problems, especially in a politically unstable environment, is a huge risk. So being I don't know whether I should say an optimist or a pessimist. Do you know what's the definition for a pessimist? It's an optimist with experience. But in any case, so let's go to the next slide. So have there been initiatives by government to address the issues? Yes. In 2010, there was already some activities or initiatives taking place where a review of the Act 36 took place, and the suggestions that was gazetted by government was that there is changes that needs to take place. In terms of the objectives of this government gazette, was that an improvement in the legislative framework is required to basically protect South Africans, to ensure that South Africans are protected in terms of health and environmental risks. I'm not going to read through all of those. The fact of the matter, a lot of the issues that has been addressed over the last 2 years are mentioned here as the issues that needs to be addressed. And I think if we look at the fourth bullet there, increased transparency, access to information, and improved public participation, I think we're seriously making some movement there, and that will come on the next slide. I think the other encouraging issue that we look at this government gazette is that it calls for public participation. In other words, the PPP, where government and the public sector, and the private sector actually works together. And this was also then included into the strategic plan of the then DAF, which is today known as DALRAD. So progress in terms of all of those objectives, I was not able to determine how far we are in terms of targets and target dates. The SAFE initiative, I think, is really a huge step in the right direction. I put there up TEAM. You know what TEAM stands for? Together everybody achieves more. And if I look at the outcomes in the document that was signed and the areas that is addressing in terms of communication, the management systems, the human resource capacity, registration process, legislation, registration tariffs, as well as training, and you look at the document. I'm not sure whether this is a public document yet, Rod, but it is an absolutely well-written document. And the wish is that when we take that document, and what was encouraging to hear this morning, Rod, is that government and the private sector has actually signed this document. So it means there's commitment to achieve the action plans in that document. And that is great. That is actually what we want to see. Sometimes we tend to be, or when people comment on certain environments, we tend to feel that we are victimized, if that is the right word to use. That is really not the intention when we say something is in need of improvement. So it's not necessarily wrong, but given the changing environment in which we are, and where we need to address certain things, it is important that we then work towards and work together to address the different challenges. Then we have are you sitting in a different way because my time is finished, Gerard? I thought it's a subtle gesture that I should finish. But then we have the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. So in this plan, the issues that is being addressed by the SAFE and government initiative is also being addressed. So there's two really critically important policy documents that specifically state what needs to be done at the end of the day. So let me just present you with another dilemma briefly. So these are all the different acts. So we've been talking about Act 36. But these are all the different acts that interlink or could potentially interlink with each other with regards to issues being discussed within the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy. So the question is, how are we going to harmonize all of these different policies? And it actually requires expertise and manpower and a lot of people that needs to engage to harmonize all of these policies. So we're not even talking about harmonization in the region or harmonization with EU policies. We're talking harmonization of South African policies that are in one way or another talking to exactly the same type of things under the European Green Deal. So just to complicate stuff, then we have some new bills that are currently at Parliament that brings in a new dimension in the way that we will actually do our business. In other words, this is the environment that determines, or the documents that determine how we do business, the rules of the game. Then we have the European regulations, and they have their own policies, the Chemical Strategy for Sustainability, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the EU Soil Strategy. And then the question is, but if we harmonize our policies internally, how do we align it with that of the European Union? And then in addition, we have our international conventions, the IPPC, the OIE, and Codex Alimentarius. And then, just to put the cherry on top of that, we have our voluntary and private standards. So this is a huge task that we have to address. Otherwise, we're going to see some problems for ourselves in the future. And we, like I said earlier, we have the opportunity now. We have the opportunity now. So I'm nearly finished. So this is just a policy process. So I'm not going to go through the detail, but you can see sometimes, and that is some of my experience, is that we sometimes approach policy in a haphazard way. But this diagram shows you there's a clear starting point and there's a clear ending point. And you need to follow these steps very diligently to make sure that your policy is implementable at the end of the day and empowers your industry. So given my lack of time, I will not spend too much time on this. So in an ideal world, and I think just for the audience, those of you that are not involved in policy processes, this is how we all would like it to be. You go through all of those steps and boom, bang, you have your policy in place and everybody is happy afterwards. This is how it really works. It's a back and forth process. And that's why all stakeholders need to be on board from point number one, or from step number one. And that's why step number one on the previous slide is critically important, because that is where you ideate what you actually want to achieve, and that determines who needs to be on board and what will be their contributions throughout the process. I'm just going back one. There's an important issue that I just need to mention. If you look at right at the bottom of this particular slide, it says co-creation. And that is what it's all about, co-creation. Not one-dimensional creation of policy, and that is something that we actually need to get right. So here's my summary. I said I will ask a question. So I've been struggling to actually figure out what does the word a just transition mean. And I think once we understand what the word means and what is the intention of that word, it will also clear our minds, because at this stage it's not 100% clear, at least from my vantage point, when we look at the Farm to Fork strategy. Will the EU stop what they are doing because we say that there are certain risks? No, they will not. They will go ahead. Yet there are many uncertainties, and it's been highlighted this morning. And if you look at more recent papers on this particular issue, it actually goes into some of the details of all of the uncertainties related to the Farm to Fork strategy and where it actually will fit in and what will be the eventual outcomes when it comes to the table in a formal manner. The last slides that I mentioned, I think if we look at this environment and the opportunity that exists, there's a real need for policy harmonization. And either we look at this one-dimensionally and we sit here after 3 or 4 years and we wonder what happened, why didn't we fix everything? We have the time now. We need to invest in that now. Okay, do we have the funding? So now I'm coming back to the money. So if you look at these two graphs on the right-hand side, if you look at the PSEs, in other words, the support provided to the agricultural sector to fix what they actually want to achieve through their policy imperatives, the EU have 51 times more money per hectare to do that. If you look at the GSSE, the General Support Services, okay, I don't have that. I looked at it at a per capita level. At a per capita level, they have 22 more times more money to achieve their policy objectives than we have in South Africa. Okay, so that brings a completely different dimension to the task ahead and whether we actually have the funding, because we can put all of this on paper, but if we're not able to implement, it actually means nothing. And in order to implement, we need the money. So this is a little bit of a wake-up call when I calculated these figures to realize this is how far we are behind. There's an Afrikaans saying that I can't mention now, but it has something to do with thunder. It feels like that. That you need them. If you don't have the money, it's not going to work. We are wasting our time. And I think that will be a very important message to our policymakers, that we need to leverage money, whether it is from government or other sources. It will be critically important for whatever policy directives we want to achieve in future. So what happens if we don't get it right? We jeopardize the National Development Plan objectives, as well as the AAMP, the Agricultural and Agro-Processing Plan objectives. Okay, Mr. Chair, if we don't get that right, I thought I'd bring a little bit of, since this is a South African conference and I hear you have international guests, I thought I'd just put that in. The Afrikaans people in the room will understand what that stands for. But that's what will happen if it doesn't work. In English, it means then we will have trouble. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully I added.
Andre, thank you very much. It was not only very informative, but also very comical, I think, towards the end. But that's especially unique South African flavor in the last slide. Alan, you will see we're slowly building up to what you're going to be talking on after our next presenter, because you're going to be talking about the advocacy. But now we're going to hear from a very valuable colleague from the Department of Trade, Industry and Commerce, or Competition, Mr. Subu Nkumalo, who's going to be online with us this morning, and he's going to give us some feedback on the progress on this bilateral discussion between South Africa and the European Union on the MRL conundrum. And we heard this morning in our first session, there's very often a straight unilateral decision made by the EU on MRLs, and that jeopardizes export nations like ourselves. So I'm going to invite Mr. Subu Nkumalo now to talk to us, and I'll sit back and let us hear him. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Hopefully I am audible that side. Definitely for me is to first thank the CropLife South Africa for inviting the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to this timely and a very informative conference. Definitely today I will just provide a brief report in terms of the European Union regulation on import tolerance regarding the maximum residue level for clothianidin and as well diamedoxygen, of which are pesticides in or on certain products. Definitely, who we are the department, and then within that department there is a branch called Industrial Competitiveness and Growth, and under that branch as well there is a directorate, and in that directorate is responsible for the work of technical infrastructure in South Africa on matters related to standardizations, technical regulations, metrology, accreditation, and conformity assessment procedure. In the context of South Africa, the basis of this work emanated from the 5 legislative instruments, and on this point, my apology, I will want to add to others legislation perhaps that will be required to be considered for harmonization as per the advisory of the previous speaker. These legislations are Standard Act, Act number 8 of 2008, and the second one is the National Regulator for Compulsory Specification, Act number 5 of 2008, and the third one is the Legal Metrology Act, of which is Act number 9 of 2004, and the fourth one is the Accreditation Act for Conformity, Calibration, and Good Regulatory Practice Act, Act number 19 of 2006. And the last one is the Measurement Unit and Measurement Standard Act, Act number 18 of 2006. These legislative instruments thereby establish South Africa's quality infrastructure system composed of 4 entities. And these entities are South African Bureau of Standard, of which is commonly known SABS, and the second one is the National Regulator for Compulsory Specification, of which is known as the NRCS, and the third one is the South African National Accreditation System, of which is known as SANAS, and the last one is the National Metrology Institute of South Africa, of which is called shortly NMISA. The oversight of this legislative and policy management of South Africa's quality infrastructure system resides with the DTIC, of which is the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, under the directorate of which is called the Technical Infrastructure. Also, the directorate, including the Directorate of Market Access for Trade Policy Division of the DTIC, looks after the work of technical barriers to trade, which is one of the important pillars for market access. Today, I am requested to provide the feedback regarding the CropsLife request to intervene on the matter related to the European Union on import tolerance for the 2 substances. It is important to indicate that South Africa considered the request and resolved on a 2-pronged approach, where first we provide a written comment to the EU and thereafter embark on obtaining a bilateral meeting with the European Union. The first approach, we have written the comments where we have filed on the 2nd of September, and the European Union has confirmed the receipt of our comments in relation to the measure on import tolerance regarding the maximum residual level for 2 substances. However, the response in this regard is yet to come from the European Union, of which I will address it later on in my feedback. Thereafter, we have tried to secure a bilateral meetings with the EU. At this stage, the EU is reluctant to meet on the matter, of which I will explain it later on why they are in that position at this stage. So, however, we are optimistic that we will meet with them, because we want to formally meet with them so that we have a strategic approach on the proposed measure that they have on the MRS. Additionally, what we have done, South Africa attended the World Trade Organization Committee on Technical Barriers to Trade during the week of the 14th to the 18th of November 2022. In this meeting, countries, including South Africa, has resolved to table the measure to lower the MRLs by the European Union to the WTO as a specific trade concern. These countries are Kenya, United States, Japan, Costa Rica, India, Vietnam, Australia, Indonesia, Brazil, Canada, Paraguay, Uruguay, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Brazil, New Zealand, Argentina, and Guatemala. South Africa's approach to this specific trade concern was structured in the context of a clarity-seeking question to enable us to have a bilateral engagement so that we'll have a strategic approach on the matter at hand. Our approach in this regard is that we appreciated that the EU notified the committee regarding the proposed measure to lower the MRLs for 2 substances, and also South Africa understand that the EU intends to address the environmental concern of global nature, namely the decline of the pollinators worldwide. South Africa also shared the EU's Commission's goals for food systems transformation and the commitment to address climate change, biodiversity loss by continuing to pursue more sustainable and resilient food system. However, South Africa recognized that countries have unique sustainability objectives and challenges. Amongst other related climate changes, South Africa has high pest and disease pressures due to the combination of heat, humidity, and moisture emanating from different weeds, pests, and fungi. Addressing these opportunities or challenges require the use of diverse methods, tools, and technologies to sustainably meet the world's growing demand for food, feed in the face of climate change. South Africa promotes more sustainable and good agricultural practices and food system that emphasize the best mix of tools and techniques to achieve a more sustainable production depending on countries' varying location, scales, and environment. South Africa noted the lowering of MRLs for two substances expand the scope of the existing MRLs regulations beyond the consumer protection to cater the environmental consideration. The proposed measure of the lowering of MRLs for two substances will have adverse effect on agricultural and agri-food exports to the EU. Ultimately, the proposed measure may restrict trade of safer agricultural product, disrupt production, and negatively affect the livelihood of small and rural producers. South Africa supports transparency, science, and risk-based decision-making driven by available data to enhance sustainability in agriculture and urges the EU to take cognizance of climate conditions, crop pest matrices, and socio-economic condition of developing and underdeveloping economies in the developing and the implementation of this measure. Additionally, South Africa requested clarity in the following technical questions. First, is that confirmation if the regulation is enforced, the MRL will decrease to 0.01. If not, what are the applicable product-specific levels? Confirmation that the EU has banned the use of the two substances in all applications, including the use in the permanent greenhouses. If not, will this product also have to adhere to the new MRLs? Since the EU has implemented the ban on the outdoor of the use of the two substances, what alternatives are used in the EU and what was the cost implications to the farmers? The regulation includes one of the statement, of which is 5.1. It says that in order to meet the needs of the international trade, applications for import tolerance for two substances may be submitted pursuant to Article 7 of the Regulations number 396/2005 and should provide relevant information to demonstrate that the good regulatory practices applying for specific uses of the active substances are safe for pollinators. In this regard, what is the process to be followed and what is proposed as a turnaround time? And I believe South Africa in this clause, we can actively engage with the EU and find an amicable solution so that we prevent the adverse effect to the export that are exported to the EU. Chairperson or Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, this is not going to be an easy. We shall continue to secure a bilateral meeting with the EU, and the EU is committed to provide a comprehensive report to all the questions raised in the WTO TPT committee. And also, we are optimistic that we're going to meet the EU before the March meeting, of which is planned by the World Trade Organization for the regular meeting. And this regular meeting will continue this work item. And once we have full detail as to say what the EU will do in this work item, we will definitely provide the necessary report. So at this stage, what we can confirm is that the discussion on the matter at the government level is underway, and also we want to take on board what has been presented by the speakers, particularly one item that talks to perhaps finding a way to have a policy that will address the pollinators and then present evidence to the EU and using the clause that I have just presented today. And also we are considering to have a policy position that will have an element of reciprocity in the aspect of both export and import in the related matter. So Chairperson, on that note, I would like to submit that report for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Mr. Khumalo, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm always amazed at people like Mr. Khumalo that can rattle off these acts and regulations, all the things and refer to particular clauses, R1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fantastic to know we've got an ally, not only for ourselves, but for the country that goes out and defends our country on behalf of farmers, producers, our industry, everybody out there. Thank you very much for that. So, having heard all the stuff in the first session this morning, and what we heard from our first three presenters in this session now, it comes to the point on how do we get ourselves known to the European Union? How do we go and bat for our own position at the European Union? And that is why we invited Dr. Alan Hardacre, who's an advocacy and I don't want to use the word lobbying, but he's an advocacy consultant with a lot of experience, a couple of books behind his belt, and keep on publishing them because it's such an important topic on how do you actively advocate for certain positions. And he's going to give us an idea of what do we need to do and what more can we do to go and bat for our position against the European Union. Alan, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you very much to CropLife South Africa for the invitation to join you here today. Professionally, I think this is a very exciting challenge. Personally, I last set foot in South Africa 20 years ago, so it feels like it's been far too long, and I'm very happy to be back. I'm going to talk to you today about where are we in the state of advocacy on EU Green Deal issues, and what more can we be doing? I'm specifically going to do this within the context of CropLife Africa Middle East, for whom I am a consultant. There is a very live discussion in CropLife Africa right now about what more can we be doing in advocacy that is going to be presented to the board in Brussels in a couple of weeks, and I believe Rod will be there to endorse that on behalf of CropLife South Africa. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview of what the thinking is and where we are. Secondly, I'm also actually going to try and answer some of the questions that I see have already popped up today. So I see there was questions about has the boat sailed? The answer is no, not entirely. The question was, well, can we be doing something about this? The answer is yes, there's quite a lot we can be doing about this. There was a third question, is the EU aware? Or does the EU even care? Is the EU aware? Yes, they are. Probably anecdotally, not to a level of detail that perhaps they should be. I could go on. There are lots of questions that popped up. I will move forward and hopefully we will drive some answers as we go forward. I'll do two things to start. I just briefly want to give two bits of context. So the first is on CropLife Africa Middle East. Is the overarching association for the CropLife family covering this region, 22 national associations within the family, part of the bigger global family of CropLife, its sister association, CropLife Europe. I used to be the Director of Public Affairs for CropLife Europe, based in Brussels, lobbying on, it will be of no surprise to you, I think 43 different live issues related to the Green Deal and this industry, just to give you the scope of what is actually happening within Brussels. The point I wanted to make here is CropLife Africa Middle East was predominantly, like many of the CropLife family, a regulatory association, it is having to shift its focus to become more of an advocacy association. The need to actually communicate and advocate on behalf of its members is becoming quite simply a must. And this is literally where this transition is now with CropLife Africa. So if we move on, it's interesting here, I'm not sure how well known it is within the EU that there is actually already a African Union Development Goals. It's Agenda 2063, the Paris Agreement, Africa's commitments, the individual commitments of the countries in Africa, all of the different sustainability policies that exist. I'm quite sure the EU is not entirely aware of what is actually already happening. So, and here, we've talked a lot about this from a sustainability perspective. A few speakers have already raised the issue of food security, or I think as we're starting to talk about it in CropLife Africa as food insecurity. And just something of interest in how this discussion is evolving. So for the last 5 or 6 years in Europe, as going back a bit longer, it has all been about the green parties that we were shown earlier that have come to power that are driving a green sustainability agenda. Over the last 3 years, that has now started to be balanced out with a food security debate. And last week, Samira, who you heard from earlier, was invited to a conference in Italy by NATO. I'll spell this one out for you. That's the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, better known for other things than pesticides. Why did they invite her to Italy for a week? Well, they have, which was a surprise to us, they have a very large policy unit who are tracking global instability trends, and they are highlighting what they believe is one of the biggest drivers of potential global instability in 2023 onwards is food insecurity. And they wanted to gather key stakeholders from key parts of the world, which included CropLife Africa as a representative to discuss, okay, what is their view of the situation, what are potential solutions, and quite interestingly, how can they, as NATO, get involved to help this process? So 2 conclusions from that week. Food security is absolutely their priority and a shared priority of many others. And they see that our industry has a key role in facilitating solutions. Now, I say this not just because it was quite surprising, but B, I think it gives you a sense of some of the potential advocacy partnerships and the surprising partners that we could now be working with in 2023 to get this message out in a way that will have a lot more resonance than it would have perhaps before. So, when we come to barriers to success here, when we talk about advocacy, and I think I've put down 5 concerns on here. I think we could probably list out 35 if we really wanted to go through the exercise today with what the EU Green Deal may mean for South Africa. What I would like to focus on here, the EU Green Deal, we talk about it as if it's a policy, as if it's something that's fixed in time. The EU Green Deal is actually almost a philosophy of activism. It's a way of thinking. It is just the way the EU now regulates across everything. So it's not that it's going to end next year or the year after. It's not. This is now a constant. So, and I think it's already been stated, we are not going to stop the Green Deal. However, and this is where it gets interesting, we can, of course, shape the details of the Green Deal. And the 2 big things are how, or the detail, and when. So in terms of when, we look down here in sort of the major uncertainties. Obviously, the timing is key, and also the communication of timing. So I think there's a lot of scope to work with the EU on when things happen. And then also how. Now, when we come to the how of what we can do in the advocacy space here, it's not the principles. We're not trying to debate with the EU the principles because, quite frankly, you would be wasting your breath. What you can do, however, and where there is opportunity, is when we come down to the level of certain actives, where there is cases to be made. And I think the final thing I would say here, that it's been made quite clear by a few people, even if something is about to close, a decision is being closed in the EU right now with regard to the 2 actives that we're talking about, I think advocacy still needs to be done on these, even once the decision is closed, because you need to build a story over time. Okay, so There is no end date here. So the need for advocacy is now, but it is not just for a fixed period of time. And make no mistake, of course, without any advocacy, without escalating these messages up to the EU, they will just go ahead absolutely regardless. So there is an opportunity here, and I think that is what we've heard all morning. There's a lot of data, there's a lot of stories. The EU is aware of what's happening around the world, because I can assure you, if nobody else, the US is telling them in very undiplomatic terms what they think of the Green Deal and what this means to them. They are not alone. The Brazilians are also rather good at telling the EU what they do not like and why they do not like it. You'll see a logic to my point here as I move forward. There's not enough people doing that. Okay? There's a certain tipping point beyond which the EU really is going to have to listen. And as we've heard today, and I use the word quite carefully with regard to Green Deal activism, this is not just an EU thing. They're trying to push this in the WTO, the ILO, you name it, any acronym you can think of, the EU is pushing the Green Deal and its objectives there. So, when we come to what can be done, you're starting to get an idea of some of the opportunities here. The first thing that is the basis for whatever we need here is facts. Facts and hard evidence. At the moment, there's a lot of anecdote. Okay? There's a lot of anecdotal situations. There's been some very good work with farmers from predominantly Kenya who have been very active in Brussels, giving what I would call more anecdotal information about what would happen to them and their individual farm. It's very human, it's very humanizing, it's very engaging, but it lacks a sort of scientific edge that I think is very important in the EU. The first thing that CropLife Europe did when it heard that, for example, the Farm to Fork, within the Farm to Fork, the regulation on pesticides was going to come forward, they went to Wageningen University, which is the biggest agricultural university in the EU, and they commissioned an impact assessment of what it would mean for them. Interestingly, and rather, this was EU focused. There was one chapter on Morocco to get an external dimension. Outside of that, the USDA has done some very good studies on the impact of the Green Deal and what it would mean globally, not just on the US, but there is a real lack of substantive data on impact. So that is the first, that is the basis. Beyond that, I think now the second thing is link to food security and what this means. So what does this data mean for X country, for South Africa? What does that then mean potentially for food security? And then what comes next is we need to sew this together with what is coming up in other countries. Because alone, we could do all the great work possible here out of South Africa, but that's still going to be a rather lonely voice when it comes to dealing with the EU. And here, there is actually good news. There are some informal and actually becoming really rather formal coalitions who are, they're not labeling themselves as anti-EU Green Deal, that's diplomatically incorrect to do so, but they are promoting alternative sustainable solutions. And this is the US, the Canada, and the Brazil. These are the leaders of these initiatives, and again, they are crying out for one thing, more support. We want more allies, we want more voices, we need you to speak with us, and especially if we can bring in different perspectives. And here there is real clarity that together a difference can be made. So to try and make this a little bit more concrete, so how can we do this? And now a little bit, what is CropLife Africa thinking of for 2023? So the first thing it's thinking of is actually how do we get more of this research off the ground? How do we get the research that's required? At the moment, looking at priority countries, the priority countries in Africa at the moment that CropLife Africa has identified are Kenya, Morocco, and South Africa. So how do we support getting the right research data? Unfortunately, relatively quickly, we don't have 3 years to do an academic study here. I'm not saying this is quick and dirty, but it has to be done within a relatively short period of time. Ideally, this will be country by country. We want to understand a little bit, has already been discussed here today. What's actually going to be lost, and what would that mean in South Africa? To identify some of the horizontal items that every country is suffering from. And I think Rod sort of flagged earlier about some of the plans for CropLife Africa. That means we will be going to Kenya, we will be going to Morocco, we will be working intensively with the local CropLife organizations to understand how we can better get this data and the stories out. So that's the first bit. The second bit then is we need to give visibility to this data and to this story. Even with what we have now, we need to give it visibility and we need to communicate this to the EU, but also to the other countries that I'm talking about. It's almost as important now to hold this. If you were to hold an event on this subject, it's almost as important to hold it in the US and Canada to rally those allies and come together as it is to hold it in Brussels. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we're discovering new partners such as NATO who are open to doing coordinated events with CropLife, with the CropLife group in 2023. And I can only imagine that will be very impactful. Part of this then and where CropLife Africa is looking to go is to try and help coordinate a little bit of this, coordinate the outreach, coordinate the filtering up of the data and the way that's then executed into Brussels. And then it's not just Brussels, as I mentioned. This is a multi-headed hydra. So there's the WTO, there's the African Union, there's some of the regional bodies who we know have already expressed an interest in being more engaged on this topic. So it's somehow making sure that this doesn't remain isolated, that it's coordinated, and we find the common priorities. This is no small task, I may add, unless that has been lost on anybody here. There is a lot to be done here, but we believe that we need to make a start with this rather urgently. So, in terms of the start small, think big, this is where we're going in 2023, because just to be also very clear, the CropLife Africa army who are dedicated to this is 2 people. So that's why the number of countries is quite restricted. The focus will be relatively narrow to start with, but we hope that this will gain momentum to give a voice to the concerns that you have, aggregated up, allied to those of others, attached to the NATOs and the USs of this world, so that, quite frankly, the EU has to then listen to this in a more serious way to try and drive some of these outcomes. And here South Africa has a key role to play. It has a key role to play in several ways, and we would really look forward to working with CropLife South Africa in 2023 and by proxy, therefore, I guess, with all of you to try and bring South Africa, and we heard already some of the position papers that are going to come, but there's many other ways we can help South African government representatives. Anything from what we find is very useful in diplomatic circles is a bit of speed dating. Meet your colleague from this country, meet your colleague from that country, they share the same view as you. When you speak, they'll speak. So everything from the small to the big, how we get this up, how we get this going, is exactly what we're looking to do. So I hope that's given you a flavour of where we're trying to go. I would stress from what I've said that this is a plan, this is going ahead. You will hear from us through CropLife South Africa in the new year about how we do this. Hopefully you will see the visibility of some of the events that we'll be looking to do in the region, but also over in Brussels for the region. And I think I really can't stress enough that it really doesn't take much through this group to make a difference. And this is, the difference may not be felt immediately, it may not be felt in the middle of 2023, it may only pay dividends in 2026. That's the nature of the EU, but we need to start now so that we can have this impact. So hopefully I've respected my time. The chair is in an awkward position, so that means I should hand back to you, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Alan, thank you very much for your good guidance and some very wise words. We have some time now for discussions and for questions from the floor and for debate amongst our panelists. But I would like to give you a couple of my own take-home messages I got from all our presenters this morning. First of all, from Dr. Lagranci was that we have to be proactive. We cannot sit and wait for things to come down upon us. And not only be proactive, but also band us all together. You know that example of a single reed can crack easily, but if you take a bundle of reeds, you can't crack them. So that is what I got from Sarah. And if you look at what Sarah presented this morning, that systematic approach, not a haphazard approach. We even got that same message from Ellen today, and I think from Andre, that you have to be systematic in your approach when you tackle these major issues. What I got from Professor Andre Jooste was that we have this nebulous cloud of acts and regulations. And I know I work on the environmental side as well, and I had a discussion last week with my colleagues at Environmental Affairs that we live in a country with a plethora on acts and regulations. Now, coming back to today, it becomes technically impossible to negotiate your way through all these regulations, how they fit each other, how they influence each other. And maybe at some stage we need to get to a debate on how do we rationalize the acts and regulations that impact upon agricultural production. What Andre also said, very important, is it links on what Alan said, and I'll also link with what Sabu said to us this morning, is if there's a policy, follow the process. Don't jump around like a little bee between different flowers. You go with a mission, but you have to follow a certain route and a certain process. Otherwise, you will not get to the objective. And unfortunately, what Andre said is, this thing about money, there's never money. And if we don't have money, you can't make the process of it, because everything in life in the modern world, we're not cave people anymore. We live in a modern world, so money makes the world go round. And that is, to me, a bit of a scary thought, because if we don't have the money, what do we do? So we have to go and get the money from somewhere. What I heard from Mr. Kamala from DTIC, very encouraging, that we sometimes think agriculture department only. We might think about health department, we might think about environmental affairs department. Meanwhile, we forget about the fact that we've got this wonderful DTIC that go out there and defend the agricultural industry on the behalf of the producers and our own plant science industry and behalf of the consumers. So we need to get a closer tie between us as a sector and the DTIC and work together. And we heard this today throughout all the presentations. You have to work together. And to conclude my little summary from all our presenters this morning is what Alan said to me, so many things important. And what I got out of all my reading up about the EU Green Deal and the classification of things called CMRs, there's a lot of anecdotal and a lot of sort of taking little bits of piece information, but we don't have that hardcore scientific, irrefutable scientific evidence to say yes or no for a compound. So getting the research done, again, it will cost money. But if you don't do it, you don't have a leg to stand on. We also heard throughout this morning's presentations that the food insecurity is something we haven't batted enough on from this perspective on addressing the EU Green Deal and all the challenges. We also heard from a lot of people this morning, from early morning to this session now, that there's not enough, call it people, for want of a better word, or countries that challenge the EU. Now I'm glad to hear that there's already a discussion between Brazil and the USA, maybe bringing in Canada, and South Africa is being mooted by Alan as becoming another driving force in there to challenge the EU. Because if we don't challenge somebody, they will go ahead with their policy, become dictatorial. So that's something we have to capitalize on. And coming back again to this collaboration, coalitions, form coalitions, like-minded people get together and you put together the same sort of thought process and you get the same sort of collaboration going and get your view across to the people by using an advocacy person like Alan. And yeah, we've heard also in my discussion with Alan about 2 weeks ago together with Ariza was the world or Africa is looking upon Morocco up there, Kenya down there in South Africa as being the lead countries. So we don't have a choice. We have to get together with our other African colleagues and put a point forward towards the EU to at least influence, and you heard Alan said, we can still, where did I write this? The EU Green Deal is happening. It's not a case of it's not going to happen. It is happening currently. But we can still use the wonderful word shape. Shape the details. Change the details. And what Alan said, if you don't start now, by the time you wake up, the deal is done. So you keep on shaping and shaping and shaping on a day-to-day basis and get that engagement and going. So I've spoken enough now. So I would like to know whether there is any question maybe from the audience. Just raise your hand. Fani there at the back, please, and then we can have, there are many questions. So keep your questions short and brief, please, and we'll ask our panel members then to respond to the particular question.
Okay. Thank you, Gerald, and thank you, Sarah, and all the speakers for this program, session 2. It's Mulebati from Koteva AgriScience. I just wanted to put a comment on the presentation that Sarah made regarding the co-formulants that may be phased out as they meet the criteria CMR 1A and 1B. As we all know that co-formulants are molecules that are really difficult to make classifications on GHS, as well as the EU have put a soft classification in for co-formulants with also limits for them. Sarah, do you think we should also look into the limits that the Department of Labor has put in for some of the co-formulants that are listed?
Okay, let me then ask Dr. Lagrange to respond to that. So you've got to put your chemistry hat on now, please, Sarah.
Okay, hear me. Okay. I think we should look at all the information that could be relevant. So yes, I agree with you. We haven't looked at it yet, but we should then also do that.
Thank you. If you look at a pesticide in a drum, the formulation, people always talk about the active and the non-actives or the co-formulants or excipients like they use the word in animal health. As a chemist, to me, there's no difference. They all have a function to play. Some of them might have more of a biological function, some of them more than a chemical function. So we cannot shy away, Molobasi, from looking at everything in a container and put it into our classification sieve and see what comes at the bottom, which has to be addressed. So hopefully some of them will stay above the sieve. Some of them will fall below the sieve, and we have to take them and say, what can we do about them, or can we reclassify them, and stuff like this. So hopefully that will address your question. Okay, next question. Is it Fani at the back from Corteva? Thank you, Fani.
Yes, thanks, Gerard. We decided that Corteva would now dominate the floor. Now, question to, well, probably any of the panelists, but maybe Dr. Lagrange and Dr. Hardacre. You've referred to Brazil, the USA also beginning to push back, but the Green Deal and its impacts also will play in on our competitors. I'm thinking of Chile in the southern hemisphere. Are we seeing, is anybody working on synergies with them? Because they will be impacted in the same way.
Who can I pass the question on to, Ellen?
I can maybe take a start with a response. I'm not sure if you've seen the USDA has very early after the introduction of the farm to fork measures put out a first impact assessment, and then they did a full trade analysis. And they actually looked at every single one of the EU's trade partners, and they made an assessment. Would they still... Okay, I'm back. No? Yes? Good. They did an assessment of, I think, 37 of the EU's trade partners, and they actually assessed, will they continue to trade with the EU or not, and what would then be by product. So they have done a full analysis of where they think this is going to go competitively. Other people may have done this, but they have not published it in the way that the US has. So when you talk about the competitive element, I think you're entirely correct. It is for 100% for sure that the US is aware of what it thinks that situation is going to, how it's going to unfold, and they will be playing their cards accordingly. Others, I'm not sure, but I completely agree with you. We talk about this in a binary sense, but this is obviously a very competitive environment. So the US for sure, others, my guess, some of them yes, many of them.
That's the EU tapping into our conference. There's a comment there from right at the back, please. Give us your name, please, before you speak.
Thank you. Sean Moore, Citrus Research International. Dr. Hardacre, thank you. Very encouraging presentation. You listed major concerns or barriers to success with the implementation of the European Green Deal. but you didn't mention in our number one barrier to success, which I know is shared by other industries in the country and around the world, and that is that we find ourselves sandwiched between debilitating, irrational, and often unscientifically based EU phytosanitary regulations on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Green Deal type regulations which require us to reduce our chemical pesticide usage. And if those irrational and unscientific phytosanitary regulations are not addressed, it will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for us to comply with the requirements of the Green Deal. I'm sure Paul Hardman will say more about it this afternoon in his address.
Yeah, so if I think I'm going to borrow a slide that you actually presented where you put down that I think here we have, you could pick any number of issues. CropLife Europe was trying to manage 42 different files that would have an impact on the industry. And the European industry was struggling to understand itself what the priorities were. What was more important? Because it could be a headline, the big headline, reduction in a pesticide target, okay? But it was often insidious details in other bits of legislation that were going to be much more painful. So I think one of the things in terms of an exercise of looking at what does this mean for South Africa is, what are the priority areas? Because if you're talking about this from all of the different fora in which the EU is active, and you're looking at all of the different issues, you're going to come up with a horrible matrix that you can't possibly take forward. So, you know, what are the top 3 absolute must-wins? And then see, do those correlate? That's what we're going to be trying to do a little bit next year. Do those correlate with the 3 Kenyan must-wins? There's going to be some horizontality, and that's what we need to find. But yes, I apologise for missing off. I suspect I missed 24 other ones off, if I'm honest. So take that as my list of 5.
Yeah, sure. Just to emphasize that is our number one barrier. The other thing as well is you say bring facts, don't bring anecdotes, bring facts. We have done that, and it seems to make very little difference.
Then it has to be coordinated with others. I think, yeah, I hear you. There's no magic bullet here. It's not just because South Africa is going to turn up with a great big dossier of facts that suddenly something's going to happen. No, I think this is going to have to be done in conjunction with others in a very coordinated way. Then you come to how it's done. But yes, it's the basis. From that you need to build.
Thank you. Let me see on the side of the audience, no hands up here. So then let us take the last question right in the corner at the back, please.
My question here is,
They're just trying to de-link the EU from this discussion here, so give a second, please.
Okay, that's it. My big question is, before I start, let's take this Congress and we put it in a kind of an umbrella of only focus on South Africa's situation, instead of to see what other countries actually do behind the scenes to make this European deal possible. And in South Africa, as a small role player like me in the holistic agricultural business like seed, chemicals, and also nutritional. As a small role player, the question is this what we're actually talking today possible? And if you look at South Africa economic situations, and I must say, Professor Andre Jooste, with his great presentation, actually summarize the challenges and the task what we will have to bring this real world after the unreal world. In South Africa, I think, to get the real world, I think it will take quite a lot of time, and therefore all the role players have to work together to be stronger together. But I think to take these challenges, I think we have to take in consideration that we need everybody in South Africa to make this dream true. Lastly, I want to say, maybe to make this possible, I think we have to bring Tom Cruise and start a new movie, Mission Impossible, with the subject, European Real Deal Possible. Is it possible or not? Thank you.
Thank you for that last comment. I think what came out this morning from the very beginning when Rod introduced the Congress to you and right up to now, we've heard a very important thing is that idea of collaborating and grouping yourselves together to address an issue. And one of our speakers in the first session made the comment that nothing is impossible. I think it's your mindset. If you have this sort of attitude of standing back and waiting for somebody else to do it, you're not going to achieve the objective. But if you say, we are going to address the issue, we are going to overcome it, maybe we don't have a total win, but if we have an 80-20 type of win, already we won part of the battle, or main part of the battle. And if I may make a concluding remark here, is something that came out of Andre Jooster's presentation, which struck me like a bolt of lightning. We have the advantage in South Africa that our farmers are not used to being subsidized. In other words, they're very innovative in the way they think. And over the past couple of months, I've been onto farms with Elrida, to one of the big young farmers, and the way the guys innovate and think is a massive advantage. Compared to the European Union, the farmers have lived on subsidies for ages, for generations. So they're not innovative. And I think that is something we shouldn't forget. As the Africans of nature, doesn't matter which cultural background, we are innovative. So let us use that innovative mindset of ourselves in South Africa and get ourselves together as an industry. We tie ourselves in with our state institutions and governments and parastatals, and we work together to overcome the hurdles of the EU Green Deal. Because we heard again, how many times? It is there. Make a plan to overcome it. And with that, I would like to conclude our session again to thank our participants, very good presentations, and a lot of food for thought, and unfortunately, a lot extra work for us. Now, I'm going to close the session now. A lot more work for us. And Alan threw something at me which I'm a bit scared about. You said South Africa must start doing more work. Man, we're already working hard, but we'll take that challenge. We'll chat to you, and we'll take it forward for the benefit of our industry and our farmers and for the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participation. We are virtually spot on with time. We're going to break for lunch now and have the opportunity to network, meet with your colleagues and the friends, exchange ideas. And I would like to request you to be back in seat by 13:40, that we can start spot on 13:45, because the last part of the Congress is as important as the first two sessions. Thank you very much.
Also for quality of life. It's our duty and our responsibility to safeguard our environment through careful resource management, but also by developing scientific solutions to maximize those resources.
I'm Professor Marijke Labuschagne. I'm a professor in plant breeding, and we have the SACHI chair in disease resistance and quality of field crops. Myself and my family love hiking, so we love going on hiking tours and seeing nature and experiencing that. We live on a small holding where we also have a vegetable garden, so we love being outdoors and seeing plants and nature.
In protecting the environment, we have incredible tools at our disposal. Scientists are at the forefront of fighting climate change and resource depletion through innovative solutions.
Plant Plant breeding is manipulation of plants, but it's all for the good of humans, but also for the good of the environment. For example, we are breeding by conventional breeding for resistance, for example, to insects and the resistance to diseases. What is the alternative is to spray a lot of organophosphates, which goes into the soil and which goes into the soil water, and that's very unhealthy for the environment. So we can prevent this by improving the crops and making them naturally resistant or tolerant to all kinds of pests and diseases. So we are doing a lot of work on biofortification, that is the genetic improvement of nutritional value of crops. So we are improving the zinc content, the iron content, some essential amino acids, and also things like provitamin A. And at the same time, we are looking at it in the context of global warming. So while we are doing the nutritional improvement, we are also looking at drought tolerance and heat tolerance of these cultivars that we are developing as well.
Continuous innovations in plant breeding contribute to sustainability by creating cultivars that require fewer resources like water and chemicals to produce enough food to feed the nation. These innovative solutions will ensure that future generations can enjoy food security while at the same time protecting the environment.
I've been at the university for some decades now, and the technology has changed hugely. All over Africa you have conventional breeding programs now, but you also have the new technology like gene editing and things coming in all over Africa. We need to produce more food, we need to produce more safe food, nutritious food, food that can grow in very adverse conditions, which we are seeing happening all around us with climate changes. And if we can change those genetically, I think that is what we are all striving for.
Because we all care about the environment, our collective goal is to produce safe, affordable, nutritious food in a responsible, sustainable manner that preserves resources and protects the environment. For more information, visit croplife.co.za. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
Well, Crop South Africa in 2008 was part of a big program with the government, which was called the African Stockpile Program, in which we recovered quite a large quantity of old pesticides from the Limpopo province. But in the process of talking to farmers and to government institutions, we realized that there were literally thousands upon thousands of empty containers, unrinsed, lying around the farms, that we were sitting with a human catastrophe, an environmental catastrophe, because the burning and the bedding and the unrinsed containers were definitely posing a risk to human health and environment. So I went to the South African Plastics Industry Association, which is called Plastics SA, and they guided me to talk to people that were already in the recycling business of bringing plastics in from refuse dumps and whatever. And we started handpicking a couple of individual operators like, for example, Dealco and like MyPlast.
MyPlast het begin in 2012. Ons het 'n mandaat gehad vir die landbouindustrie. Dit was hoofsaaklik ons teikenindustrie. Ons het landbouafval soos besproeiingspype, die landbouchemiese houers en verpakkingskratte het ons mee begin as roumateriale.
Ek het so 21 jaar terug betrokke geraak. Ek het swart besproeiingspyp uit die landbousektor begin verwyder. En die leë chemiese houers het begin 'n probleem raak as gevolg van die proses waar dit moet voorbereid wees voor die ouens by herwinning dit wil aanvaar. En ek het op daai jare het ons met die leehouer vereniging begin en so het ons deur die jare dit opgebou waar ons vandag is. CropLife het gehelp dat ons sertifisering in plek kry waar die mense wat met uitvoer betrokke is, hulle papierwerk kan regkry. En die proses het baie goed gevorder. Die boere val baie mooi in met die proses.
Want dit is vir ons 'n baie groot voorreg om deel te kan wees van die CropLife leeuhouer bestuursprogram. Met die een rede is, ek meen, dit gaan oor om ons aarde te beskerm en ons natuur te beskerm. Die goed word verwyder van die plaas af. Ek hoef dit nie in 'n grond te begrawe of te brand wat nadelig is vir die natuur en vir ons aarde nie. So dit help my bitter baie om deel van hulle te kan wees sodat die goed kan verwyder word en ek kan my plaas beskerm, ek kan my mense beskerm en ek kan die natuur beskerm.
Our standard is very often much higher than that what the national regulatory framework dictate to us. And our principle was that we want the drums to be totally clean. They must be put into secure, lockable storage spaces and then going off the processes where they're being processed into other commodities.
Ek maak kontak met die boere vooraf en ons reël 'n spesifieke opteltyd. Die boere besproeiing oor sekere gebiede wissel. Baie van die vrugtebedryf en die koringbedryf is verskillende tye, so ons is die hele jaar besig om chemiese houers te verwyder.
Terwyl hy spuit die dag word die kan as dit leeg is, word hulle 3 keer gespoel voor hulle weer teruggaan in die container in en dan word dit die aand afgevoer plaas toe weer. En dan word dit in 'n aparte kamertjie vol gate gesteek sodat daar nie weer middels in die kanne kan gevoeg word nie.
Ons kom uit met 'n voertuig na die perseel toe waar hulle in 'n chemiese kamer wat toegesluit is, die kanne wat leeg is en reg voorberei is vir ons het. Die kanne word uitgepak. Ons tel die kanne, 'n papierwerk word uitgemaak vir die hoeveelheid kanne vir daai plaas wat opgelaai word en dan word die voertuig gelaai. En ons neem daai goed dan na herwinningsaanlegte toe wat gesertifiseer is by die Plastiese Federasie wat dan weer die produk verder verwerk in 'n plastiekformaat in.
So wanneer die materiaal by ons aankom, het ons kwaliteitskontrole om te seker te maak dat die materiaal nie gemeng is nie of dat die regte standaarde voldoen. Dit gaan na 'n maalproses waar ons dit dan sal maal in vlokkies van 10 tot 14 mm. Van daar af gaan dit in 'n wasaanleg in wat ons net skoon water gebruik en van daar af sal dit dan in 'n extrusion proses soos ons dit noem waar die materiaal gesmelt word en dit word in 3 mm pilletjies gesny en van daar af sal ons kwaliteitsbeheer doen, vloeibaarheidstoetse om te sien of dit aan ons kliënt se vereistes voldoen voordat dit uitgestuur word.
Triple rinsing is your guarantee to have a totally clean container. You remove 99.997% of that chemical. There's no more risk. There's no more hazard linked to the container. When you get to the point where you get the little plastic pellets, that pellet is technically 100% clean. There's no pesticide residue in that. And you can make a totally palatable thing out of it for people. It's important for all the role players in the value chain of a pesticide container to be involved in the process. If you look at the world currently, we're sitting with this mass of humanity of nearly 9 billion people. The pollution footprint is immense and the plastic pollution footprint is horrifying in the world. We see plastics ending up in the ocean, killing dolphins and whales and turtles and fish and seabirds. Our job as an agricultural sector is to make sure every piece of plastic on every farm in the country is coming back into recycling and used to make a new plastic commodity. What CropLife always says, why do we do recycling? Simply because it is the right thing to do. We don't compel anybody. We don't say to anybody it's because the law says you must do it. Just recycle because it is the right thing to do.
I work in the food industry or the plant science industry. Therefore, I know the importance of safe food. I have 3 kids and my family means the world to me. I want to make sure that whatever they eat is safe and whatever they eat is nutritious and it can build them up to be healthy human beings. People think food starts when you sow the seed on the ground, but actually it takes about 5 to 7 years. Sometimes even longer, to get that high quality seed onto the farmer's hands. There's a lot of research and development that takes place in the background before one eventually goes to buy a bag of seed.
Good nutrition is essential for healthy living. But it is just as important that while we take care of our own health, we also take care of our environment.
Genome editing is one of the latest techniques that's used today to produce high quality seeds. What genome editing entails? It entails using different kind of techniques like CRISPR-Cas. CRISPR-Cas is a new modern technology that enables scientists to edit genes. One can be able to delete, to add, and get the best plants possible out of that genome editing scenario. Genome editing should not be confused with GMOs. Genome editing does not necessarily lead to transgenic traits, so this is something completely different. In the area where I work, we produce different types of crops that come as a result of research in agricultural biotechnology. Before those products can be commercialized, they have to be tested according to regulations as set out by authorities in different countries. We have to test the impact of those crops on the environment, the impact on human health, the impact on animal health, which we broadly refer to as food and feed safety tests. So we are very much certain that by the time they get to the market, the food is safe.
Regulations governing safe food production are there to protect consumers and are adhered to very strictly to make sure advances in science and technology are applied correctly to produce nutritious food.
Buying groceries can be overwhelming because there's different types of food in the market. You can see sometimes on the label they say this food has been produced using organic farming practices or conventional farming practices, or produced using sustainable agricultural practices. But for me, the critical factor is that the ingredients that are in the food, they must be safe for our children and they must be safe for us as adults. The key point for me also is sustainable agricultural practices. Once the food has been produced using sustainable agricultural practices, then it gives me confidence that it was produced using practices that won't have adverse impact on the environment. Those are the major considerations: safety as well as sustainable agricultural practices. I trust the science that goes into food production. I trust the food and feed safety tests that are being conducted. And I can also say I trust the production practices for most of the growers who are producing this food in South Africa. And I urge you to do the same.
Because we all care about our family's health, we all want safe, affordable, nutritious food produced in a responsible manner that protects our environment. For more information, visit croplife.co.za. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
To get from this to this takes a lot of research and development, compliance with regulations, planning and logistics, good agricultural practices, training and education. And if all this hard work leads to this as the end result, then we'll keep on working. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
Mzansi. This is our pantry. Sometimes it is bursting at the seams with goodness, but other times the cupboards are bare.
I wanted to be a farmer because I had a desire and a passion in terms of food production. That was the first thing. The second thing was also making a meaningful contribution to food security as a commercial farmer in my own right, and also ensure that around me, through the farming operation I envisaged to have, was to make a meaningful contribution to those who are trying to farm and developing in their own right with regards to production. So those are the reasons that drove my farming passion. Rural communities are being hit hard by climate change because they are in a position of not having crop insurance, for example. You're in a position where contouring or water harvesting methods aren't being made available or have deteriorated, which is infrastructure that needs to be improved. One infestation could wipe out, an entire crop, and farmers can never bounce back from that, or it becomes an extremely difficult thing for those farmers in particular. All these challenges that farmers face have also impacted my operation as well. And some of the steps that I've taken are to farm more precise in terms of precision agriculture, crop rotation, and cover crops, which are ways that can improve heavy impact towards climate change. With Eastern Cape, you've got a province that's got over 300,000 hectares of arable land lying underdeveloped. With aspects such as increased technology investment in those areas, you've got a province that can really turn around the production level with regards to food production in South Africa or for the agricultural industry as a whole.
Our farmers bear the heavy burden of ensuring food security for all of us. But our farmers do not only produce food, they are responsible for producing safe, nutritious food and doing so sustainably. New breeding technologies like genome editing can help farmers achieve this.
One of the leading technologies out there is plant breeding, and that will increase food production, it will mitigate exposure to climate change, and it will be a sustainable way to ensure sound food production at national and or developing level. One of the benefits of plant breeding is that at a community level, you position the farmers to be producing quality food, safe food, and nutritious food, therefore mitigating the big problem of poverty at household level. And that's what plant breeding can do for you as a technology to mitigate climate change. I'm farming currently in Ugie, Eastern Cape. I'm a commercial grain farmer, maize, soybean, sorghum and wheat. And part of my farming strategy has always been to absorb and appreciate technology. And part of those technologies that I've brought on the farm is that I've got a lot of precision agriculture. So my technological aspect in terms of tractor usage is very precise. I've also ensured that I do a lot of crop rotation, and I use top quality genetics with regards to the type of seed and the fertilizer that I'm exposed to. So adopting these technologies have obviously helped me overcome challenges that affect a lot of farmers. So for example, in terms of making sure that I work within the sustainable environment of my farm, I'm in a position now where I'm less exposed to insect infestation on the farm, which is ways that have improved through the technologies that I've absorbed at Rocky Park Farm.
Right, folks, good afternoon to our afternoon session. It's normally called the graveyard shift, but I can tell you this is going to be very exciting. We have two speakers and we have a panel discussion, so it should be quite live and involved. So we started off this morning at a very high policy level and migrated down to a more practical level. Now we're on the ground at the farmer level. And our first speaker for this afternoon is the well-known Kobus Hartman. He is from the Agri-Business Systems International, a consultant, well-known in the industry for years, and he's going to tell us what is going to happen if we lose certain products in our market. And without further ado, Kobus, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
I think this thing works. Amazing to see how many people have returned after the lunch. I don't think there was any wine involved, which is a pity, of course, but nevertheless it kept everyone awake. Hopefully it will keep everyone awake. Most of you you've listened to most of what I'm going to say during the course of the next 30 minutes, but like a good lecturer, I think it is important that you tell them, and then you tell them what you told them, and then you ask them what you told them. And I know most of you very well by the name, and I'm going to ask you afterwards what I said. So please listen carefully, please focus and make sure you know and you understand what I'm going to say. When I walked onto the stage, I realized that I'm entering the so-called twilight zone of my professional career, and as such, me and my contemporaries are rather hesitant to change, but not because we don't want to change, but merely because we don't like to change to something that is tainted with politics. And most of these deals that we are going to talk about, some of them are proposals, have got a taint of politics involved in there. What are these deals that we are talking about? First of all, the EU Green Deal. Of course, we've heard a lot about the EU Green Deal. We've heard a lot, and you will even hear much more from specialists in this regard. But then also, and something that is concerning me a lot, is the South African regulatory authorities aim to scrap the registration and the use of certain substances of concern. These are compounds classified as 1A, and I've put it in brackets, 1B, and I've done it specifically because there's an element of unclearness, of lack of knowing exactly what is being meant by all of this. And this is all taken from the initial draft regulation that was published a few months ago by the registrar, where he gave his intention to scrap certain of these registrations. And then, of course, he also mentioned so-called substances identified by the Stockholm Convention, A, B, and D. That was according to the draft regulation. Subsequently, there was a letter that was shown by Sarah, which indicated that he's also want to scrap some stuff under the Rotterdam Convention, I think, Sarah, or the other one, the Montreal Convention, whatever conventions there was. Needless to say, when we look at these things, it is of great concern. Can we comply or can we not comply? I think Rod alluded to the IPM principles that are being followed by CropLife or that are being endorsed by CropLife. And yes, in horticulture, and I would refer to the horticultural side of things mainly, in horticulture we've already adopted this whole concept of IPM many, many years ago. For those who have forgotten about it, just as a reminder, this philosophy has a few specific aims in mind. First of all, it must support the production of class 1 fruit profitably. It's no use in producing a load of rubbish in the end of the day under the auspices or under the umbrella of IPM, because it cannot sell. And if you don't sell, you have quite a bit of a problem, and Andre would be able to explain to you if you don't know what that is. Secondly, it must create space and opportunity, and I would like to be very specific about that. Create the space and the opportunity for natural enemies and biological control agents to proliferate and assist in, not replace, but assist in the control of pests and diseases using conventional chemistry. And the ARs that I've used there is agricultural remedies, by the way. Furthermore, the focus must be to develop local and site-specific beneficial organisms. I have a little bit of a problem with imported products that are being supplied from a bottle, with due respect. Another aim of IPM is, of course, the the delay or the prevention of resistance. That is most probably one of the main aims of IPM, is to prevent or delay resistance as such. We are running out of suitable alternatives or active ingredients much faster than we can replace them, and I think it was shown on some of the graphs this morning. The control strategies that we follow must be nice to the environment. In other words, agricultural remedies, when used judiciously, are not necessarily bad. They can assist and they can do a very good job provided that you use them judiciously. ARs must be palatable, must have a palatable mammalian toxicity profile. Humans can run and hide, but naturals cannot hide. Furthermore, I would emphasize the ideal crop protection strategy. What does it look like, bearing in mind what we just heard about IPM? It must therefore be effective. It must follow an acknowledged science-based approach for diagnosis and prescription. Chosen compounds must have a short but functional decline life or decline curve. It must be site-specific or target-specific. It must be safe to the biotic and abiotic environment, and there must be plenty of alternatives available. Otherwise, we cannot protect resistance development that has the same efficacy on the target, but with different modes of action. Yeah, I just realized that I'm using the computer and not your clicker. Is it fine? Have you managed to bridge that gap? Thank you very much for intelligent people. Okay, dit werk Gerard, moenie nou bodder nie. Okay, back to the ideal crop protection strategy. Compounds and strategies must be safe to the crop, of course. It's also no good to spray chemistry and fix the problem, but you destroy the crop. It must comply with legal standards of the country of origin. Therefore, it must be registered, and it must be used within the GAP set by the country of origin, or set by the label. It must comply with the requirements of the local and international buyers. So your crop protection strategy must be in harmony with what the buyer wants eventually. And I'm mentioning this, and as Alan was alluding earlier, there's a level of logic involved in what I want to say, because I'm moving towards the practical impact of some of these chemicals that we have, and you will see that there are conflict with regards to these issues that we've just said to each other and most probably agreed about. Okay, before we go any further, I think it is important to just mention that we do not know what exactly gave rise to this decision of the registrar and what all the reasons are for the decisions that have been taken. It is also unclear which products are to be phased out. I think Sarah alluded to that when she said we are still in the process of trying to find out which products are concerned. Whether the registrar is going to accept the motivation for extended use is also unclear to us, but we are trying. We're going to spend a lot of time putting forward alternatives or debates as to why a certain compound should stay and others do not have to stay, and whether that will be acceptable or not, we don't know. We also do not know whether we will allow for the quicker and timelier registration of alternatives, if they are available. We are also not certain that there will be available replacements for these products that we lose. And when we lose them, we don't have time to replace them. It must be done immediately. It must be done on a very short notice. So most probably it would entail changes in the law to allow the registrar to act quickly and react to the losses of chemistry that we have. And we do not know which compounds can replace the ones that we've lost. Sarah has said she's not going to show you any of the compounds from the list. That's a secret to the group. Unfortunately, I'm not bound by the secrets of the group, so I'm going to show you. And there are 22 products, and if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns, that means 22 times 6. It's something in the vicinity of more than 100. So I'm going to address each and every one of those cells individually and speak about it. I don't care about the time that Gerard is going to limit it to. No. What I've done is I've taken 6 products from the list which we think is essential for use in horticulture. And I'm going to mention you the 6 products by name, and I'm going to discuss 2 of them in a little bit more detail. So I'm going to spare you a lot of trouble having to listen to 100 plus cells. First of all, it's dimethomorph, mancozeb, propiconazole. Those are 3 substances which we regard as very important in horticulture. Dimethomorph R1b, reproductive toxin 1b, mancozeb, reproductive toxin 1b, propiconazole, reproductive toxin 1b. Dimethomorph, I think, is essential for use in table grapes, for the control of downy mildew, and the only replacement that we have in the slot in which dimethoate fits is copper salts. Copper salts are fine, but they have a potential phytotoxic risk for the table grapes. In other words, it would conflict with one of these elements of ideal crop protection strategies that I've already mentioned. As far as the IPM rating is concerned, we regard dimethomorph as fairly fine. Mancozeb, stone fruit, gum spot, and leaf rust, those are 2 diseases for which we do not have an alternative at the moment. In the case of pears, we use mancozeb to a large extent for the control of septoria leaf rust. We could most probably use Captan as an alternative. Unfortunately, Captan is not registered for any of those diseases, so it is a potential problem, unless we want to violate the law, of course. Then the IPM rating of mancozeb is not that great. It has an impact on natural enemies for mites and mite predators. So if we put that by the wayside, it is an important product at the moment for those 2 areas. There are many other areas where it's nice to have, but where it's not essential. But in this case, we do not have alternatives. Propiconazole, it is a R1b. It's in stone fruit, where we need it for the simultaneous control of blossom blight and powdery mildew. There are many products that we can use, or there are other products that we can use for powdery mildew, and other that we can use for blossom blight. But there's not a single one that can be used simultaneously that are registered, which we can use for the purpose in which propiconazole fits. And then the last 3 that I would like to mention to you: thiacloprid, mineral oil, and glufosinate ammonium. Unfortunately, for those who are not familiar with the names and the products, you'll have to bear with us for a little while. Thiacloprid fits in very nicely in pome fruit as the first entrance in the codling moth control strategy. There are alternatives, and I will talk about that later because I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on thiacloprid. The problem is that the alternatives have a resistant risk specifically for the diamides and the mectins, and some of them are not very effective or have long-term effects or doesn't have the legs to really fit into a strategy. Mineral oil, we need them with all crops, either as a dormancy breaking agent or as an adjuvant. And at the moment, we don't have alternatives for mineral oils. The problem with mineral oils are most probably some of the co-formulants, or not co-formulants, some of the contaminants in there, which I believe from the registration holders can be removed. So we might be able to revive mineral oil, and that would be a great achievement. Then glufosinate ammonium is just about the only scorching agent which we can use on young trees that has a fairly acceptable environmental profile, barring the fact that it's a reproductive toxin 1b. The alternatives are glyphosate and paraquat, and all of you would know what the concerns of the international markets are towards glyphosate and paraquat. Let's have a little bit more detailed look at the 2 of those 6 chemicals that I've mentioned, which we regard as essential. First of all, just bear in mind that all of them are 1Bs. So if we decide not to cancel the registration of the Bs, we have no debate further. It's easy. But if the Bs are on the list, we will have a problem with the flowers, by way of speaking. The active ingredients are all 1Bs, as I said, or this active ingredient. It's used for late season control of downy mildew in table grapes, past the 5 millimeter berry diameter stage. It's used in mixtures to support the efficacy of other active ingredients such as amitoctradin, folpet, mancozeb. Those chemicals are absolutely essential for late season control of downy mildew, with the exception of Volpet and Mancozeb, which cannot be used post the 5 mm berry diameter because you have a problem with visible residues on table grapes, making the crop useless for marketing. So we are left with only one alternative, and that is a mixture of amitriptyline and dimethomorph, for which we have no alternative at the moment. Yes, there's a possibility of using, what is this thing called? Cursate Pro, or not Cursate Pro, Equation Pro, which is a mixture of amoxidone and cymoxanil. The problem with that is that formoxidone is also struggling for survival, and the label limits you to 5 mm berry diameter spray unless you want to ignore the gap, which will put you in the arena of illegality and the gangsters. The alternative control measures are limited to 5 mm berry diameter, and I said there's a phytotoxic risk for the copper compounds that could be used instead. This is just an example of how what the feature of the international markets are with regard to this specific chemical. If you look at the right-hand side of the column, you can't see much of it, but if you look at the right-hand side of the little strip that I've got in there, you'll see most of it is green or yellow, which indicates that the markets don't have a real concern with it. It's acceptable chemical to the markets. So we can cross that bridge, but we have a problem with our own registration. The second one is thiacloprid. The compounds fit well into the first generation of codling moth control strategy, maybe the first spray after blossom. The early use of a single application will not leave residues if it is used in that regard. The manufacturer indicated that 100 days is enough to allow for total dissipation. 100 days pre-harvest interval is enough for total dissipation, and that's all we need. Once we can bridge that gap, we can use the product for codling moth control without any problems. Let's have a look at the alternatives. There are two diamides that could be used, cyantraniliprole and chlorantraniliprole. Excellent products to be used. The problem is they have got a high risk for resistance. And if we overuse them, we have a problem with obviously we can lose two of the best compounds that we have available. Emamectin is a possibility, but emamectin has got very short legs, can fit in there, but it has also got a problem with residues, and we try to, or not really residues because it's limited at 0.01, but with the necessary derogations and support behind emamectin, we can use that as an alternative for thiacloprid. Gerard, your body language hopefully is not expressing anything with regards to time. Then the spinosins are there, but we would prefer to use them later in the season. The pyrethroids, I think, has got an acknowledged resistant level or resistant profile, and we would rather refrain from using that instead of the thiacloprids. If you look at the market requirements again, if you can do that clicking, thank you. If you look at the market requirements again, you will see it's yellows and orange. As long as it's not red and black, it's fine. The markets can tolerate. So markets can tolerate it, but we can't tolerate it. What are the impacts? The impact of the previous slides. We have seen some we've highlighted some challenges facing production of deciduous fruit caused by these deals. Further challenges are so-called, which I would like to refer to as regulatory imperialism imposed by the regulators internationally, particularly the EU, and the proposed, or amongst others, the proposed minor clause or the mirror clause of the EU. Then further MRL reductions by the EU is possible, and there could be reciprocation in that regard. Then there's also commercial imperialism due to pseudoscientific limitations of ARFDs, proportionate MRLs, the number of residues, and the blacklisting of certain compounds imposed by buyers and driven by pressure groups such as consumer watchdogs. If you just have a look at this commercial compound, most of you have seen this, but just look at the German supermarkets, the requirements set by them with regards to MRLs, the summary of the sum of MRLs, the level of the MRLs, the maximum ARFD levels, and look at how it changes. Don't bother about the superscript and the D. Just look at the figures and see how it changes between the markets. There's a big inconsistency between the different. They're all selling to the same Germans, and maybe just and even in the same town. But in the end of the day, they regard themselves as whiter than driven snow from time to time. Looking back, there are more of them: Metro, Neto, Norma, Rewe, Tegut. You can see the big variation between the different supermarkets. If that is not enough, look at the effect of a channel between two countries. Small area of the island and the continent. UK traders doesn't bother too much. They allow you 100% of the EU MRL. They have no problem with the percentage of the ARFD. They have no restrictions on the sum total of the MRL or the ARFD per sample. Quite the contrary is true for the European supermarkets, in particular the German supermarkets. And there are more of those things, which I will not dwell on. If you look at this, for instance, look at the various restrictions of different compounds in the EU. This is just a list of the compounds to the left. And if you look at Aldi, Kaufland, Rewe, Lidl, Norma, Tesco, Global Fruit, the Global Fruit Point is an importer on behalf of a number of supermarkets. You can see all the red areas in there, which are prohibited chemicals, and again, inconsistency between the different buyers. Okay, what can we expect in future as a result of these so-called deals? I think, and this is purely initiative of my own, crop losses due to limited ability and the use of active compounds, smaller and less sustainable toolbox will result or could result in serious crop losses. Obviously, there's a limited ability to control quarantine pests and diseases to a level of zero tolerance. Remember that a quarantine pest doesn't have a low tolerance, it has a zero tolerance. And to be able to do that almost takes more energy for the last 5% of control than for the first 95% of control. We might have a problem with secondary pests and new pests developing as a result of this. And then, of course, we'll have a problem with pest migrations. There are a lot of new pests coming into the country and which we need control measures for. A big issue with me is the generation of waste. If we fail at the number of residues internationally, or if we fail at the cosmetic compliance of the product, we waste the product. And I've seen numerous cases of growers throwing excellent quality lemons last year away. They couldn't even process them because there was an oversupply in the processors because of the fact that it didn't fit one or other supermarket grill of gier. What can we expect in the future of the result of these deals? We've already started with that. We can expect monopolies in agriculture remedy marketing. If one company has the only product available in the market and he decides to sell it exclusively through a number of his agents, we will have a problem with the price and the monopolies concerned with that. We can expect a proliferation of biological and biorational products and solutions, which is a good thing, but to a limit, to a point. Because some of these products has got a limited performance. And I've been put on record that I've said many of them work well when there's not a problem. Furthermore, we can expect international food processors enforcing international standards on non-export crops like wheat, barley, canola. Pioneer buys a lot of wheat. Heineken has just bought one of our biggest wine sellers, Farmers Winery. Do you think Heineken will go by the South African law or will they go by the Dutch law when it comes to residues and the residue and the restrictions imposed on barley that are being malted in Caledon? They will go by the international standards and they will be bound by the international standards. And in the end of the day, and the same will account for wine grapes, which up till now was almost sort of free of all these regulatory detail. All of this, to my mind, could contribute and will generate food insecurity and does not support the whole aim of our international view on having more food available for a growing community. I believe the 8th million baby was born last week. The problem is not fossil fuel, it's most probably the relationship between male and females. What do we think will be the solution to all of this? I don't know what the solution would be, but we need new thinking. Kobus Moller, kom lag hier agterna. we need effective and enabling regulatory process that are agile and supportive to all. In other words, our regulatory authorities must be enabling, not regulating, but enabling. We need high-level and sound research in crop protection that can supply workable information to solve the issues of crop protection within the borders of IPM. Science must prevail. We have heard that this morning. Not pseudoscience, not perceptions. Science must prevail. We need a new focus on soil health and root management. I often say that we farm roots, we sell fruit, and we neglect the bit under the soil too often. We need properly trained and skilled crop protection practitioners, not necessarily with due respect, ladies and gentlemen, salesmen. We need crop protection practitioners that can ensure the South African agriculture stays in business. And this is most probably one of the most important bits as far as I'm concerned. We need continuous harmonious relationships and discussions between the authorities, organized agriculture, and the trade to solve challenges quickly and cost efficiently. Pseudoscience, red tape, egos is bound to kill our agriculture and cause irreparable damage to the economy and food safety. I want to conclude with a statement made by a great orator many years ago, and almost to the day, 80 years ago, where he said, this is not the end. Maybe this is not even the beginning of the end, but maybe this is the end of the beginning. And it was Winston Churchill who said that 10th November 1942. I think to a large extent it would apply to us as well. This could be the beginning or the end of the beginning of the end. No, it could be rather the beginning. Let's leave it to Churchill to dwell with that. Thank you very much, Gerard and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Kobus. Like always, straight from the hip with a 44 Magnum in between the eyes. No beating about the bush. I listened to Kobus, and the one thing came to mind is if you take that commodity out of the market, I want to give you the analogy between motor vehicles. If you say tomorrow, we are not going to allow anybody to own a 4x4, no problem. You can buy a passenger car. But what are the multiple challenges coming up if you have to go to a place like the Baviaanskloof close to me, up the mountains here with a normal little Renault Kwid? Sorry for the marketing of the brand. So what Kobus explained here is if you take a compound out of the market, you open up this plethora or a matrix of challenges because you cannot just take somebody else or something else and fit it in behind Mangozep or something behind Cyclo, because there are a lot of different elements that they meet the match up to make sure it can do exactly what is required in terms of technology and also in terms of regulatory to fit into that slot. So Kobus, thank you very much for that. And before I hand over to Paul Hartman from the Citrus Growers Association, the word came up again in Kobus, like this morning, food insecurity. Okay? We talk about the Green Deal, going greener, safer food, environmental protection. Food is what's going to make the world go round or bring the world to an end. So we're going to move on to our last speaker for the day before we have our panel discussion. Paul Hardman from the Citrus Growers industry. He's the Industry Affairs Manager. And we're now at the real grassroots levels. In other words, what is going to happen to the grower himself or herself on the ground if we don't basically work ourselves into the Green Deal and change the mindset and change the parameters? Paul, thank you.
Thanks, Gerard. And thanks for the conference organizers. It's actually been a very stimulating morning and day so far, and thank you for the opportunity to participate. There's actually not a great deal that I can really add in terms of the principles, other than to share what we're experiencing in the citrus industry. So as Gerard said, just a sense of what's happening on the ground when it comes to how these policies are actually getting rolled out. Yeah, so just really my sort of plan is just to share how the world trade has changed, because we need to see it in that context, and then just obviously just go through a lot of the detail that people have already shared. I'm not going to go into that again, but just reflecting on that, how it impacts on the citrus industry, and what do we see the future looking like in that sense. Just a cautionary note here. I have been some talks I've done before, people told me I came across as not really being that sympathetic to climate change and really needing to pursue sustainability topics. I can tell you that's contrary to what I believe fundamentally, but also what we're actually trying to do. The point is, and it was highlighted, the Green Deal is a political statement, really, more than it is about actual what happens on the ground. And I think there's a massive gap that has developed between what's happening at a political, economic level and real, true sustainability movement. And you can see the complexity and why it's difficult to bridge this gap when you think of the slow progress that's coming out of the COP type discussions. You know, it's taken years and years to actually get to real, tangible movement on sustainability because it's influenced by politics and trade. So that cautionary note. The other thing I want to talk about is really the starting point for me when I started to think about this is a process that I went through in about 2008 when we got a letter out of Russia to indicate that the Russians requested the Department of Agriculture at that time to sign off on a letter regarding MRLs. And I was duly sent off to Moscow to find out what the hell's going on there, and why this letter sort of popped out of the blue. And so we found ourselves in this state room with a delegation of the Russians on that side and our South African delegation, and we started to interact. We put forward what did this letter mean. And we were working with a local translator, and so the discussion went to and fro. We asked them initially what it was about, and then they proceeded for about 20 minutes to indicate what this letter meant, and they would sort of talk for a minute or two, and our translator would respond. And over the course of this time, it just became so apparent how this whole picture fitted together. We initially went there thinking we'd just been caught in the crossfire. There's been a mistake. There's been some, but we realized after going through that process that the Russian authorities there had put this whole mechanism together to create an unbelievably powerful lever to influence trade. And the background story to that was just about the time when the Russians were trying to enter the WTO and trying to exert some influence, political influence over that process. And yes, we were being caught in the crossfire. And some of the reality of this is that the Russians themselves, the Europeans themselves were part of the target of that. And it really hurt European producers. They lost millions of rand, and that trade basically stopped almost instantly with Russia. The point I'm simply trying to make is that in this mix of mixing the science and the trade dynamics around MRLs, which were very well explained this morning, and the economics and politics, is that you have a very powerful tool. And this is part of my concern a little bit with the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy. It's a very powerful tool. And hopefully I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the intent, because really at the heart of it, we have to understand what are they trying to do. Is it about sustainability, true sustainability, or are we going to get caught up in some of this other aspect of economics and politics, which will really hurt us potentially? Obviously, people have spoken about this a lot this morning in terms of the association between the Farm to Fork strategy and the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy. Just to add a few numbers to that, it's worth about 387 billion. This current cap, which runs until 2027, which works out about 6.4 million rand. So that means out of the taxpayer's pocket, every year European farmers are going to get 2 and a bit times the South African GDP. That's the quantum of funds that are being purely pumped into the farmers' pockets, and it's completely bypassing the price-setting mechanism for commodities. So in other words, it doesn't matter how much they produce, they still get the subsidy, and obviously that obviously has trade. You know, it's not the free market sort of view. Also coming from an agricultural economist point of view, so another one up here at the moment. But you're obviously not allocating resources then efficiently, because there's a skewing of sort of funds getting channeled back to farmers. The other really significant thing about the cap that's been implemented in this round is that it is very closely associated with the Green Deal and farm to fork requirements in terms of lower pesticide, lower inputs from fertilizer, etc. So what we're seeing currently, and there's been the odd demonstration already from European growers, they're struggling to actually meet these targets themselves and access those subsidies, so their on-farm incomes are also getting impacted by this. So just getting a bit closer to how we see sort of things panning out, and how in the citrus industry we're observing the farm-to-fork strategy. The problem, Gerrit, with taking it from a policy level to what we actually think will happen on the ground, the challenge with that is it's an incoherent policy, in the sense that it has been influenced by the politics and economics, and it's not just about the science. So if we look at some of those objectives around reducing plant protection products, well, potentially that's directly opposed to market access and trade. Now, remember, Europe's own trade has expanded significantly, I mean, exporting as well. So if we're talking reciprocating, I mean, that's a massive aspect that they need to take into account. Their ability to actually access other markets is also going to be influenced. You then look at what the impact would be on waste, and Kobus has touched on that. You know, we've got that dynamic, increase in waste, and that's the quickest way to actually increase your impact on the environment if you have high levels of waste. Obviously, it links to improved incomes. Obviously, that getting tainted. So if you're not delivering that high quality product Kobus is talking about, has impact on incomes. Obviously, there's the food safety aspect, and that, I mean, it just goes on. What the point I'm trying to raise here is that all these aspects are actually potentially pulling in different directions. And from a practitioner's point of view, it's really difficult to see where the end goal is going to be. Which force is actually going to predominate and prevail and put you in a position where you know where you're going to land. I mean, some sectors, for example, the citrus industry, quite a long time ago, took decisions about how to protect fruit post-harvest. So our strategy, this is going back even as early as the 90s, was to use post-harvest treatments, the typical chemicals that we have in pack houses today, and rely less on packaging material to do that. Look, it does depend on obviously the type of product that you're dealing with, but that was a strategic decision many years ago. It means we're in a better position perhaps now from a circular economy point of view, but there's still this massive pressure to do it. So I mean, those are long-term type decisions which could be disrupted now just because of these immediate goals coming through with the farm-to-fork strategy. But it's really challenging trying to predict exactly where the future will be with all this uncertainty. So the points have been made. This is just another sort of emphasis on it. The Green Deal and farm-to-fork strategy is very much influenced by politics, and this slide just shows you the percentage of green parties that are essentially ruling member states, and this is probably not even the full picture, in the sense that coalitions and other parties are influencing the decisions at a member state level, and this is obviously what the consumer wants, the population. So that we understand. We don't have any objections to it, but it does mean green economy is forming part of the political thinking. Again, to make the point, the issues aren't so much the Green Deal or the farm-to-fork strategy if it's good science and good the objectives are noble. It's when the political aspect gets into play. And so what we have now is basically we're living through the consequence of decisions taken a number of years ago. And Lindy referred to this in terms of the current regulations around pesticide authorization and MRL setting. Within the last decade, the process of MRL setting or formalization of it now takes a political step. It has to go to Parliament to be ratified. That was actually a fundamental shift in the way regulations were determined in Europe. And we can see that now where again, politics are deliberately having an influence over the final outcomes. It's not just science-based, it's not just the technocrats dealing with it, it's the politicians also having their influence. This was an interesting article that came out not so long ago. It was labeled, this is on the European Parliament website, pesticides in food, what is the European Parliament doing to help? Okay. How do you understand that statement? What do you think the article is about? Do you think it's there to help the producer or the consumer get lower residues, more residues, lower use of crop protection products? But it goes on, obviously, to talk a little bit about details of what they're trying to do, and it is obviously in line with the strategies of the Farm to Fork strategy of reducing the amount of active ingredients that are used, and they throw in what I think, like a statement, they're doing this because of potentially the renewal of actives like glyphosate. Now, I'm not making any judgments on active substances here, but it just tells you how involved the politicians are on a very technical and scientific topic. Interestingly there, if you look at that second paragraph, I'll turn to now, the sustainable use of pesticides, they do refer to integrated pest management. Now, if they were following it exactly how Kobus was saying, I can't see how they can have that broader statement, what are we using, what is the Parliament doing to help, if they're meaning just simply lower residues. What was also interesting, obviously, this is just another slide just talking about how they're essentially going to the member state level. So what they were finding with this, basically the substitution principle that they've applied here is at the European level, they'd obviously agreed to make some commitments to lower pesticide use and push that down to member state level to actually implement. That was the sustainable use of pesticide regulation, which came in about 2009 as well. Practically for 10 years, there's been not a great deal of progress on that regulation, and it's just being reviewed now, and the policy review is happening now. The point is, and this is here, the findings of this impact assessment is that member states themselves are really struggling to comply with the expectation of lower residues. Again, this is the anomaly and paradox that comes in. You've got all these opposing forces. Yes, it's a good idea, but what actually happens on the ground? And that makes it really tricky to be a third country trying to predict where to go. So what can we understand from reciprocation? What does that mean? Is it a like for like in the sense that you're simply trading off ideas, that if Europe sets a target for 50% lower residue, does that mean we've got to do the same? Is that exactly how it works? Or are we going to be trying to pursue more traditional ways of negotiating trade where yes, you might want to see give and take on both sides, but it's not a perfect match. And obviously, when it comes to things like integrated pest management, which is site-specific, pest and disease-specific, you can't be doing an exact match. It simply doesn't work, and that's why the argument that if it's not authorized in Europe means countries outside of Europe can't use it. That argument it falls flat if you really take IPM seriously. Okay, just just getting a little bit onto where we see the challenges with if we were to reciprocate an exact like-for-like situation. Obviously, increased organic is in the citrus industry is almost impossible, mainly because of the number one challenge, and I emphasize it again, raised by my colleague over there, Sean Moore, it's the phytosanitary requirements. If you want to access the market from a phytosanitary point of view, you have to control that particular disease or pest, and hence you have to have the control options. It is our number one challenge, and unfortunately, started out as an optimist and have a little bit more experience now when it comes to some of the phytosanitary dynamics at play. But sometimes, the facts just don't carry weight, and it's not that they're not reliable or good. In fact, to the contrary, but they are pushed aside or ignored, and that's a problem for us. I mean, and that's part of the challenge in terms of what we need to think about in terms of our messaging and getting to the right ears. Obviously, reduction in the use of synthetic inputs, maybe fertilizers may or may not, we could cope with that, but again, it's linked to proper tree health, which Kobus has raised. When we look at the reduction of hazardous pesticides, again, which member state do you actually follow? Because and I'll come back to sort of maybe organic, if you look at the rate of uptake of organic, even within member states, it varies significantly. So when you reciprocate, who are you trying to follow there? Yes, they've got targets, but are we looking for actual reciprocation in terms of matching them to what they can achieve, or are they expecting us to be even higher than that in terms of their ideal goals? I mentioned on the circular economy different strategies for packaging material. Unfortunately, in the citrus industry, that's not such a big challenge for us, but obviously on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, we're watching that very closely. And that does go back where you really need good science. Fortunately, in the fruit industry, we've got the Confronting Climate Change project, and that's looking at that very closely to try and prepare our industry for that aspect, as well as the local carbon tax requirements. And then obviously looking at reducing biodiversity, again, that may or may not be a challenge for us depending on how they're looking at reducing it. Okay, just looking at some of the uncertainties and trying to just flesh that out. Again, I pointed out the pesticide candidates for substitution. We haven't really seen even the European member states making great progress there. Are they pushing us hard to take that out? And I said, which member states are we expected to follow? Because there is quite a lot of variation in how they're approaching it. In terms of one thing that we've started within the citrus industry is there's actually two institutions that we've linked up. The one that we've started internally is the Citrus Sustainability Forum. We started at the beginning of last year, and that's the platform where we're trying to get as many stakeholders together to talk about these issues and try to prepare for that future. The other one I've been involved with is the Southern Hemisphere Association of Fresh Fruit Exporters. They've got a sustainability task group. And SHAFE is made up of our Southern Hemisphere counterparts. That's Peru, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Australia, New Zealand. And we're trying to interpret these new requirements coming out of Europe and what it will mean for the Southern Hemisphere. So there's definitely anecdotal stories and some facts in terms of how we respond. And it could tie in very closely with the work being done by CropLife. What was interesting is being part of that process is just how we define sustainability and what it actually means from a cultural and society point of view, and obviously the impact of trade for communities living in rural areas. It was a theme that came through very strongly from that process. And obviously there's an aspect that you can't impose things from outside the country, especially if there's a very different context and climate in that space. So the point is, we're dealing with different issues, and to try have a one-size-fits-all just simply doesn't work. Evidence-based decisions, of course, going back to the climate sort of and carbon trading, that type of aspect, and how we need to make progress in that, but you need good science, and the jury's still out in some of those areas. If Europe is only going to use EFSA as the only source of information, then we will have some challenges, definitely. We've seen that on the phytosanitary side, that you can have science from both angles, and if they're only going to be predominantly using the one, that's problematic. And then obviously one of the other stated goals in the Farm to Fork strategy is improving environmental standards. That's immediately obviously assuming that the European ones are perhaps better, and what we found at a very practical level through CESA and some of the other standards that we've had to roll out is that when you try and impose that from Europe, it's not that relevant at times and not that applicable. So it's a negotiation. It needs to be shared, that type of work, especially when it comes to how you demonstrate it or create the transparency in the system, and that's where the costs lie. Some of the models that have been adopted in Europe are very expensive, and that actually gets in the way of people doing the right thing on farms. Okay, so just kind of in summary and sort of getting to some of the real challenges, it is very difficult to see what the future looks like. I mean, in terms of what we're discussing in our sustainability forum, we've got different topics there, but we tend to be finding ourselves waiting for the next step, the latest indication out of Europe. Exactly how do they interpret or how do they see it happening? So as much as we're trying to prepare for it, it's very difficult while there's uncertainty. The other thing that was mentioned this morning, and Lindy is sort of also raised, I mean, we do need to find mechanisms where we can have proper inputs into the processes. It does feel like the European Union has decided already and now sort of pushing that out, whereas it would have been much better if there was some form of engagement before then. We can really get into the detail and then come up with a joint solution. A bit like Prof. Jooster's policy thing. I mean, that would have been great if we'd had that opportunity earlier. It was also mentioned we've got very little financial resources. I mean, many industries are on their knees right now, and there's just, unfortunately, environmental and social type work doesn't happen very quickly when there's no extra money to work on that. So, from a genuine sustainability point of view, environmental sustainability, we're quite concerned about that. And as also been highlighted, the next phase is really now bolting on these requirements. So if I go back to that Russian example where I started with, essentially what the Russians were looking to do was get the Department of Agriculture to sign that memorandum of understanding. So they were reducing their intentions to an agreement which has to be signed, and basically there was little choice. You had to sign that agreement. And everybody basically did. The problem was they had very few MRLs at the time, so you were almost admitting that you were going to struggle. It put you in a very difficult position. So that's kind of the reality of kind of where we find ourselves in now. We're almost being compelled to sign up to this agreement we've never really had a chance to influence, and that's I think what the reality we're facing now on the ground and in the citrus industry. Thanks, Gert. That's just a final thing from Cape Town. So obviously we've crossed the globe from Russia to Brussels to Cape Town, and I just want to confirm the points being made in terms of we do need to communicate, cooperate, and have genuine concern for sustainability topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm going to sit down and not jump up to the podium again because we're starting our panel discussion. And before I invite the panelists to respond to certain topics which I've identified, just a couple of my own takeaway thoughts from Paul's presentation. First of all, the policy, that farm to fork policy, seems to be nebulous. We don't know what the what drives that particular policy. And if you don't know what drives the policy, how can you respond to the policy? Second thing that we heard throughout today's discussion is this idea of the mirror clauses. If I do this, you've got to do that as well. And I had a talk on radio last night about genetics and stuff. Not that I know anything about it, but I told people that around the world, people all do differently. Even the audience today would look differently. And to latch onto what Paul says, different cultures, different modes of operation, different habits. And how can you then get the European Union to tell us that you must do this and that? It ain't going to work in my book. The carbon emission story that gets latched onto this whole EU Green Deal, and I hear the word carbon tax, I get jittery, because what happens to the carbon tax? What is the carbon tax used for? It's not just a way to harness more money to go into the pockets of whatever they want to do with the money. And maybe the most important one is they talk about the evidence. What is your reference frame for the evidence? Is it ECPA? Is it EFSA? Is it the EPA? Is it a Far Eastern model? And there's so many different things. And I learned in science in my younger days that science is always about challenging the evidence. In other words, there's never evidence which stands for eternity. If you look at the modern things about space and so on, there's a strong case now to be made out that the Einsteinian type of theories for the space are no longer valid. So we cannot just say there's ECPA and that is the base to work from, because you can always challenge the science. So the scientific data, we don't know what is the starting point for that. And very worrying that we heard throughout today as well is a lot of the stuff is not science-driven, it's politically driven, and they latch it then onto the trade agreements and the trade preferences, and that causes havoc on the market. So without going further into my little takes on what happened there, we decided to have a panel discussion and to flesh out about more what was discussed, especially in our latest session our last session this afternoon. And on the panel, we invited not just people, specialists, to talk to us and address these particular issues. And on my left-hand side, Dr. Elmay Kutse-Burgma, that we've always welcomed to our meetings in CropLife SA from Global Gap, which is, from a personal perspective, still the certification body in the world. You heard Paul now. You've heard Kobus Hartman. Lindy Bennick from Hawkrow, that is the sort of market access person for the farmers into any part of the world. And we also have Skalk Skuman. Is Skalk online, Elrisa? Dr. Skalk Skuman, he's from the South African Macadamia Producer Organization, a person that also works very much on the ground level with the producer and guiding the producer to make sure they produce their macadamias in order to be able to export to other destinations in the world. And these are the specialists we wanted to bring on board today to discuss certain topics, especially lower down, away from the policy level, at the ground level. But I'm going to start off the discussion by asking a very difficult question. And I'm going to ask Elmay to respond to the question first of all. What mandates the European Union to dictate to other nations of the world how they should produce agricultural crops? It might be a very cheeky question, but I think it's a question that we all ask and might be too afraid to ask. Elmay?
It is a cheeky question, and unfortunately I cannot speak on behalf of the EU, but I would like to think that they actually have no mandate. They are seen as a nation that have, or European Union as a more than one nation, but have they're strong in food safety, they're strong in technology, and they're building many things, and they're in the forefront with all of these things, and they come up with a sustainability agenda. And it's something that all of us think of. I mean, us as South Africans also think about sustainability. Many other countries, it is the topic that everybody is addressing, but they've now put it forward as a Green Deal, and now everybody needs to comply with it. Whether they have the mandate to enforce it to other nations, I don't think so, but it's always a but. If we want to export and if we're part of the game, then you need to follow what the market requires as well. So in the end, it's sort of this indirect enforcement. I think, and this has been said today, overall, everybody said it, us as South Africans, all the other countries, I hear it from New Zealand, from everywhere, are asking the questions, but okay, how is it going to affect us? How do we deal with it? What's the science behind this? All these questions come up. Everybody that I've been talking to and that hear about the Green Deal is, okay, but how are we going to address this? Yes, this is what the EU wants, but how are we going to work around that? So, I mean, even within the EU, Belgium and the Netherlands are fighting on a daily basis to figure out how they are going to deal with this. And yes, they've put it out there, and it seems to be coming. In 8 years' time, they have their first, well, already some of the plans now, but if we think about when we need to be organic and when we need to have the limited pesticides use and all of these things, 8 years from now, we'll have to have these things in place if they succeed in pushing this through. Some of our European retailer members have told us recently that with the war in Ukraine, they probably won't have products in their stores because there's the energy crisis. So it's going to delay some of these deadlines, I'm sure. And things like organic, they've all noticed that there's a decrease in the organic production that they can source from. So even though this is being pushed through by the Green Deal, we see the opposite. So that leads me to Paul's presentation, your one slide on all the push and pulls that we have, and everything is contradicting. I mean, it's all the buzzwords, and they try to put everything in place, and all of us are trying to make sense of it, but in reality, things are not working according to that plan, it seems like.
In other words, you say we should all accept that the EU doesn't have a mandate to dictate to anybody. But they set the platform, and what Elmay says is now, how do we position ourselves to be able to still talk to the platform and service the platform and get our money out of the European Union? But in inverted commas, semi-glad to hear that there's discontent in the ranks. In other words, even within the EU, there are companies that say, but we don't want this to happen. And maybe this is something where we need to talk to the advocacy people and say, but how do we pick out those countries and start making connection with them and try and use them as a channel to lobby into the whole European Union and say, but this is not a workable idea. If you don't even we spoke today a lot about bundling ourselves together as a front to address the European Union Green Deal. Now, in the European Union, they didn't even have their own total united front. So maybe that's something we should latch on and see how we can negotiate that particular little gap in their own approach and maybe use it to our advantage. I don't know whether, Lindy, would you like to respond to that and add on to what Elmay said about the mandate of the EU and whether the EU is all on the same planet, which I heard now from Elmay. It's not the same story. They're not really all on the same level with that.
Gerard, it's not one of the ones that I prepped for, but at the same time, it's always difficult in a panel. I think we've all heard all the stories today in the first session, setting the scene, the second session, the challenges we sit with, regulatory issues. And I've always said, I mean, if we really look at what the EU is doing, we all know, if you look at the COP27 that's just taken place, many parties have looked at some elements because we're all having some impact of climate change. But the real issue behind it is EU wants to be the first climate neutral. To the detriment of others, they don't really care. We all know that with regard to them pushing these issues, are they really? We heard today about 19 countries that have put comments forward on 2 actives. Do they really care what other countries are doing at this stage? Not really. One thing I can say to you, there's nothing to add from what Cobus has said or what Paul has said. We all know these things are already having impacts. We know we've had an increasing loss of critical actives. It's not the Green Deal that started the process. I already said many years ago this started. There's been an intensified loss of actives based on the hazard principles. South Africa has, in many ways, been able to adapt to using actives. Cobus highlighted a few actives where we can still use products with those changes. The reality is we are going to see losses. We're going to see, we don't have the tools. We need new technologies that are going to cost more. There's going to be increased costs. And if I look at it at the moment, we heard what Paul said. we've just had a roadshow that Hortgrow has done. And the summary of it is that I'm hearing, firstly, some areas have had huge hail losses. Some areas have got farms that are on the market, they can't get market prices. Some areas they're pulling out trees. And when you really look at these issues, it's really about the sustainability. At which end? Who carries these costs? It's the growers that are going to carry these costs. They always have. And it's already unsustainable. And the EU is going to continue pushing those issues. We're going to have to find ways around them. The challenge is we don't have the funding, as you've highlighted.
One thing you said now, which interests me a lot, is even if we go the route with a good, solid scientific evidence to say, but you cannot take the compound off, there's no reason to take it off the market, and we've got the people that do the lobbying and the advocacy and stuff, you tell me that they still don't care. They don't care about what happens with the farm on the ground. That's what I get from what you said now.
Well, I mean, we can see that's the reality. That Paul and Kobus can comment on that. We've had, who is absorbing most of these input costs? The grower. The grower has always been the one that's absorbing increased costs to the point that it's not sustainable anymore. How long have we had loss of actives? It's an ongoing and increasing situation. Is the EU taking note of any of the arguments that are being put forward on these issues? Not really. So I think that's the reality. I'm not saying we mustn't have a position. I very much think that this is the time, as I said this morning, for us to work together to try and shape the words that Alan used, what they're trying to do, and to ensure that before we have any trade negotiations where we have things included in our negotiations that we can't meet, that we can try and shape it. But that's the reality. That's what you are dealing with.
Thank you for that. Is Skalk online? You down there in Lowveld, as far as I know. Hello, Skalk. I can see you there.
Sorry, I had a bit of a feedback loop, and I think it's sorted.
What we're discussing now, and you heard what El May said, and you heard what Lindy said, and I would like to know from you, with your engagement with your macadamia farmers on the ground, what is your feeling about the EU trying to dictate to us how do we produce that nut on the ground? And do they actually care about what's going to happen to that macadamia producer that might be put out of business if they come with these, call them harsh measures? Can I get your response on that one, please?
Gerard, yes, sorry, I was a bit out of the initial bit of the discussion, but I have a firm opinion on this one. I don't think there's at this moment, if you look at the problems facing the macadamia industry, most of it is due to indigenous insects, and then also a range of diseases that's fairly unique to our environment, and some of these restrictions placed by the EU on us are really going to make life extremely difficult. With that, I must say that the mac industry has adopted, integrated pest management and all related matters in leaps and bounds. The industry has really flown through the sort of traditional, succession of approaches to crop protection, and at this moment really is grasping the integrated approach. But I think these things are most certainly going to make it a lot more difficult for our growers, Gerard, if it answers your question. It's a lot wider than just the South African growers, because I am just about to leave for Kenya, and it's going to affect the African growers as well. Macadamias is fast becoming a major crop in southern Africa, I would say from Kenya down towards the eastern seaboard. So it is really going to affect growers on a fairly large scale.
Okay, Skalk, thanks for that. I want to keep you on the line there in terms of the question I want to latch on to the mandate of the EU, and that is Also, maybe a difficult question. The producer on the ground, and maybe we should not only say South African producer, because Scott now alluded to other nations in Africa that also impacted by the Green Deal. Are these farmers on the ground aware about the Green Deal and what the potential impact is in, call it the short and medium term, on their sustainability and their livelihoods? Or is there the sort of what we call in South African terms the ostrich head in the sand syndrome? So, Schalk, would you like to respond to that? And I'm going to ask Paul also, because you are directly in contact with your citrus growers. So, could you maybe respond to that, please, Schalk?
Yeah, Gerard, now that's a leading question if I've ever heard one. No, Gerard, you know, we've been trying to communicate, or we're not trying, we have been communicating with our growers for some time now. But my honest opinion is that they're not aware of the serious nature of what is coming during the next few years. You know, we've been pressing the IPM and sustainability button for quite some time, and I think, dare I say the words, so the farmers have become desensitized, maybe in some respect. And with all that, I would really like to compliment what you have done today. I really found it extremely insightful. And I think it's really, really, really practical stuff that will have a huge impact on our growers. Gerard, no. Summarize, I don't think you know, despite a lot of effort from our side, I don't think the majority of the growers are totally aware of what's happening.
While you were talking, I looked around my fellow panel members here, and I saw a nod from Elmay and I saw a nod from Kobus, and that's very worrying to me. So I'm going to avoid these two now for the moment and ask Paul, because you are dealing with this massive group of citrus growers. So same question to you. What is your experience?
Yeah, I think it will depend on sector, definitely. I think majority probably, I'm talking across the board, aren't really aware. But the part of the challenge that I mentioned in my talk is, what do you communicate? You tell them, okay, it's coming, but there's nothing really to point to specifically. That makes it that messaging quite difficult, and it's obviously linked to the uncertainty in the whole process. From a fruit point of view, I think we actually have been better off in terms of the broader topics around you know, the Farm to Fork and Green Deal, in the sense, like, for example, the Confronting Climate Change, that was started in 2008. It's got 10 years, 12 years worth of data sitting there and being able to show evidence, and that's a good news story. That's something we can tie in with some of our communication. From the citrus industry point of view, our board picked up that we needed to focus on this. We brought it to their attention, and we have a strategic plan for that's covering 4 years. So we've got a deliberate effort within our organization to communicate around the impacts of the European Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy, and part of that was the development of the Citrus Sustainability Forum, which is we meet about every quarter, and it started at the beginning of last year. So there are deliberate attempts to communicate, and then within those structures, and obviously now more specifically on citrus, we can start talking about the specific aspects of it. I mean, this last one last week, Sean Moore actually gave a whole presentation on integrated pest management and sort of what were the dynamics around that. So, yeah, from a citrus point of view, I think we're doing you know, quite a lot. We could probably do more, but yeah, that's well, I'll leave it for there. Yeah.
All right, but now, having listened to your response to this particular difficult question, whose fault is it that the farmers are uninformed or disconnected with what's happening in the European Union? Can we lay the blame at the level of the farmer? Is it the grower groups? Is it the level of government? Is it, for example, us at CropLife SA? Is it the broader agriculture arena? Why do we have this particular problem? Who do we pinpoint as saying, but you should have started the advocacy to the farm level about this months ago, or maybe a year or two ago?
I think he's looking at you, Kobus.
Yeah, well,
I want the guilty party here.
I think a very prominent South African, and I will refrain from using his name, at some stage, one of the richest people in South Africa said to me one day, it's easy to be ethical if you're rich. And then he turned around and he said, I haven't been rich all my life. I think farmers are struggling to a large extent with their budgets. The bottom line is, can they really afford to listen to all this what's now? And in the end of the day, how do they survive? In the battle for survival, I've seen many of my own clients across the country battling for survival, driving very nice cars, but I know that the bank would refuse them the next loan to buy the packing material. Under those conditions, though, I think the one thing is, and I'm avoiding your question to some extent, but under those conditions, you will find many guys are able to produce fruit with zero residues or with very low residues. And as far as the regulatory side of things are concerned, just ignore the fact that it might not be Global Gap compliant or it might not be Act 36 compliant or whatever. As long as the fruit can be sold, they're very happy to go ahead and do that. And they will continue doing that until specific laws and activities come into place which says, sorry, you can't go any further. And I'm not speaking on behalf of farmers. Certainly there are other people, certainly there are a lot of them out there that would follow the rules to a large extent. But those are the ones that are most probably the rich ones, or the ones that can afford to do that. The end of the day is, who is responsible to carry this message forward? All of us, and we've been sitting here this morning listening, most of us, to new information. All of us would like to reveal this information to our growers and our clients and our associates out there. But we are also still in a phase of, in a gray area where we don't really know. One might know a lot more than the other, and of each and every bit together. And I think, and that Schalk has alluded to that, if we get these grouped together more often, if we can get these people to speak about the problems more often, I think there could be a uniform message going out to growers. And as long as you keep on informing growers, there will be slow but surely changes happening. My problem is that the change that is going to happen might be too slow to meet what the regulators are about to do. Because there's less than a year, or there's a little bit more than a year left before, if these things come to fruition, a lot of very critical registrations are going to be cancelled, which does not mean you can't use it anymore. It will simply not be available to use anymore. And we don't have suitable alternatives. So what are the growers going to do? They will, for the short term, just revert to different markets. But the moment you put citrus into the eastern or in the Far East markets, you start flooding that sensitive markets. Or you go to the Americas, you run into phytosanitary problems and long dispatch times. You go to the UK, well, I don't know. I believe Cyril Ramaphosa has just clinched a deal with the UK government to sell double the amount of wine to them. Maybe they will be so intoxicated that they will suddenly start buying our fruit at a high price. But fact of the matter is, if I look at the arrogance of markets, for instance, not only of the countries or of the regulatory other authorities. So I've recently listened to one of the supermarkets, and I'm involved with many of them in the UK. I've recently listened to one where the grower was interrogated by the buyer, saying, "I've got this checklist. You tell me how often do you go to the UK? You tell me what status is your aeroplane ticket? Is it business class or is it economic class? If it's business class, why do you fly business class? Where do you live when you're in there?" Once he's completed that checklist of about 20, 25 questions, the supermarket will then draw a line and say, okay, your cost of production is this, I will allow you 5% on that. And that was the generous one. And that's it. And he will then dictate to that grower what price is he going to give, is he going to pay him. I think it's it's bordering on the level of intolerable that you can dictate to people like that and dictate to growers like that. But simultaneously, at the time they were doing that, they were struggling with eggs on the shelves. They didn't have milk on the shelves. They didn't have potatoes on the shelves because of their very intelligent Brexit deal. And they were running with trucks standing from here to Timbuktu on the French border. They couldn't get the stuff over, but yet they were dictating to growers on this. there's a distortion in the world as far as that is concerned.
If I now listen to what all of you said up until what Kobus said now, I get the impression that the farmer is so overburdened with all these regulations and sub-regulations and markets that demand certain things that the farmer might be pulling back and going behind the curtain and say, but I just want to be a farmer. I don't want to be cluttered with all that sort of stuff. And that's maybe what happens. And I remember in my young days when I was a student, I used to work on the macadamia farms, banana farms in the north, in Lavubu. That was 40 years ago. It was wonderful. You planted, you harvested. Now, you got to be an entomologist, you got to be a plant pathologist, you got to be economist, you got to be a market player, you got to have people that are CAs in your company. So now farming is not about producing anymore. It becomes a mission to be a farmer. And on top of that, we've got this negative perception of farming in the world. So people all want to eat, but they don't like the farmers. So maybe that's why farmers are reluctant to open their ears to the bit of information that we as an audience have been able to get to them. And maybe we should just soften the message and go out again and sort of sensitize them to them that this is something we have to look for, because we cannot lose our markets to the European Union or wherever else, because my worry is if the EU gets the way, it might then follow in the Americas, it might then follow on in the East. But the other question which latches onto this is there currently, I'm not talking about future, but is there currently a strategy that farmers could deploy to overcome the hurdles currently set to us by the European Union? And maybe then in the shorter term future, when the Green Deal starts to become more of a reality, we know it's a reality, but when it becomes more reality, is there a way that they can currently work with our current complement of plant protection products to overcome that and still use them without jeopardizing the access to market? Lindy, maybe let's give Lindy a chance.
Gerrit, I'm going to come in here now because I think we all keep talking EU, but we also heard from Sarah's side, thanks Sarah for chairing that work group, that potentially we've got bigger concerns that are going to impact on us within South Africa. So as I tried to say earlier on, we have seen loss of critical actives over the past few years and increasing numbers of critical actives in the EU context. The reality is, over the next 2 years, we might lose critical actives that we cannot use in South Africa. And what's even more concerning to me is, or not concerning, but I think it's very important that we work collectively to understand what's already on SA growers, or what impacts the EU Green Deal loss of actives already has on growers, on the ability to produce crops, on the ability to manage key pests and diseases. In the case of citrus, to manage critical phytosanitary pests. In the case of stone fruit, to manage critical phytosanitary pests going to the EU. But also to be cognizant of the fact that if there are going to be phase out of those critical actives, that's going to have even greater impact on the ability to control various pests and diseases in South Africa, and to at least have an understanding from a regulatory perspective. Yes, there are some actives that will need to be phased out, but at least have an understanding of the need for time to adjust to those requirements before the phase out is just put on us 2 years' time with no alternatives on hand to be able to address those concerns. So for me, it's not only about what the EU is doing, it's about what the EU is doing on top of what is going to be happening within South Africa over the next 2-3 years, which will have even greater impact. As we've already tried to point out, currently, even though products are non-approved for EU use, if products' MRLs drop to limit of quantification or determination at 0.01, we still have an ability. Chlorpyrifos is a very good example. We've still been able to use chlorpyrifos in our dormant applications as a very critical pest. Kobus will be able to elaborate. But the fact that it's being phased out, we can't use it anymore in future. And that's, to me, a greater issue that lies ahead of us, a bigger concern. So for me, it's very important that regulators in South Africa, or the registrar, also understands potential implications that are going to be on growers. And not only that, but as an industry association, you ask Do growers know? I think some of us around here have sleepless nights. I have sleepless nights when I worry about the loss of potential actives, new diseases. And there's a sort of an expectation created that we can do something that's going to really change the EU. The reality is we can be blue in the face and we won't be able to change what the EU does on some of these things. So there needs to be an understanding going forward that we might have to work with loss of critical actives, Cobus, but how we can try and use a toolbox that allows us to continue producing our crops with available tools in South Africa and with those reduced requirements.
I have a thing to add on there, but let me just first see what Paul wants to say, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just 2 points. I think what we've done in the citrus industry through a parallel process with the forum is linking up with the researchers and actually assessing all our actives and looking what the future looks like and trying to anticipate if it went, what would be backup and what, you know, and that obviously feeds into more research, etc. We're fairly lucky in the citrus industry. We can really work closely with CRI on that. What worries me a little bit, touching on what you were saying, you know, to what extent is the grower responsible and what can he really do? There's an aspect of this that's worrying me a little bit in the sense that we might find growers trying to do too much, trying to experiment, actually. You know, so you lose an active and now you try. And one of the consequences of the finance, the cheap finance coming out of Europe is a lot of products and a lot of marketing around products being done, even in South Africa, for so-called more environmentally friendly alternatives, which either simply don't work or they've got other challenges. And you need the robust science to actually demonstrate that those aren't actually effective or good options. And so there's an aspect of leaving it up to the grower that worries me, because they're not really always in the best position to be making good decisions. And if they're getting a lot of things thrown at them from a big marketing budget, that does worry me quite a lot.
Okay, so Cobus, give me a second just to put my mind around this. Lindy opened up my thought process that yes, there's a concern about what the EU does because it might affect our exportability to the European Union and maybe the longer term to other markets. But it comes back to what the European Union position is on our own regulatory affairs, because it seems to us now, and maybe right for wrong for what I'm saying here, is that the European Union position started influencing the minds of our own regulators to say, but if you have this list of CMRs that are not going to be out of the European Union, we must implement the same policy and regulations in Africa. And that's what Lindy says. Automatically, we even without thinking it, adopted the mirror clause from the European Union, which I don't think was ever the intention, but that's the way we see it happening at the state level or the government level, and that is, I think, of grave concern. And you mentioned the word chlorpyrifos, and I learned from Cobus over many years of being associated with them that if you have a problem with an MRL in the European Union, you can work your way around to working with the PHRs and so on to still meet the requirement. And you can even say Africa, work your way around to have it here. But what happens if the European Union says chlorpyrifos is out there? It comes back as a mirror clause, chlorpyrifos is out in South Africa, which we know has gone out. What does the farmer do? And then Paul says, now automatic you get, and let me use the nasty term here, the fly-by-nights coming in with a so-called natural or biological or organic remedy that can do the job for you, and they market like mad. The farmer buys, experiment, and the crop fails bitterly, and the farmer doesn't even have to export because there's nothing to export. So the farmer are at the mercy of people that fill the gap that's created by a regulatory decision where you lose a compound, and they come with all these smelly, sniffy stuff that's not peer-reviewed scientifically, that's not proven scientifically, and the farmer starts experimenting and they lose their crop, not even the market, they lose the entire crop. So that is something which we see happening very much in the Western Cape, because I get the complaints from our members and farmers and stuff about unregistered stuff, and the unregistered chemical stuff is minimal. The unregistered biologicals, it's cans full. And if you look at the stuff, who knows what it is? You don't even know what is on the packaging label, and what you don't even know what's in the container. Who says it's going to work? that the farmers are now at the point of being desperate to get a replacement for what they're going to lose and try and still maintain the market. So this is, it's opening up, I think, a new can of worms. But Kobus, you had something to add there.
Gerard, just a case, a point in case. One of my clients has got 40 hectares of table grapes. He's been farming that for 5 years and then abruptly decided he's going to cut it all down and plant tobacco instead. Now, there's an ethical issue about tobacco as well. That's not the discussion. The reason why he cut it down, he's had 1 year of crop failure, total crop failure, due to the use of a so-called organic program. He was convinced by a seller to use this program because that will give him better market access. Now, he was ignorant enough to believe that he would have better market access. There's no such a thing. If you've got market access, you've got market access. If you're pregnant, you're pregnant. How much more can you be pregnant? And the issue was he lost 1 year of production, and he could just simply not survive on that. Afterwards, he couldn't survive, and he cut the grapes down. That is on the one side of things, and I'm hellish scared that, as you both have alluded to, it will open the market for opportunists to proliferate. The regulation, on the regulatory side, things are not as tough as on the conventional side, chemistry. There are new regulations coming into place, but it's not as tough as on the conventional side. So, and one of the things are, for instance, the toxicology of those things. I mean, you're a toxicologist. Don't tell me that the so-called natural products are not toxic. If you want, the most toxic substances are natural. If you don't want to believe me, ga speel met 'n pofadder man. You gaan sien. And the problem is that in the end of the day, those chemicals could be extremely toxic, and we don't know. We don't know what the residues are of those things. We don't know what the impact on the buyer would be on the end of the day, what the interaction with other chemistry is going to be. But we're drifting far away from your initial question, which says who's responsible and how can we get the grower to know more. Even if the grower knows more, he couldn't do much more. He can only struggle for survival. And I think what we as an industry and as a collective group need are more Alan whatevers over there that are eloquent, that can speak good English, that knows his stuff, and that can speak directly to authorities. Because it's no good each and every one of us trying to go and convince the people on the other side. All that they will do is they will search out the common denominator that's the weakest link, and they will capitalize on that one. If you can come with one message, one story, and a very strong story and a well-informed story, and we all have a responsibility to ensure that that guy goes along with a good story, then we make an impact. And especially if our story is based on good science and facts, not hocus-pocus ideas, facts. And I cannot emphasize the whole idea of good science enough. You guys are very fortunate in the CGA that you've got the CRI at least on one side. We've got universities in the west, in the south, in the Western Cape. We've got Ward Tech, Ward Grow, Lindy, you and your team that commissions a lot of good research. And I think in the end of the day, we need to collate that information, make sure that information is well understood, transferred to the growers, and get one message to whoever we use as the lobbyist on the other side, not with the idea to lobby like the Americans lobby, with the idea to inform. And I'm pretty sure that the EU is not that draconic. Yes, there's a strong element of politics involved, but I don't think it's entirely draconically decision-making and uniform decision-making. Yes, they are inclusive to a large extent, but Alan, I'm pretty sure you will agree that if you come with a good message, and I've found it often in the past, if you come with a good message, they will listen, because 99% of the time that you have a distortion, it's because of lack of information.
Okay, Kobus. So you come again with two messages. The one message is to get everybody together to talk the same language with the same message. But on top of that, you latched on to Alan now and get the right person to transfer the message. In other words, if all of us decide we have the same sort of plate of food to offer the European Union, but we all go individually, it's not the right approach. We must all put together one food basket and give it to one person to go and dish up at the European Union. And that's why I think in the future we might need to get much closer to a proper advocacy person like Alan, to talk on behalf of the entire South African agriculture arena and not go 1, 2, 3, 4 and go and try and influence the European Union and do it that way. But I also got from you now, Kobus, and from the others around the floor now that there's not much the farmer can do. Because if we lose a particular product, what can the farmer do? That thing is completely gone. And I'm sad to say, back in my younger days, in the year 2002, I got a real bee in my bonnet about monochlorophos. And I lobbied like mad to get it off the market. But we had a 4-year strategy. In other words, to look at phasing it out and bring something in behind it. And unfortunately now, it's not the norm anymore. Now it's a case of you lose it, and us as the state or the government don't allow anything behind it because we don't have the capacity to regulate properly. We don't have enough staff to evaluate new technology behind it. So we're in a different sort of playing field at the present. So the poor farmer, wherever he or she is in Africa for that matter, other places in the world, is left without a strategy to overcome this nasty thing of the EU, which reflects back on South Africa and say, but if the EU says that, we will do it the same year. So we are in a real problem. But it leads me on to my fourth question. We've gone now from a policy level to a group level to the individual farmer. What about the person who eats the food? How will all of this influence the consumer who relies on that farm on the ground producing the max or the citrus or the wheat, whatever? How will it influence my ability to still have a sustainable and affordable and a safe food source? Anybody would like to respond to that?
I think you must just ask the ones that are hungry.
Pardon?
I see. If you ask the people that are hungry, they will ignore whatever embargo you put on the product and the safety and all of that stuff. They will eat to their fill. I think to a large extent our first world consumer have become is a wealthy consumer. It's to a large extent the guys that are willing to pay a lot of money for produce are wealthy consumers. So they have got a lot of choice. So they've got a lot of opinions. Many of those opinions are not science-based. It's pseudoscience. It's driven it's absolutely driven by so-called consumer watchdogs. If I look at the German supermarkets, I'm convinced that 80% of the decision-making that takes place and the distortion in the German supermarkets are driven by consumer watchdogs, not by science. So, but if you're really hungry, would you listen to a pseudoscientist? Or you just get what you eat? Can you take what you get?
Yeah, okay, but you might not as a consumer listen to the pseudoscientist. My worry is, me as a normal consumer, irrespective of your cultural background or your economic level, will I still be able to get the food required to keep myself, my family going? That is the big question.
If you have these, all these rules that we're talking about, you might run out of food at some stage. You might run out of the selection of produce. You might, in the end of the day, have only, who said to it, you must eat less meat and less vegetables, and I'm very happy about that because that would mean that the meat will get cheaper and the vegetables more expensive. So I'll go for the cheapest stuff. No, somebody around the table said that this afternoon. It's not my idea.
There's a question there.
But I just want to, there might be a question from Floor. Just ask Elmay, with all your contacts and your connections across the globe, do you see places where there's already a food shortage at the consumer level because of the possible influence of the Green Deal concept and flowing down to regulatory affairs at a national level?
Not really. I think the consumer isn't really aware of any of these things. I tend to agree here with Kobus in terms of the consumer watchdogs that they put the ideas into the heads of the retailers on what is it that the consumer wants. I mean, we've discussed many times with them, but what is it that the consumer really wants? We update our standards, we look into legislations, we do all these things, talking about sustainability now all the time, but what is it that you really need? What is it that, I mean, we build the standards based on what the retailers want and what the producers can do, deliver, auditable, all the practicalities behind that. But if we ask the retailers, okay, but what is it that you need? They say, oh, the consumers want this and this and this. Like, okay, do you have surveys? How do you know that this is what they want? And it's driven by certain agendas. We know that. I don't think the consumers are. And yes, they will see shortages in places on foods being available. As I mentioned before, things will change. But the one thing that we don't know is whether a retailer will be so adamant to say, okay, I will have an empty shelf because I cannot get something that is legally produced or safely produced or whatever, hopefully safe. I always think we should have safe food, right?
I think we should eliminate that.
That's not debatable,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I mean, whether it's with X, Y, and Z and all the requirements that's coming into place, whether they just want the safe food basically there. So, yeah, it's a debatable question.
Gerard, I saw a good example of that. Let's say 20 years ago, because before Toyota dominated the market, if you go to Springbok, you would find everybody driving around a Land Rover. If you go to Uppington, you will find them driving Fords. And the only reason for that dichotomy is that you've got a bloody good salesman in Springbok, and you've got a better one on Fords in Uppington. The net effect is exactly what Elmi is saying. Consumers eat what the supermarkets give them, and they have maybe a little bit of choice of their own. But if you have one supermarket dominating a particular environment and area, those are the ones that dictate the pace. And those are the ones that, look at the German supermarkets. I mean, it's a competition between the German supermarkets with less and less and less MRLs, less and less residues. If you go to the UK, they don't bother, but yeah, they talk about these things. But the consumers are not so concerned. Even the Lidls in the UK differ from the Lidls in Germany and in Holland.
Okay.
So I think to a large extent, it's a competitive environment where supermarkets compete with one another on the basis of food safety, which is ridiculous. In an area or in an era when we talk about food shortages and we talk about waste and we talk about expensiveness, we are still basing our competitive advantage on sensitive, perceptive issues like food safety. I mean, again, you're a toxicologist. How much safer can the food be after it's gone through 17, 18, 20 top-grade toxicologists in EFSA? And the MRLs are being set, the RFDs are being set, everything is being set. But now you want to reduce it with 2/3 to only 1/3 of the MRL.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you from a toxicological perspective, looking at the human population development over the world, if our food was so unsafe, why did we hit the 8 billion mark of the human population in the world a week or two ago? And we know that they talk about 2025, we're going to hit 8.5 billion. So if the food was so unsafe, why do we see this escalation in human population? There's something which doesn't gel in the entire argument. And I agree with what El May said, and I agree with what Kobus said, and I even do in my own presentation to students that this whole thing is not science-driven. It is market-driven. So the market tells Les, this is what you should eat because it is safer for you. But I give you a 20% markup on it because I tell you it's safer. So there's a conditioning of the consumer, and then the market used to say, but our consumers want this. No, the consumer wants something which is edible, affordable, safe, and tasty. They don't worry about whether there's 0.001 ppm or 4.01 ppm or stuff, as long as it is affordable. And unfortunately, I think the economics dictate the market. But before I talk too much, was there a question or an input from the floor? Ben Krog, can somebody please pass Ben, if you got one, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Just give it some power there, please.
Hello, yeah. Thank you, Gerard. Yes, I think we must just maybe be careful to generalize. You know, if and when there is pressure on our critical chemical compounds, we will have to look broader for alternative crop protection solutions in our IPM programs. As an example, there are biological and biorational products that's been scientific peer-reviewed. And I'm just feeling that we must rather work together than against each other. Because I think the future, there's a lot of opportunities in investigation into the biological and biorational solutions. So I'm just feeling that we mustn't say they or us or the chemicals versus the biologicals. But I do agree with you, Gerard, on there's a lot of, there's some sort of biological companies within South Africa that's taking the shortcuts, using the M registrations and making L registration claims. I think there's a lot of work to be done there, and that's why within CropLife we've got now the Biological Forum to get more companies on board to state their case going forward.
Thank you, Ben. I think it's good that you brought up this topic of biological versus biological. Now, in CropLife, we've always had the policy or position that to us, as CropLife South Africa, there's no difference between a synthetic chemical, a natural chemical, a natural plant extract remedy, or a biological. They all serve the purpose of assisting the farmer to produce a crop safely and affordably. But we've had an issue with this idea that biologicals, organics are safer. It's not the case. And listen to what Kobus says, and I don't want to give you a lecture on toxicology now because it's not the platform. But we maintain the policy that when you want to put a biological in the market, it has to go through the same fine sieve as what you do for a pesticide. There might be a reason to ask for an exemption on certain toxicological data or residue data because it's biological, but don't come to me as a toxicologist or to CropLife for that matter and say, but I got a biological, it's safe, let's go into the market. It cannot be. And I'm proud to say that in South Africa, within CropLife, we have a lot of members, like for example, Ben from one of our member companies, that focus on biological remedies, that go through extensive research, and they take up to 7 years before they get the product ready for the market, then go through this typical regulated process that anything like a chlorpyrifos would have to go through. And the farmers can trust it because it's been proven, it's been scientifically established, it can do the job in an IPM program. So Ben, I think that's a good thing to put that into the discussion. Maybe the last...
Just before Ben gets off the hook, he was correctly referring to biologicals and biorationals, and I referred to that in the speech myself. Ben, het jy mooi geluister het, so jy geluister het, ek het in goeie trou daaroor gepraat. Fact is, simultaneously referring to, let's say, weaker biologicals, we should also refer to weaker conventional compounds. There are many guys that jump through there are many products at this point in time, and there are many practices in this point in time that is absolutely horrifying me. Yesterday, I listened to a grower which compared two spray programs on potatoes. The one was working well on potato tuber moth, and the other one was not working that well on potato tuber moth. The one that was not working well was following let's say, a traditional approach towards potato tuber moth control. The one that was working well had 11 sprays of the same compound applied 11 times after each other. And it is absolutely horrifying to think that that grower, of that individual that had made that recommendation, would totally screw up the whole concept of resistance and would put the farmer out of an opportunity to repeat that thing again and plant potatoes there again. There are many, many examples of that. There are also, unfortunately, fewer but examples of opportunists in the biorational biological environment. And I'm proud to say that there are also many very good biological companies out there bringing stuff to the market. And it is a pity that they too are being subjected to lengthy evaluation processes. We need those products as much as we need the conventionals. And I was alluding to it, maybe in the form of replacements, but also in the form of hybrids, which in the nearby future could serve us well by reducing residues or even eliminating residues. And the problem is exactly the same as with our conventional products. You can't necessarily always believe the trial results. And I'm saying that with apprehension.
Thank you, Cobus, and thank you, Ben. A last question to Elmay, a 30-second response. We have Global Gap, been around for ages. So Global Gap, from my personal perspective, I'm not talking about for CropLife SNO, has established a platform for good agricultural practice, sound and effective and safe use of pesticides. Why do we still need another regulator out there? Why do we need another EU Green Deal? Why do we need, I don't want to go to all these things, farming for the future, all these things, the Rainforest Alliance, where you farm in the middle of Karoo, what the hell has got the Rainforest Alliance doing there? Do we really need an additional level of control above the platform that was established by Global Gap? Elmay, you can give me a personal opinion or a Global Gap opinion.
I think it's the same one. Gerard, that is difficult to answer, and I think the answer lies in the fact that you're not the one deciding what's needed. There's competition out there, so we're just a standard setter. Yes, I also believe we have a good standard that covers sort of everything. We're a global standard, therefore we need to be generic. We want to be science-based. We want to be risk-based and outcome-based, so that producers, doesn't matter if they're in South Africa, Kenya, China, Europe, wherever, that they can produce safe food in a sustainable way, but in the way that is logical and practical and pragmatic in their environment. That is our ultimate aim and goal. So for me, that makes perfect sense, and I don't understand why there are more standards out there, but there are, and this is because retailers want to be individuals, they want to have things on top, because they all want to have that unique selling point or something. And it's just a matter of competition, and everybody wants to have a say somewhere in life to make a point.
Okay.
That's
Thank
my
you,
personal opinion part.
Thank you.
But
All right.
I would like to say, we said before that there's not much producers can do in this whole thing. Yes, it's very true. But I do think we still have an obligation. I would love it if CropLife can take some role in that, for education and communication to producers to understand not necessarily the Green Deal and all the bigger picture things, but the reasons why. What is resistance building? What is IPM? Yes, they know little bits and pieces of it, but in the case that you just mentioned, the producer, why does he even think that applying one chemical 7 times would be a good thing? Does he ask the right questions to the suppliers? Ben is doing a good job, the next guy is doing a bad job, but much cheaper, so the producers just go for the cheap option. Sorry, I'm generalizing, I'm calling out names, but this is the reality. The farmer's also just going to go for the cheapest way out because things get more expensive, more difficult, there's more things to comply with. I think there's a huge, huge opportunity for us to educate and communicate.
Thank you. Well, one of the pillars of CropLife SA is actually to influence people and to educate people. Maybe the word educate might sound a bit harsh on the other farmer, but we rather talk about that awareness, creating awareness. And the word that we got from Alan today, that advocacy. So advocacy is not only aimed at states and governments and EU, it's also aimed at the farmer, advocate what is good agricultural practice and so on. So on that note, thank you, Elmay. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Cobus. Thank you, Lindy. I think it was a fruitful discussion. And thank you, Ben, for putting that last comment in. Folks, I'm going to step off the podium now and hand back over to Rod to do the conclusion for the day. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and to Gerard. So I just want to run through a few notes that I've taken during the course of today, just to reinforce a few things and bring us back to why we started off here today, as talking about the EU Green Deal. So I think the first thing I want to share is some of the key points I took out of Samira's presentation to us, who opened up our session. And I think some of the key points there are African farmers need to do more, and we need to do it together. We've heard that numerous times. We need to get one voice going up to the European Union and the African Union, expressing the concerns we have. Elmay, we're very happy to hear that your last comment about maybe CropLife playing a facilitator facilitatory role, because we had the same from Samira in the beginning. She's volunteered that she's there with her organisation to assist CropLife South Africa in taking these messages up the line. You also heard Samira talking about the green transition for Africa. It might have slipped under the radar, but this is really a first step. If the European Union can want to have it, why can't Africa? And it's a very noble cause, and this is one of the first you're going to hear about it from CropLife, about the green transition for Africa. I think the next point, if I don't go all the way to the end of my notes, sorry for that. We had Dr. Matthews. I thought his overview of the EU Green Deal and the various parts was excellent. Remember, he told us it's got the 3 platforms to it: the environmental, the economic, and the social. Also highlighted that there are multiple other EU regulations and legislation that are going to have an impact, and he introduced to us the mirror clause concept, and he's also introduced that the concept that there could be both positive and negative impacts of the Green Deal. Dr. Davids from BFAP gave us some great data as to how important the European Union is for our export farmers. And for me, that just shows we have to take a stand. We have to have some form of action going back up because of the importance of the EU as a trading partner. And Tracy also highlighted again that there will be opportunities. Just the challenges, will we be able to navigate the regulatory hurdles to take advantage of those challenges? Then Wibke spoke to us about the MRLs. For me, the key to take out of this is the objection that's already been made of linking environmental factors to the setting of MRLs. Environmental factors are already taken into account when the active ingredient is analysed or assessed, and also when the formulated product is assessed. So why does the EU want to link those together? I think that's important. The bit that I tried to highlight in my presentation, I think is also where Lindy's been highlighting, is yes, our primary focus of today and going forward has been the EU Green Deal, but let's not forget that there are other regulatory hurdles that we already have. EU Green Deal is just going to exacerbate other challenges we have, but we do need to take into account that there are other internal, external regulatory influences. The second session we had today was, again, led us into it with looking at other regulatory challenges. That was Sarah with the update from the fantastic work that she and the working group have been doing on the 1As and 1Bs. I think you all know where we are now in the process, and grower associations as well as CropLife South Africa members have received the updates as to where we are, and we will keep everybody posted going forward. Prof. Juster gave a pretty good overview there, I thought, of potential economic aspects of policies that they can have on agriculture. But a key takeaway for me is something we discussed at our Exco yesterday, is the vast number of other bits of legislation that are impacting our industry. So it was good to see it coming in Prof. Juster's presentation, because we've already highlighted as something we need to help share to our members. It's not just Act 36, there's lots of other legislation. Sabu Kumalo restored my faith in interaction with people who we often think might be barriers to our trade or barriers to our industry. So our experience in the very recent past of expressing our concerns about the EU notification of revoking certain MRLs for a couple of active ingredients, DTRC embraced us, listened to us, and took our message up to the European Union, and Sabu gave us a great feedback on where we're at there. The reason I'm highlighting that is going forward, we are going to have to engage with multiple role players in our industry to get our voice heard. And having DTRC as a valued partner there is going to be critical to us going forward. So great foundation has been set. We're very pleased that Alan could jump on the plane and get down here, because you can all see from what's been discussed today, if we're not speaking one voice and we're not speaking to the right people, we're going to get nowhere. So advocacy is going to be key to us going forward. And we look forward to getting guidance from Alan. The key message there is we need collaboration. Again, it's a common theme. All role players need to be involved, and we need to start now. So we can't wait another 2 years to start looking at this, pretty much like we decided with the 1As and 1Bs. We can't wait any longer. We need to take some action ourselves. So we look forward to your guidance and collaboration there, Alan. Thank you. Then this final session, chaired by Gerard and with our panelists, is what's going to happen on the ground. Can we get some pointers or some feel as to what's coming? So I really appreciated the overview that Kobus started in terms of what should an ideal spray program have, or a pest control activity on the farm. It needs to be effective, and Kobus ran through with us those key points. Also, to illustrate the dangers of losing certain active ingredients, Kobus showed us a short list of 1B products and then did a deep dive into 2 of them. And that is exactly what the working group, the 1A, 1B working group has been doing, and exactly what the working group reached out to the various grower associations to continue the work. Have a look at the preliminary list, and I highlight it's preliminary. Not everyone has finished their GHS classifications yet, so wait for the final work, please. Don't get yourselves worked up with what you saw, but it is exactly what we have been doing, and it is exactly what we have to continue to do, to come up with our scientific-based data as to why we would need some of these molecules to stay around. Paul then gave us an awesome presentation, and the key for me was highlighting, Paul, that there are no trade policies or much legislation these days that don't have a political angle to it, which is concerning, but it also is going to help guide us going forward. We can't go in with the emotional, fluffy feel that we can't do without it. We have to go in and explain exactly why we can't do without an active ingredient. And Paul also highlighted another common factor that's been going through a few of the presentations this afternoon, is decisions need to be based on sound scientific generated data. It cannot just be on emotions or because we want to save the planet. We get this all the time. We have a misconception that people in the agricultural industry don't care about the environment, but I can tell you, like me, there's lots of us bunny huggers out there, so it is a perception that we also need to overcome with our strategy going forward. The panel discussion was interesting. No offense, I think we went off the Green Deal a little bit at the end, but it's very valuable points that we're all going to take to heart. But the key point that I did take from it is, as we lose molecules and farmers are losing plant protection solutions, there is the risk that they're going to start going off-label or unregistered products or products that haven't been tested or their own tank mixture because Paul next door tells them it works. So it's something as an industry, as a grower association, our members are registration holders. We need to be cognizant so we could have that risk going forward. Then the conclusions from my side. Again, Almay, thank you for raising it. CropLife does not want to take ownership of this process. It does not belong to us. It belongs to all role players. However, we do believe we have some experience. We have expertise with advocacy, and we certainly would like to play a facilitatory role. So anybody out there who wants to hold hands and walk with us, if you've got ideas that weren't shared today, you know who we are. So please either go through your grower association or come directly to us, share your ideas, and if you're willing to put in some hard graft as well, all comers will be certainly welcome. There was also a question asked, and Almay answered it. Yes, I agree. I think communications to growers is certainly going to be one of the responsibilities of the CropLife Association. It's our members who are going to be motivating to keep some of these molecules on the market, and I do believe in conjunction with grower associations, we need to reach out to the farmers. And then finally, I would just like to extend our thanks to all of you, not only for being here today, but for showing that there was a reason for this session to happen today. And I thank you in advance, because I'm hoping that you're all going to come up with some wonderful ideas that you can feed back into the creation of the strategy as to how we can approach the European Union to try and get them to see there could be some unintended consequences of their policies, and can we mitigate those potential unintended consequences via interaction with them. Those of you who've hung in there and joined us virtually, we thank you for joining us today. And for those of you in the room, if you have the time, please join us for some refreshments and networking afterwards. Sincere thanks to all of you for joining us today. Thank you.
Well, CropLife South Africa in 2008 was part of a big program with the government, which was called the African Stockpile Program, in which we recovered quite a large quantity of old pesticides from the Limpopo province. But in the process of talking to farmers and to government institutions, we realized that there were literally thousands upon thousands of empty containers, unrinsed, lying around the farms, that we were sitting with a human catastrophe, an environmental catastrophe, because the burning and the bedding and the unrinsed containers were definitely posing a risk to human health and environment. So I went to the South African Plastics Industry Association, which is called Plastics SA, and they guided me to talk to people that were already in the recycling business of bringing plastics in from refuse dumps and whatever. And we started handpicking a couple of individual operators like, for example, Dealco and like MyPlast.
MyPlast het begin in 2012. Ons het 'n mandaat gehad vir die landbouindustrie. Dit was hoofsaaklik ons teikenindustrie. Ons het landbouafval soos besproeiingspype, die landbouchemiese houers en verpakkingskratte het ons mee begin as roumateriale.
Ek het so 21 jaar terug betrokke geraak. Ek het swart besproeiingspyp uit die landbousektor begin verwyder. En die leë chemiese houers het begin 'n probleem raak as gevolg van die proses waar dit moet voorbereid wees voor die ouens by herwinning dit wil aanvaar. En ek het op daai jare het ons met die leë houer vereniging begin en so het ons deur die jare dit opgebou waar ons vandag is. CropLife het gehelp dat ons sertifisering in plek kry waar die mense wat met uitvoer betrokke is, hulle papierwerk kan regkry. En die proses het baie goed gevorder. Die boere val baie mooi in met die proses.
Want dit is vir ons 'n baie groot voorreg om deel te kan wees van die CropLife leeuhouer bestuursprogram. Met die een rede is, ek meen dit gaan oor om ons aarde te beskerm en ons natuur te beskerm. Die goed word verwyder van die plaas af. Ek hoef dit nie in 'n grond te begrawe of te brand wat nadelig is vir die natuur en vir ons aarde nie. So dit help my bitter baie om deel van hulle te kan wees sodat die goed kan verwyder word en ek kan my plaas beskerm, ek kan my mense beskerm en ek kan die natuur beskerm.
Our standard is very often much higher than that what the national regulatory framework dictate to us. And our principle was that we want the drums to be totally clean. They must be put into secure, lockable storage spaces and then going off to processes where they're being processed into other commodities.
Ek maak kontak met die boere vooraf en ons reël 'n spesifieke opteltyd. Die boere besproeiing oor sekere gebiede wissel. Baie van die vrugtebedryf en die koringbedryf verskillende tye, so ons is die hele jaar besig om chemiese houers te verwyder.
Terwyl hy spuit die dag word die kan dit as dit leeg is, word hulle 3 keer gespoel voor hulle weer teruggaan in die container in. en dan word dit die aand afgevoer plaas toe weer en dan word dit in 'n aparte kamertjie vol gate gesteek sodat daar nie weer middels in die kanne kan gevoeg word nie.
Ons kom uit met 'n voertuig na die perseel toe waar hulle in 'n chemiese kamer wat toegesluit is, die kanne wat leeg is en reg voorberei is vir ons het. Die kanne word uitgepak. Ons stel die kanne, 'n papierwerk word uitgemaak vir die hoeveelheid kanne vir daai plaas wat opgelaai word en dan word die voertuig gelaai en ons neem daai goed dan na herwinningsaanlegte toe wat gesertifiseer is by die Plastiese Federasie wat dan weer die produk verder verwerk in 'n plastiekformaat in.
So wanneer die materiaal by ons aankom, het ons kwaliteitskontrole om te seker te maak dat die materiaal nie gemeng is nie of dat nie regte standaarde voldoen. Dit gaan na 'n maalproses waar ons dit dan sal maal in vlokkies van 10 tot 14 mm. Van daar af gaan dit in 'n wasaanleg in wat ons net skoon water gebruik en van daar af sal dit dan in 'n extrusion proses soos ons dit noem waar die materiaal gesmelt word en dit word in 3 mm pilletjies gesny en van daar af sal ons kwaliteitsbeheer doen, vloeibaarheidstoetse om te sien of dit aan ons kliënt se vereistes voldoen voordat dit uitgestuur word.
Triple rinsing is your guarantee to have a totally clean container. You remove 99.997% of that chemical. There's no more risk. There's no more hazard linked to the container. When you get to the point where you get the little plastic pellets, that pellet is technically 100% clean. There's no pesticide residue in that. And you can make a totally palatable thing out of it for people. It's important for all the role players in the value chain of a pesticide container to be involved in the process. If you look at the world currently, we're sitting with this mass of humanity of nearly 9 billion people. The pollution footprint is immense and the plastic pollution footprint is horrifying in the world. We see plastics ending up in the ocean, killing dolphins and whales and turtles and fish and seabirds. Our job as an agricultural sector is to make sure every piece of plastic on every farm in the country is coming back into recycling and used to make a new plastic commodity. What CropLife always says, why do we do recycling? Simply because it is the right thing to do. We don't compel anybody. We don't say to anybody, it's because the law says you must do it. Just recycle because it is the right thing to do.
I work in the food industry or the plant science industry. Therefore, I know the importance of safe food. I have 3 kids and my family means the world to me. I want to make sure that whatever they eat is safe and whatever they eat is nutritious and it can build them up to be healthy human beings. People think food starts when you sow the seed on the ground, but actually it takes about 5 to 7 years, sometimes even longer, to get that high quality seed onto the farmer's hands. There's a lot of research and development that takes place in the background before one eventually goes to buy a bag of seed.
Good nutrition is essential for healthy living, but it is just as important that while we take care of our own health, we also take care of our environment.
Genome editing is one of the latest techniques that's used today to produce high quality seeds. What genome editing entails? It entails using different kind of techniques like CRISPR-Cas. CRISPR-Cas is a new modern technology that enables scientists to edit genes. One can be able to delete, to add, and get the best plants possible out of that genome editing scenario. Genome editing should not be confused with GMOs. Genome editing does not necessarily lead to transgenic traits. So this is something completely different. In the area where I work, we produce different types of crops that come as a result of research in agricultural biotechnology. Before those products can be commercialized, they have to be tested according to regulations as set out by authorities in different countries. We have to test the impact of those crops on the environment, the impact on human health, the impact on animal health, which we broadly refer to as food and feed safety tests. So we are very much certain that by the time they get to the market, the food is safe.
Regulations governing safe food production are there to protect consumers and are adhered to very strictly to make sure advances in science and technology are applied correctly to produce nutritious food.
Buying groceries can be overwhelming because there's different types of food in the market. You can see sometimes on the label they say this food has been produced using organic farming practices or conventional farming practices or produced using sustainable agricultural practices. But for me, the critical factor is that the ingredients that are in the food, they must be safe for our children and they must be safe for us as adults. The key point for me also is sustainable agricultural practices. Once the food has been produced using sustainable agricultural practices, then it gives me confidence that it was produced using practices that won't have adverse impact on the environment. Those are the major considerations: safety as well as sustainable agricultural practices. I trust the science that goes into food production. I trust the food and feed safety tests that are being conducted. And I can also say, I trust the production practices for most of the growers who are producing this food in South Africa. And I urge you to do the same.
Because we all care about our family's health, we all want safe, affordable, nutritious food produced in a responsible manner that protects our environment. For more information, visit croplife.co.za. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
To get from this to this takes a lot of research and development, compliance with regulations, planning and logistics, good agricultural practices, training and education. And if all this hard work leads to this as the end result, then we'll keep on working. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
Mzansi. This is our pantry. Sometimes it is bursting at the seams with goodness, but other times the cupboards are bare.
I wanted to be a farmer because I had a desire and a passion in terms of food production. That was the first thing. The second thing was also making a meaningful contribution to food security as a commercial farmer in my own right, and also ensure that around me, through the farming operation I envisaged to have, was to make a meaningful contribution to those who are trying to farm and developing in their own right with regards to production. So those are the reasons that drove my farming passion. Rural communities are being hit hard by climate change because they are in a position of not having crop insurance, for example. You're in a position where contouring or water harvesting methods aren't being made available or have deteriorated, which is infrastructure that needs to be improved. One infestation could wipe out, an entire crop, and farmers can never bounce back from that, or it becomes an extremely difficult thing for those farmers in particular. All these challenges that farmers face have also impacted my operation as well. And some of the steps that I've taken are to farm more precise in terms of precision agriculture, crop rotation, and cover crops, which are ways that can improve heavy impact towards climate change.